Grace and peace, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. They got started early today. Let's jump into this. Let's go.
All right, and I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5.
Let's back up a little, Chase.
Then what happens? I thought the two of you were going to work out some.
5:15 yesterday. Told me he's got.
They started early.
Scenarios. One's got real low blood
Can
pressure.
hang on? Can y'all all hear him, or come on up to the mic
Come
if
to
you
the
don't
mic,
mind?
man. Come on, my guy.
And when you're saying you spoke with him, do you mean Mr. Zachary or Mr. Zachary's doctor?
I spoke to Mr. Zachary about 5:15, and
Okay.
he says they had planned on releasing him, but he said they checked his blood pressure and it's low. They have to
Okay.
get it up. The
Okay.
second thing is he has a problem with a certain blood count. I don't even know what that is. I mean, and he started explaining it, but as a layman, I wouldn't know. But he said those are the two things that are holding him right
Okay.
now. And then once he's released, but I don't know when that's going to be.
So, because I'll just stand on what I just said. And before I do anything with his doctor, like if the doctor comes to or is able to reach out to us, I'll have Mr. Shive notified and brought in and deal with that then.
I don't,
So-
the doctor's not gonna speak to you without his permission and me being there, but from what I gather, talking to the other doctor initially, his situation is tenuous. It goes back and forth. His stress level, and I've done a bunch of research on it, and it's his situation. Like he's had 3 blood transfusions in the last month and a half, complete blood transfusions. So
Right, because sickle cell anemia is a blood disease. So.
it's messed up. And he's in the family's, he's been in intensive care. So, and that it was indicated by the DA, they put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to the jail. He had another crisis. They took him back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then if he comes here, what I would like is us, and it's within your discretion, and to have a hearing and let him testify and let the DA ask him questions about what he knows and see how he stands up under that. And then,
We're not going to do that. I mean, we're just going to have him testify. We're in the middle of the trial, so there's no point in doing a pre-hearing about that.
to see if he survives it or he has another crisis. But if
Can he-
that,
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself.
Wow.
There's no point doing it twice.
well, just to see how, okay, and see what his testimony would be, because
Man, I don't like this guy.
That's not how trials
Because
work.
he's real sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from the jury. But I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just keep me. I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Shive's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail. And I know that has been the concern that Mr. Shive has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail if we.
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the two of you were going to work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house. You
He
want to
would
put a GPS monitor?
He would not be at his house. He would be. We would still have to keep him in custody somewhere
Why?
outside of a jail. I suppose we could work on that
So
and
have
talk
y'all-
about that later.
Why doesn't he be in
Because
jail?
Well,
we
I don't
had-
know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever, this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked that out, but then It doesn't sound like y'all have worked
No,
that out.
Actually, it has not been Mr. Scheib and me. It has been the DA's office and the jail in terms of who or how they would, how we would handle his custody. And if he's released back to the jail,
Why do y'all have custody?
I
of
don't,
him?
I can
That
talk-
seems like the kind of thing that, I don't know, a judge's signature needs to be upon.
We have not yet.
Okay,
have
so
been
you just
discussing-
said
They've
you
been
worked it
playing.
out.
I'm saying that there have been discussions.
Mm-hmm.
I will leave it at that, and I will present to the court whatever the result of those, I believe, the conclusion of those discussions are before he is released from the hospital.
It's real simple for me. I would like him released and go back home and be with his family so they can take care of it.
I know what you want, and based on the
Ask
information that was in
why.
the affidavit in support of the material witness warrant, if he goes back to his family has no intention of, at least based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
The court could order it, hold them in contempt if they do not, and put a GPS monitor.
Okay, I
I've-
told y'all to work that out, like
Oh.
2 days ago.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Scheib, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not
All
testifying.
right, if you
So,
can't work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements.
Thank you.
Because I don't
Facts.
think that it would be appropriate, considering the health situation, for him to go back to the jail either. But there's something between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family
He's free though. He's a free
wants
man.
him
not to testify.
far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Okay.
Yes, Ron. Thank
Why
you.
don't you tell him what to
I
do?
have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm not liking that guy. I'm glad he got a lawyer. I'm not liking that
Your
lawyer.
Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this
All
an
right.
appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself, and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now, Your Honor. I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know
I am.
how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
Or
so-
unless you bring an issue to me.
that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay, Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination. That's not going to be a problem.
My nephew said, I'm gonna deal
However,
with it.
If those lies come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due
Oh,
to
I
him
got
being
you.
unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that, and I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies, we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'm just putting it on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and again, I don't know what exactly his situation is. I've been told sort of varying things. There is, if he, and I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but if he is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that. I mean, there is the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that, and the court is correct, and that is, those are things that we have, tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father, when we were trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said. And he insisted that we could not force Mr. Zachary to come and testify. And given that there seems to be pretty open communication between the Mr. Scheib and counsel for the defendants, they probably have an even better grasp on what's going on with him than even we do. But what we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him. And the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his vitals on the chart looked normal.
Okay.
And that there had been the representation by Mr. Scheib that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die. And there are 28, all of these things. And so it perhaps makes certain people protective of keeping him there and not realizing the reality of this circumstance, that it appears that whenever it comes close to the time that he has. So
yeah, I realize that this
But
could
we have
just as
considered-
easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
but we've
I
been
don't know what the real situation is.
And we have been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Scheib has told me flat out, my client will not testify. And he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay,
So-
well, I have also not been presented with any sort of an immunity order, and that was something.
We have that.
Okay,
And it's the same, it's just a standard motion under the statute and a proposed order and an agreement for Mr. Scheib and his client to sign.
Hey,
So,
Mo,
and
can he just
again-
come in and plead the fifth?
okay, so have the terms been worked out between of the order, whatever the conditions and things like that? Did you and Mr. Scheib work that out?
No, Judge, what we did was track the language of the statute. It literally says that he cannot be, nothing that he the steps of which he is.
All right, so you have not talked to Mr. Scheib, and Mr. Scheib has not talked to you since yesterday afternoon when y'all said you were gonna,
We've
No, you haven't.
about terms.
we have been drafting it. We have not.
You've
talked.
not talked to him. Stop
So
lying.
how about talk to him when he gets back? Because he had a couple of other courtrooms to go handle matters in and he was coming back after that. And talk to him before you present anything to me.
Okay, but Your Honor, I would also say that and I will do as the court has instructed, period.
No, you're not.
That's a full stop. The statute.
I love when attorneys say, I'll follow your orders, as if you have a choice. I mean, I guess you have a choice.
She does have a
I don't
choice because she
really,
ain't been doing it.
but okay,
And
thank
that's
you.
not
I
what intend
appreciate
to have
that.
happen, and I don't mean to be or sound
Okay.
contemptuous.
She ain't
What
been
I'm
doing
saying,
it.
Your Honor, is I don't want the rest of what I'm saying to be interpreted as if I'm going to do something else
Okay.
than what the court has instructed. All that I am saying, or all that I was saying, was that the 245507 has specific language,
Mhm.
and it instructs that the court knows that statute. So we are going to follow that statute, and we will talk to Mr. Scheib about what that means. And I don't know if there's something else that he intends to or wants, but whatever that is, we will discuss it with him. But the statute itself is pretty clear, and so we will do as I said, as the court instructs.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that woman is terrible. Oh my gosh, she is so
All
horrible.
right, there's a new motion in limine number 60 that I am just opening the email for. Is that something that we need to deal with this morning, or is that just something for our
No.
next non-jury day?
No, but I wanted to inform this honorable court that you motivated
Ah,
the people at our office.
okay, great.
Thank you. They said they are inspired by your words and they are ready to go. So thank
Alright.
you.
Good deal. Okay, well, we'll take that up whenever
that
we
dude.
have our
I
next
do love that
non-jury
guy.
day, if it's just about upcoming evidence, but not immediately upcoming. All right. All right, are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the
Yes.
objection that was raised
Okay.
by counsels for the defendants. And what I believe was happening, if I can summarize it clearly and accurately, on yesterday evening, we had Deputy DA Mike Sprinkle on the stand, who was asked a question regarding how it is that he conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkle how it is that he decides with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to
Right.
to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant, and that we should not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkle what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution by the state, it has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkle conducts his efforts to determine the proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative, and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish, and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkle conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And that is, it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case, and essentially DDA Sprinkle has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have you done? Is this what you do in every report? And to essentially question the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the jury believe that something untoward has happened. The state is certainly should not be constrained from showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkle used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures. And it is not distracting. It is in fact clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
Well, as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection. And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state showing DDA Sprinkle's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his experience and the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case, bless you, my computer shut down on me and I'm getting the case that I had for the court. Okay, Brown versus State plainly says, when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State 302 Georgia 454, and specifically it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness can never bolster the credibility of another witness as to whether the witness is telling the truth. Credibility of the witness is within the province of the jury and when the witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. So in our case, there is no such thing being done. In fact, the opposite is being done when with the lead detective and in the Donovan Thomas murder and with the lead detective in every other case that we have presented to the jury, the defense has constantly and consistently attempted to show to the jury that either there is a malicious or selective or somehow improper or irregular effort to target their clients. To show the absence of those very things with a witness is nothing but to have the witness show, how he is qualified to make the determinations or to do what he did, even when he is a lay witness.
All right, any argument from defense counsel?
Good morning again, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
everyone. Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkle was going through jail calls in which are pertinent. And I believe that we can just get there. OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case. And here, the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkle's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call. And if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through, this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted, is really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word that I'll just say me, but have raised the defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to obviously the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short, that's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorneys who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things, they asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from this honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary, which waives attorney work product, what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and I, God willing, follow the law, I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure, and you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case has been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkle. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it, but if his strategies are coming in, he will be asked. Now, I'm confident, knowing the Honorable District Attorney elected Willis, she has control of this case. I just know that from dealings with her and in the past and on this case. So she will be added to the witness list because it's really not Mike Sprinkle's call who to indict. That's from my experience. I'm not saying came out in evidence. The Honorable Court knows a lot more about the inner workings potentially than I do, but we're going down such a wrong road, and the case law supports what the defense is saying. That's why we don't get into the investigation and the conduct of the investigation, but we get into the relevant information given out, unless, and it says in the rare case, R-A-R-E, rare case, that the conduct of the investigator becomes relevant. And that's all I'm trying to say. And as far as jury instructions, I believe this Honorable Court will be asked, whether you give it or not, it's up to the court. But there will be an instruction. The fact that it's a party to a crime, and we have a conspiracy, so I believe it's coming. The fact that others have not been charged, are given immunity, are beyond prosecution, were prosecuted, or been acquitted is irrelevant. In the indictment itself, it states that the grand jury does hereby charge and accuse the following 28 people. And it says, and there are others known and unknown who are co-conspirators. So there's no issue on who did you charge. Those are specific strategic decisions made by the Honorable Fonnie Willis et al., her office. So I am going to object to DA Sprinkle. I do believe that the state of Georgia was attempting to, probably did, say what a great job they do by reviewing all these cases and not letting an indictment go out, which may be true. That's how it should be. That's what we demand of our prosecutors, but it doesn't really come into this case. So I stand on our objections for the cases I gave last night.
There were no subtle
Okay.
threats there.
Yeah.
No subtle threats. He meant that thing. I want Paul Howard on the stand. That will be epic. Because Paul has some axe to grind.
Your Honor, I was just going to
Wow.
point out.
Nobody
again
cares.
that,
Go.
The way that the questions have been tailored have been in order for the jury to be allowed to see what experience Mr. Sprinkle has, what his standard operating procedure is, and to show the method and procedure by which he obtained the information that he will present to the jury.
All right, well, I gave instructions yesterday and those instructions still apply. So are we ready? I know the jury's ready. And you can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand.
Have y'all seen the video of the young lady that was on the stand yesterday? Her last name Smith. She was at the club boxing. Yo, this is the great. Y'all, stop this 2024. Just stop it. I'm gonna drop this link in a second.
No, we're trying to get.
For
Yes,
Grady,
Yes. Can
we
get a
can
Zoom
generate
and a
one.
time that the court will hear from the doctor?
We can generate one.
Wait, what?
Not, I mean, wouldn't Wouldn't it just be this? Can't we just? I mean, if not, then we'll just send another one to everybody.
Is there a time that we can
I can't stand this woman.
give to him? And that would be 12.
I mean, I don't know, maybe we need to do it at that person's convenience. Okay.
Thank you.
What happened?
You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle in. Thank you.
Yo, so the lady that was on the stand yesterday, there's a video of her on Twitter. I just dropped the link in the chat of her boxing at a club. Yo, she got some hands. Like Adrian Love was in harm's way yesterday. This is crazy. Sprinkle doggy dog in the building. Let's go.
Good morning, DDA Sprinkle.
Their reliability is in fact the inmate that's calling that number, but I think the primary thing is just knowing their voice.
Is it a common practice to, once you have done these things that you've described for the jury, for you to then talk to people that have not been identified?
I couldn't hear what you said, because y'all were both saying something at the same time. Objection, what?
Leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is it a common practice for you, once you have done all these things that you have described for the jury, for you to talk to people or endeavor to talk to people that have not previously been a part of the case file?
Yes.
Now, when you do that, is that something you do alone, or do you do it with the lead detective or your investigator, or a combination?
A combination.
Okay. How often is it that you have actually found people that you had not previously identified is a part of the case file, that were people you sought to obtain information from to further investigate a case?
I'm going to
How
object as to
often is it?
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you actually do locate a person and go and talk to them, do you put that in some kind of memorandum or recording that you preserve to provide to benefit?
Generally, if not invariably and always, I at the very least record the interview unless it occurred in such a circumstance where that was not possible, such as at random and it was unplanned. But if it's an interview where that I'm actually planning, then I would audio record the interview, unless I don't believe I've ever actually had an occasion where the audio recorder failed. So I wouldn't even say barring the unforeseen, like the audio recorder failing. So yes, I would always record it.
And do you also provide supplements to the case file that you receive from the police?
Yeah, not in every case, but particularly if it was a case in which I did a lot of extra investigation, then I would write a supplement usually.
When do you do what you just described or called extra investigation? In what circumstances would you do what you call extra investigation?
Well, if it was
And you can explain to me.
in my estimation, if the case needed more investigation, if it needed extra investigation, if after reviewing the case file, I found that the evidence was lacking and that it wouldn't be appropriate to present the case to a grand jury, let alone take it to trial, then I will conduct a quote unquote extra investigation, as I called it, hoping to find more evidence to make the case better or otherwise dispose of the case appropriately.
Now, let me ask you this. What about people that have already been interviewed by law enforcement? Do you ever go out and interview those persons after receiving a case file?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Let's go ahead and move on to more targeted questions, please.
When you receive a statement of a purported witness in a case, do you take the statement given to you in the case file as all that that witness has to say, or do you ever endeavor to
I'm
go
gonna
speak
object
with
to
them
leading, Your
yourself?
Sustained.
Do you do anything with the witness statements that you receive in your unindicted cases that you get from law enforcement?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, that goes directly to his practice, his way of conducting investigations into the cases that he then makes other decisions for, and it goes to how it allows the jury to gauge his practice, his
Counsel approach, please.
I'm muted. There's no way you can convince me in the chat. If you could, please convince me that Adrian Love is not stalling. I'm open. I'm open to being wrong. I leave room for the fact that I could be wrong, but I think she's stalling. There's no way there's no way. It was a conspiracy, Rome. It was a conspiracy. Yeah, this is just dumb. She already knows that there's problems with the way that they went about this investigation. So she brings him in so that there'll be lots of objections, because you haven't heard a lot of objections from the defense for a while. Then all of a sudden she brings this guy here and all it is objection, 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 because she knows it. And then she does this pause thing, just time wasting. She's literally burning the clock. It's just crazy. Hey, let it be. Let it be. I think they should, personally. And I think it's on the state's fault. So I'm all about it. No, I don't think she knows how to put the trial together. And I think she's stalling. Because a lot of the time, from my understanding, you're given all of this. Remember, this was languishing, as Brian Steele said, with Paul Howard. A lot of this evidence was already secured well before Adrian Love came even into Fulton County. She's only been in Fulton County for 2 years. So a lot of this information was already sitting in the archive with a little bit of dust on it already. So and then I just believe what happened is that Fonnie came in there and dropped the box on her and said, y'all prosecute this case. We're about to indict them right now. That's what I think happened. And they have to make it happen from there. Who is Paul Howard? Paul Howard is the former DA here in Fulton County. He was here for a long time. I want to say almost 20 plus years. So he was an established DA, and Fonnie Willis worked under him, and Fonnie Willis unseated him. And that's why Paul Howard is no longer the DA. So with that being the case, and Paul Howard had some issues too. So he was not a saint by any measures. What I am going to say, however, is Paul Howard knew that this case was garbage, and that's why he never tried it. So the fact that this case is even being adjudicated, it seems like a lesson in foolishness. But unless, see, he trained Fonnie, and then Fonnie doubled back on him. She said, watch this. And she said, hold my beer. So, yeah, I mean, they have like a full conversation. Yeah, it's at least 8 years, probably more. Because I mean, they've been adding stuff to it. So there are things that are newer, but not a lot. Not a lot. The lion's share of this case is from like 2014, 2015. So we're looking at roughly, 9, almost 10 years ago, easily. I want her to get voted out, Linda. The problem is I have no confidence in Courtney Kramer. I don't have any confidence in her. So I mean, that's going to be really, yeah. I'm not trying to be like a negative Nancy, but I don't see any reason to believe that she's going to unseat Bonnie Willis. Not just on GP, not just because we don't like Fonnie. I mean, that's not going to be enough to get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to vote accordingly. That's not going to. It's got to be more than that. So, and I mean, at the current moment, nobody even knows who she is. The newest is from 2021. Okay, so we're looking at 3 years ago. No problem there. I got a lot of problems with it though, but hey, I'm glad they at least got something that was at least within the last 36, 40 months. That's kudos to them. They were able to find something. I think it's very interesting. If you watch the Judge Cross not interview, but Judge Cross yesterday, where Ashley Merchant has been asking for FOIA request information. And let's see if they get back in here and get it going. That was just a very interesting back and forth yesterday. Look how she's walking up on him. She's about to beat Shard up, man. All right, let's go. Let's go. Did I mute him? Hopefully I didn't do it. Oh no, there they go.
DDA Sprinkle. Did you work with Detective Thorpe on the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I did.
And in working with Detective Thorpe, do you recall when it was that you received the police file from the Atlanta Police Department?
It would have been late 2015 or in early 2016.
Did you document when you received the case file from Detective Thorpe in a memorandum or report that you provided as part of the case file?
Yeah, it'd probably be this report.
Don't hold it up. Don't hold it up.
Well, anyway, this report right here that I brought to the stand, the 140-page one.
140 pages?
Yeah, I believe that's how many pages it is.
Okay.
Yep, 140 pages.
And would you look at that if you need to refresh your memory about when it was that you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, right here. In fact, January 2016, it's the first 4 words of the report.
All right. Once you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, without going into what was said by this person, did you notice a witness or identify a witness that you wanted to speak with further?
I did.
Who was that person?
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Robinson.
All right. Now, Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, first of all, why are you saying AKA Nicholas Robinson?
Because that was a name he provided contemporaneously with an October or a September 2015 arrest, I believe.
Of himself or someone else?
Of himself.
All right. And is that person a person who had a statement already inside the case file you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
He did.
All right. So if there was a statement by that person already inside the case file, why did you want to speak with that person? Or did you want to speak with that person again?
I follow-up questions.
Say that again?
I had more questions, follow-up questions, other questions that after reviewing the case file that I had that hadn't been previously asked by the Atlanta Police Department.
And is it common when you have questions that haven't been answered in your regular course of reviewing cases to locate those persons, to ask them more questions?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
How did you locate Spencer Robinson, AKA Nicholas Wright?
Spencer Wright was an,
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Wright.
Spencer Wright was an inmate at the Atlanta City Jail, located next door to the public safety headquarters at 226 Peachtree Street, which is like 2 blocks away.
How did you find out that that's where he was?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I knew that that's where they housed him after he was arrested in October of 2015. Somebody told me, I'm sure, that that's where he was, or my investigator found that's where he was. At any rate, that's where he was when I wanted to interview him.
Now, at the time that you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, had there been arrest warrants taken out for individuals?
Yes.
Who were the arrest warrants taken out for at the time that you received the case file?
Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, Demikian Garlington, and Shannon Jackson.
Shannon Jackson, does he have any other name?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you received the case file, did the case file have in it more than a written report? In other words, did it consist of audio interviews, surveillance, anything like that?
Did have surveillance video, had a written report drafted by the lead detective, among other things. But the key things were the written report drafted by Detective Jim Thorpe Jr. of the Atlanta Police Department, the surveillance video that depicted the incident, another surveillance video from a gas station. I believe I had that in the initial case file as well. Crime scene photos, I believe, may have been in there. Although I do recall obtaining more some point later. But and audio from interviews, some cell phone records. I don't recall every single thing that I had. I didn't obtain the entire case file immediately because I recall throughout the course of my work on this case, consulting with other investigators with ABD and obtaining little pieces of the case file as I went along. But
Hold on, stop.
yeah.
All right. So, would you back up, and I'll use one of my colleagues' words, and unpack what you just said a little bit for the jury?
Regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, I had audio interviews from some of the people that, if not all of them, that Detective Thorpe interviewed as part of his investigation and his report, and surveillance video.
All right. And so slowing down a little bit, you said you did not have all of the case file, that you got other information from other investigators?
Well, I guess it's how you define case file. I had what Detective Thorpe provided me.
Okay.
But there were other investigators at APD that had been working on this matter. And so
And were those other investigators, the information you sought to get from them, were they not in or part of the file Detective Thorpe gave to you?
right, I remember in particular, there was a lot of cell phone records that I obtained from another investigator that I did not obtain from Detective Thorpe. And that is specifically, when I say another investigator, I'm talking about Tyrone Dennis.
Okay. Now, if you would, slowing down a little bit more, if you would, please tell the jury how you determined that Detective Dennis had information of interest to you in this case.
Well, I met with Detective Dennis sometime in, I believe it would have been January 2016, sometime in early 2016.
Did you meet with him with Detective Thorpe?
No, I believe it was Detective Dennis and Lakia Gaither, and I met them at the Atlanta Police Department's public safety headquarters in a large conference room.
Okay, pause. So when you first got this particular case with the individuals listed that you just named, for whom warrants had been taken out, did you follow the same procedure that you described yesterday for the jury to gain additional information?
Yes.
In order to assess the case?
Yes.
Was there anything that you knew personally about any of the people who were, for whom warrants had been taken, that made you decide to go out and seek additional information in this case?
Are you asking me, do I personally know the defendants, the people that the police charged?
Yes.
No, I did not know them.
Did you know when you got the case file, when it was that Detective Thorpe had talked to Spencer Wright?
It would have been in October of 2015 on the night of his arrest.
And did you have, as part of your case file, information that immediately after talking to Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, that Detective Thorpe took out the warrants for the persons you just named?
So Spencer Wright was arrested on October 19th, 2015, the same being the night that Detective Thorpe, among others, interviewed him. And the warrants, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, were taken out October 20th, 2015. For the 4 defendants that I referenced earlier for the murder charges.
Where did you have surveillance video from in the file that Detective Thorpe gave you?
So there was a from what I recall, 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street. And then you went about maybe 100, maybe not even 100 yards away. There was a gravel lot and then a street. There's a Texaco station, McDaniel and Northside Drive. And I had surveillance images from that station.
Were you personally familiar with that location? Had you gone out and personally seen it?
Yes, I've been to that location before, yes.
After you got Detective Thorpe's file, did you find yourself out there again, or did you go use what you had to make any kind of determination?
Yeah, I drove by there a couple of times, a few times, as I looked over the case just to get the lay of the land, because you can only see so much from Google Earth.
All right, so backing up, when you say you drove by there a couple of times, did you just like drive down the street, or did you stop? What did you do?
I drove down the street, I would stop, and I would just take a look at the lot just to get a kind of, rather than the 2D perspective that you would get on, like I said, Google Earth. I wanted to just kind of see where all the buildings were situated and that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't get out and like get out of my car and like linger around or anything like that. I didn't really see any reason to do that. But yeah, I did like survey the crime scene.
Why did you do that? Why did you go out there if you already had the surveillance footage?
Again, just because it's one thing to look at a scene on a screen, where you can get some 3-dimensional perspective from the images. It's quite another to actually be at the scene and not be staring at it in 2 dimensions from a computer screen. You get to see, where somebody's view would be obstructed depending on where they were standing and that kind of thing.
Is that the only thing that you get of value by going out to a scene after you get a police file? Like
Yeah.
Where somebody's view would be obstructed. You're allowed to tell the jury what value you gained from going out to the scene.
Well, I mean, it's just important to see where the crime actually occurred. Sometimes, particularly if it's like in an apartment complex, going out to the scene, you can do a witness canvas, start knocking on doors.
Did you do that? Have you done that?
I have. I didn't do it in this case because this occurred on a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
But yeah, anywhere where there's a homicide, where there's a lot of people, like pretty much an apartment complex or a neighborhood, I found that can be beneficial.
All right. Did you also mention Google Earth earlier?
I did.
Why did you mention Google Earth?
Well, Google Earth, in this specific case, I went to Google Earth because I did eventually end up interviewing Spencer Wright myself.
Without talking about what he said.
Right. And right. Well, I'm not even going to get into what he said. I just went to Google Earth to take still shots of images that were photographed by those Google Earth vehicles, I guess, just so I could show them to him and say, okay, well, where were you at this time when you said you saw this, et cetera.
And had he said those things previously in his interview with Detective Thorpe? Had he given the information of where you were at this particular time?
He,
Without saying where he was, had he given that?
he offered a verbal description of where he was.
Did you capture whatever it was that he said verbally in the Google Earth photos that you then chose to show to him?
Objection, what?
You're saying, Your Honor.
Overruled.
After listening to Detective Thorpe's interview with Spencer Wright, did you attempt to find on Google Earth where it was that he was located?
I did.
Were you able to locate an area that coincided with or matched the area he described being in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any reference to statements made by this witness who's not testifying as hearsay.
Your Honor, this witness is not going to tell the jury. First of all, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it to allow the jury to see what Mr. Sprinkle did in context. He located a certain
Let's
area.
not say what he did. We need to hear that from the witness.
Okay, so it's provided.
Overruled.
Thank you. So were you able to see that area described by Mr. Wright on Google Maps?
Yeah, I found the,
Area coincided.
I found an area that I believed he described, yes.
Why were you looking for the area where Mr. Wright described?
Well, specifically, because the area that I believed he described was also captured by the surveillance camera that captured the incident.
Okay.
So if Mr. Wright was where I believed he was based on what he said, then it would be in the surveillance footage. I would see him, or a human-like figure. Given the clarity of the surveillance footage, it wouldn't have been sufficient to actually make out his face, but I would have at least expected to see that.
Did you see Mr. Wright or a human-like figure in that area you were looking at on the surveillance footage?
I did not.
Did you fully capture that area on the still shots that you took down to show to Mr. Wright?
I did.
When did you meet with Mr. Wright?
This would have been January 12th of 2016,
Where did you meet with Mr. Wright?
the Atlanta City Jail.
Now, was Mr. Wright being held on felony or misdemeanor charges?
It's a probation violation on a felony case.
Now, did you offer anything to Mr. Wright in exchange for him speaking with you?
I didn't.
Had, to your knowledge, anything been offered to Mr. Wright by your office in exchange for him speaking with you?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any insinuation that you would lower his charges or drop his probation warrants?
Not by me.
Was there any made by anyone associated with you that you have any knowledge of?
No, not to my knowledge. I have absolutely no information to indicate that that ever happened.
Who went with you when you talked to Mr. Wright?
The aforementioned, the investigator I mentioned yesterday, David White.
How long, do you remember how long you met with Mr. Wright?
Probably maybe like an hour. I audio recorded it, so however long the audio recording is how long I met with him. Well, for in relevant part, and I audio recorded the entire thing. It would probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half. I would expect somewhere in there.
Did you video record it as well?
I did not. In fact, I brought a voice recorder no, I just brought a pocket voice recorder.
Now, why weren't you in an interview room, video recording you all's interaction?
It was actually in a pod, like an inmate dorm at the Atlanta City Jail where Investigator White and I interviewed him. And there's like a little, like a break-off room to the side of the pod, and we just met him in there. There was a table and chairs in there, and we just talked to him.
And were any other inmates around while you talked to him? Present?
Well, they weren't in the room with us. I don't recall if they were out and about in the dorm. But yeah, there were other inmates. I don't recall that any of them were within earshot of us, though.
Not within earshot. Is that what you said?
I don't know. Certainly nothing happened during the interview that alerted me that somebody was listening in. I'll leave it at that. And I don't recall having a feeling at the time that, because I believe I would have. That would have left an impression on me if I thought that others were eavesdropping. And I didn't have any feelings of that sort while I was doing the interview.
Now, how many images did you show to Mr. Wright?
I don't know exactly how many. Let's see. Probably like 15 to 20.
Were all 15 to 20 images that you showed to Mr. Wright?
Probably more like 10 to 15, actually. It's somewhere around there. It was less than 25.
Were all of the images that you showed to Mr. Wright images captured from the barbershop footage in front of which the murder occurred?
Yes, it was Google Earth still shots that just depicted the scene, and still shots from the barbershop surveillance footage.
Starting with the Google Earth still shots that depicted the scene, what did you do with those still shots?
I printed them out
Okay.
prior to going into the interview.
And,
So-
and when you showed them to Spencer Wright, given that they weren't from the actual night of the murder, what were you doing with them?
Well, given that the scene had remained, from the time the murder happened to the time that the Google Earth vehicle photographed the scene had remained unchanged. In other words, the lay of the land was essentially the same.
Mhm.
My objective was for Mr. Wright to identify where both he was and other parties were at various times during when he witnessed the incident, according to him.
Okay. So was Mr. Wright, without saying where or what he said, but was he able to point out an area that he was claiming to have been at?
Yes, he did.
And was that area also captured in the surveillance footage from the barbershop?
It was.
Now, was the lighting the same on the Google Maps images that you showed him as it was on the night of the murder that was captured on surveillance?
No, because the Google Map images were captured during daylight hours, whereas the homicide occurred during just after nightfall or during twilight hours.
Were there any identifiable landmarks in the area that you were interested in regarding Mr. Wright that were clearly depicted on the Google Earth printouts? Any stationary objects?
Well, there was a bench, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And where was that bench located?
It was located at a bus stop.
Where?
Where's the bus stop?
Yes.
It's across the street from 330 McDaniel Street.
About how far from 330 McDaniel Street?
However wide the street is, I don't know, 30 yards, 40 yards.
Okay.
Because it wasn't like directly across the street. I mean, it was sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of, I guess it depends on how you define it. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barbershop, it wasn't directly across the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah.
Diagonal?
Mhm.
All right. Is that bench visible on the surveillance footage.
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time is in a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video that I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barber shop.
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
In your honor, calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained.
I would withdraw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder.
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It looked to be a cat.
A cat. You could see a cat on the surveillance video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was, the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline moseying around the bench, but there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder, just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150 to, I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
To see every time
Tell the jury.
every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I had noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And also just, I always would hope, a lot of times it would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what did you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have a division within their company that deals with surveillance footage. And they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time, they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Why did you send it out to two different places?
Just, I guess the more the better.
were those, either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly in the video?
A little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital. And I'm buying, so there's really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros. But they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing. And that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Now, is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it out to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on.
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
Because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. Now, I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you get unsolved cases in your capacity as an unindicted homicide?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on.
Relevance and non-responsive.
Sustained.
So,
Sustained.
all right, when you say not often, can you tell the jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you've worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number. Surprise. Because my follow-up question is gonna ride on.
Maybe 20 to 30 truly unsolved cases.
In those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
And did that include seeking out witnesses that had not previously been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And with those other cases, did you include as part of the case file, recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews with?
Yes.
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things of that nature that you found during your independent investigation of the case?
I did.
And after you got the video enhanced of the barbershop, did you review any other, or I should say, did you review any other video besides the barbershop video?
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
The video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus.
Okay.
But the software, yes. Yes, I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video or excuse me, the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening in the barbershop?
So the frames there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barber shop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to the from the image caught by the other camera. And if I had, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words, I wasn't using the timestamp, particularly in the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene or when gunshots rang out. You know, I would look for that. So so on the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
When you were reviewing the Texaco footage, did you only look at the time frame that you thought that the murder occurred?
No, I particularly as I continued my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
We're going to come back to the Texaco footage, but I want to ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And if you need me to clarify, ask me to clarify.
Well, there was, and without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing is that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence of the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And then as I watched the video during that time frame, I did in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. There was a certain vehicle, and when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, and specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I said, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside, was a passenger in that vehicle, because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, I complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it, I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right, let's unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I Anybody?
I don't know what the answer's gonna be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection called for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in, yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
It either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right. Now, did you attempt to locate any social media footage that related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram he went by the moniker I'm_living_great at the time. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm going to object. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that you saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Right?
It was.
Okay. Did you ever discern or gain a number for Tuda? Did you ever learn of a phone number for Tuda?
I did pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for Tuda?
So I testified previously about how I,
But don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified in front of this jury?
yes, yeah, that was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony, like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right. So one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records.
All right.
And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail. So I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it.
Okay.
But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957-8008. And I'm flipping through these discs to make sure, to refresh my recollection, to make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right. 404-957-8008 was one of the numbers that appeared in those phone records and that I ran through the jail call database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors have informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind slowing down and saying what you just said
Yes, I found a number inside within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And it didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
You're getting really fast again.
All right.
So try to slow down.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957-8008. I ran it through the jail call database and I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2
Okay.
that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail. And they were placed after the 8:00 p.m. hour. I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by on the night of the murder, around 8, or at the time you specified.
Well, I listened to the calls and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need?
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the persons whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made to persons that were
Real
well
quick.
known to him.
Drop a 1 if you want to
And
jump
then
over to other.
later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right. So tell the jury who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold,
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold.
Go ahead, Ms. Merchant. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bond.
Good morning.
So when did you first hear about our lawsuit?
When it was filed, April, when it was served, when it was properly served.
And how did you hear about it?
It was properly served. I accepted service. After I accepted service, I sent to the county attorney's office to request representation.
And you did that yourself?
I believe so.
And before that, had anybody mentioned it to you?
Mention a lawsuit?
Yes.
No, I don't recall if anyone talked about the lawsuit until it was filed.
Did anyone ask you to perform any searches after the lawsuit was filed?
In preparation for this hearing and in accordance to a subpoena?
After the lawsuit was filed,
Okay.
has anyone asked you to perform any searches in regards to the lawsuit?
The subpoena is a part of the lawsuit that was supposed, and as a response to the subpoena, a search was conducted. So the answer to that question is yes.
Outside of in response to a subpoena, has anyone asked you to do any searches in regards to this lawsuit?
Your Honor, we object as to the extent of any communications protected by attorney-client privilege.
Fair enough.
To the extent that your question is broad enough that it would encompass inquiring about attorney-client or work product in advanced litigation, going to sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
Who is your attorney?
as a, my attorney sits right there. She represents the office, so I'm not sure I understand the question. Who's my attorney? In this case, I don't understand the question.
Who's your attorney in regards to this lawsuit? Who represents you?
Right. It's so easy.
Right now, as I'm here in the capacity as the business records custodian, right? For the office of the Fulton County District Attorney. Sitting to your left, my right, your left, are counsel who represents this office. And I would say they are counsel for me in my capacity here today.
And that you're referring to Ms. Monroe and Mr. Bowman?
I'm referring to the counsel who
Yeah.
is sitting to my right, your left.
Is that
Who
that's what she
are
said?
Mr. Bowman and Ms. Monroe.
Yeah.
Just,
It's just
Yeah,
so easy.
thanks.
Come on, dude.
So do you also have independent counsel then, I guess is what you would call it, or another attorney?
If you are referring to in the capacity of a non-party, I have legal counsel for for the office of the Fulton County District Attorney in my capacity as a non-party, if that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking who your attorney is.
Okay.
In
In this particular matter?
yes,
Okay. And in my capacity of as Board of Custodian of Records, I've answered that question. And in my capacity as a non-party, I believe I answered that question as well.
thank you. Did anyone ask you to perform any searches outside of the subpoena in regards to our lawsuit?
Not specifically to your lawsuit. I do not recall.
Is it not specifically to my lawsuit or you don't recall?
So let me be very clear. Got a lawsuit. In my humble opinion, I thought it was frivolous. I took the lawsuit.
Did you not object non-responsive?
You asked me a question.
It was,
he can answer the questions the way he wants to answer the questions. As long as we're not going to be abusive to one another, he can say what he thinks if he wants to. Your objection is overruled.
thank you. I asked that he, Judge, I just asked that he actually answer the question and then he can respond however he'd like.
Well, I think he was in the process of answering the question when you objected to his answer as non-responsive. So let's give him a minute to get the words out. Go ahead.
I received your lawsuit. Once I saw your lawsuit and I recognized who it was from, I could immediately thought that this was a frivolous lawsuit and I needed representation. I sent it over to the county attorney's office because I needed representation on that matter. I did not think anything further to this lawsuit because I anticipated that the lawsuit was going to come, this frivolous lawsuit, and I anticipated that you wanted an opportunity to have a hearing. So yes, I anticipated, and to be quite honest, when I received that particular frivolous lawsuit, in my opinion, and sent it over to the county for representation, I did not read it.
Okay, my question was, you answered that you either did not, you said first that you didn't do any searches, and then you said you don't remember. So my question again for the third time is, did you not do any searches, or is it that you don't remember?
So I'm gonna answer this question again. You gave me a lawsuit, which I thought was frivolous. I'm telling you, I did not read the lawsuit. So if you're asking me a specific search for your lawsuit, I didn't care about your lawsuit. I sent it over to the county for representation because we knew that this was going to be, one, in my opinion, frivolous, and two, that you wanted an evidentiary hearing. And I knew that whatever was coming through the evidentiary hearing that I can address in court. So that's the answer to your question. If you're asking,
So let me jump in here for a minute. Because I absolutely agree that you're entitled to answer the question in any way you want, but now I think Ms. Merchant is right that you're not actually, her question is, did you conduct any searches after the lawsuit? Now, I think I understand your answer to be, you didn't think the lawsuit merited action or attention by you, and that's fair. But her question is, did you conduct any searches after the lawsuit? And that's a yes or no question, then you can explain if you did or didn't, or why not.
the answer is yes, because the subpoena was a part of the lawsuit. And when the subpoena, a part of the lawsuit, was received by me, a search was conducted.
But he said he
So
didn't
let's
read
narrow
it
down
though.
to that then. Between April, when you said you got this service of the lawsuit, until you got the subpoena. So excluding the subpoena, just April to when you got the subpoena, did you do any searches?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said, did I do any searches? I do not understand the question.
You can ask her to clarify.
May you clarify the question?
Did you do any searches in regards to the issues in this lawsuit?
I cannot answer that question. Why? Because I thought your lawsuit was frivolous, and I'm using your terms, Your Honor, so forgive me. It did not merit any work for me because of who you are and what
Wow.
you alleged, so I sent it over to the Fulton County for representation. So I was not familiar with the allegations therein to answer the question specifically that I looked at your lawsuit, read your lawsuit,
Oh, you read
and
it
did
now.
a search in accordance with your lawsuit. I didn't read it.
Okay, I'm gonna
You
ask
just
you
said you read
again.
it.
Between when you received the lawsuit in April, up until the time you got subpoenaed, did you perform, I'm not asking if you thought the lawsuit had merit, I'm asking if you performed any searches? Yes or no?
I cannot recall if it, no, I did not do any searches as it relates to
That's
your
it.
lawsuit because was not familiar with the contents therein. Did I
That's-
do some searches? Yes.
So no or yes? You've said both. And I'm just trying to be clear. Did you do any searches in regards to this lawsuit?
So your lawsuit, as I understand it, makes allegations of a wide range of issues, right? Let's just say issues 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I answer, I did not do searches for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and say, hey, I didn't do anything in response to your lawsuit, right? Then you're going to say, hey, this number 3 was in a lawsuit and I can see that you did searches. And I'm telling you, I don't know what's in the lawsuit. Did I do searches? The answer is yes, I did. Did I do it in response to your lawsuit? The answer is no, because I didn't know what was in the lawsuit. You made
You
a
read
lot
it.
of frivolous allegation.
How do you
So I
know?
do not know 1, 2, 3, what was in it. So if you're asking me,
You're the records custodian for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
I am.
And so, and you were brought here to testify about all of the records, all matters about open records requests in regards to Fulton County DA, correct? As the custodian, that's your job.
No, I was brought here to talk about relevant information as it relates to this particular hearing. So yes,
And if there's an open records lawsuit filed against the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, that would come under your job description, correct? Something that you would pay attention to.
along with my counsel, the answer is yes.
And so you received service of this in April. We agree to that, correct?
We do agree with that.
And you received a subpoena in August. We agree to that.
No, we don't agree to that. Let's be very clear.
Well, I think my recollection of your testimony yesterday is that we were in agreement that it was received, but maybe had a disagreement about whether and how it was served. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
See,
Let's break it down even
Wordplay.
further. In the month of April, did you do any searches for any additional documents in regards to the issues in this lawsuit? And just April, just April.
I do not know how to answer that question because
You
I
do.
was not aware in April what the issues to this lawsuits were. So I cannot answer that question.
Can I ask for a piece of clarification, Ms. Merchant?
Yes.
By issues in this lawsuit, do you mean the open records requests that are the subject of the lawsuit?
Yes. And when I asked it that way, it got a,
I understand. but I'm just trying to make sure we're all three
Yes.
having this same conversation.
I am too. And my goal is to get information from you. So if I'm not clear, I want to try and be as clear as possible. What I'm trying to find out is between April, when you got the lawsuit, and when my subpoena, not asking you about to comment on the subpoena, when my subpoena was served in August, during those months, did you do any additional searches about the subject matter? The subject matter being my open records requests, the documents I was seeking. Did you do any searches in that period of time?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
wow.
Have you spoken with Ms. Willis about the lawsuit?
She knows that a lawsuit was filed and she knows that I had to request representation. To that extent, yes.
So the only conversations you've had with her is about getting representation and the lawsuit actually being filed.
The only conversation I had with her was, we need representation because we have, I accepted service and I need representation.
Wow.
I have told her that I need to be appear before in court.
Have you ever discussed the documents at issue in this lawsuit with Ms. Willis?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe so. 'Cause
No, you don't believe you've discussed any of the documents at issue in this with Ms. Willis?
In this, break it down, ask me the specific documents and I can tell you if I did.
Have you discussed the critical mention documents with Ms. Willis?
I don't think I specifically said, I don't think I specifically asked Ms. Willis, anything about critical. It's hard to answer that question. What documents are you talking about? Are you talking about emails? Are you talking about the analytical
Anything.
graphs?
Have you discussed any of the documents regarding critical mention, any of them with Ms. Willis?
Have I talked about critical mention or sought information about that in a meeting? The answer is yes. If I have a document related to critical mention and said, here's a document for critical mention, can we discuss? The answer is no.
In regards to this lawsuit,
You know what I think about this lawsuit, so you're gonna have to be specific. Hold on, I'm sorry.
all I said in
Clarify.
regards to this lawsuit, I hadn't even asked a question yet. I just asked, I mean,
Okay.
so let me ask the
Wow.
question. In regards to this lawsuit, have you discussed, you asked me to break down the questions individually. So all of these next questions are about this lawsuit. Did you discuss critical mention documents? The production of critical mention documents with Ms. Willis?
The production of critical mention documents with Ms. Willis, and the answer is no.
Did you discuss the existence of critical mention documents with Ms. Willis?
I do not recall the existence of documents. I do recall a conversation in a staff meeting in a group setting, what is critical mention? I do recall that. And I believe that District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis was present.
Wow, this guy. Is
Outside of the
extra.
staff meeting conversation, have you had any other conversations with Ms. Willis about critical mention documents?
About critical mention documents, the answer is no.
Have you had outside of that, have you had any conversations with Ms. Willis about the forfeiture documents that were sought in this lawsuit and the open records?
Outside of that, what do you talk? Please clarify.
Outside of the critical mention, I was moving on. I was
Okay.
breaking it down. You'd asked me to go through each
Mhm.
subcategory of document. So
Mhm.
outside of critical mention, we're moving on from there.
Okay.
Forfeiture docs, talking about forfeiture docs. Have you discussed forfeiture documents, the production of forfeiture documents in regards to our open records?
No, the answer is
Or
no.
our lawsuit with Ms. Willis?
The answer is no, because the forfeiture documents, as I stated yesterday, that request was received. I responded to that request. I told you what I did to get that request. I told you that I contacted the clerk of the Board of Commissions. I responded to that. I gave that to you on January 26th, free of charge. There, I did not do anything other with that particular open records request because that was satisfied. So no, I did not talk to the district attorney or anyone else in my staff as it relates to that particular request because I handled that one personally and responded to your open records request.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Let me rephrase it. In regards to the lawsuit and the open records request, the lawsuit, you did not just answer about the lawsuit. Have you discussed production of forfeiture documents with Ms. Willis?
I answered that question, and I'm going to answer it again. I have never talked to District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis as it relates to the production of your open records request because your open records request said that you.
Judge, that's non-responsive.
Hang on.
It's non-responsive.
Well, the first part of it was responsive, which was I've never talked to.
But then he qualified never in regards to the open records, and that's not my question.
Right, I understand. I think that I understand that you are frustrated. And I understand that you want to explain yourself, right? And that's fair. You're entitled to do that as a witness. But I think it bears reminding that when she asks you a yes or no question, to the extent that you're able to answer with a yes or no, you can then explain if you choose to. But it will, I think, help move things along and maybe get rid of some of the ongoing back and forth of questions. If you feel like you understand the question and are comfortable answering yes or no, if it is a yes or no question.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Have you ever talked with Ms. Willis about forfeiture documents in regards to this lawsuit?
The answer is no.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Have you ever talked with Ms. Willis in regards to this lawsuit about confidentiality agreements?
The answer is yes.
When?
I cannot recently.
Have you ever talked with Ms. Willis about confidentiality agreements in response to my open records request? I'm not asking for your interpretation of the open records request. I'm asking if you communicated with Ms. Willis about confidentiality agreements in response to my open records request.
The answer is no.
Personnel records. Did you speak with Ms. Willis in response to this lawsuit about personnel records?
The answer. Please clarify, because you did not ask for personnel records. So if you want
Yes,
to
she
talk
did.
about this lawsuit, you cannot then say personnel records. That is not clear. Please clarify.
If
She did.
So I'm asking a broad question. Okay, so I'm asking if you talk about personnel records, any. If you say yes, then I'm going to follow up and ask you which records, and you'll
Okay.
have an opportunity to explain that. So I'm going to ask again. Did you talk with Ms. Willis about personnel records? Broad personnel records. I'm not asking you now which records. I'm asking you if you talk about personnel records.
In my capacity as Deputy of Operations, Human Resources is under my scope and
Then say yes.
responsibility. So yes,
That's
if
it.
you are being broad, I talked to District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis about personnel records.
In
Thank you.
response to this lawsuit.
The answer is no.
No.
So
Okay, so in response to this, just so I'm clear, because that was a little confusing to me and I apologize if it's my fault. In response to this lawsuit, your answer is that you did not discuss personnel records, the broad category of personnel records with Ms. Willis. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
in response to your open records request,
I didn't ask that. I said in response to my lawsuit.
the answer is no.
In response to my open records request, did you speak with Ms. Willis about personnel records in response to my open records request?
The answer is no.
Thank you. The documents, you certified documents on August 30th. You supplied them to, I believe, the county attorney and then to us. Did you discuss the production of those documents with Ms. Willis?
The answer is no.
And are ORA requests ever elevated to Ms. Willis?
The answer is no.
So you're the top of the line on ORA.
I'm the business record custodian of the office, Fulton County District Attorney, appointed by District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis.
Okay, so they never have to be elevated above.
As of anything that came into my division from 2021 to present, no, that nothing has been elevated to District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis.
And just to be clear, you do not know who compiled the 44 pages of documents that we discussed yesterday, those 44 pages that were produced to us in open records in January from your office. You don't know who actually compiled those, correct?
I cannot specifically put a name on who compiled those documents.
But you agreed with me that some of the information is missing from those 44.
I did not agree with you. Let's clarify that, please.
You agreed with me that the to and from lines, I'll be very specific then.
Okay.
You agreed with me that the to and from lines on some of those emails is missing from those 44 pages.
You pointed to me a document, you pointed to me a document, and you said, hey, could it, and I said, possibly. So I do not recall saying I agreed that the to and from lines are missing. I did recognize that there was a compilation, I think that's the word that we decided to use, was given to you on January 18th.
Can I go back for a moment? Ms. Merchant,
Mhm.
the 44 pages that you're talking about, do they correspond with Merchant 0055?
Yes, they do.
Okay, my notes indicate that, at least I thought, and I could have written it down wrong, that Mr. Bond testified that he believed Erica Willingham compiled those documents.
Oops.
You believe
Danger.
Erica Willingham compiled this. And that's, I wasn't
Oops.
clear, my notes weren't clear, and so I'm trying to get that clear.
Okay.
So you believe that Erica Willingham compiled this?
So yes, Erica Willingham is my designated employee, so yes.
Oh,
So, because and I thank you, Judge, because yesterday I had notes that said you didn't know, and then I had notes that Erica Willingham did. So I just want to make sure we're perfectly clear. Do you know that Erica Willingham compiled those, or do you just believe she did?
I believe she did.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't 100% know. You're not sure of that.
So I'm 100% sure that she received the request, she handled the request, she submitted the open records request. As I stated yesterday, that particular request was not elevated to me. It is common practice for Erica Willingham or someone from my staff to seek what they believe to be responsive records. It is common practice for them to ask staff, are these responsive records? It is common practice for them to put together records in a document and send it over to the requester. So to be very clear, can I say with 100% certainty that it was Erica Willingham? The answer is no. Do I think it is because she is my 9 to 5 exclusive open records guru? Believe? The answer is yes. Could it have possibly been somebody else on my staff that is designated
Gosh.
to open records? The answer is yes.
Have you ever discussed with Erica Willingham about how she compiled those documents, if she did?
Those documents or our general practice? Two different questions, please clarify.
I'm asking if you ever discussed with Willingham how she compiled those 44-page documents.
Those 44, no, I did not discuss with Ms. Willingham how she compiled those specific documents. What I did do, Your Honor, if I can explain, is have general practices on how to compile documents. So, but I cannot speak specifically to those 44. As I said yesterday, if I may, that those wasn't elevated to me.
Would the ORA, would the act actually allow Willingham or someone else to create a compilation of documents?
Objection,
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, objection, Your Honor. As the form of the question, would the act require Ms. Willingham to compile the documents?
Would it allow?
I mean, I feel like it might serve your purpose to, in response to her objection, to maybe rephrase it, because it does call for a legal conclusion, which maybe he's qualified to give, maybe not, but.
Well, as the records custodian, is it your belief that the act permits your office to compile documents?
As the records custodian, as someone who has served as a records custodian for a jurisdiction, I'm aware that the Open Records Act does not require staff to compile documents. So the form of your question is inartful.
But it allows, it doesn't require, but it permits. Is that your testimony?
So no, if the reading of the statute says that we, as the government document holder, is not required to compile documents. So the inverse of your question is inartful. Okay.
What?
So can we do it? The answer is, if I want to compile it, I can. Does the Open Records Act require me or mandate I do it? The answer is very clear. I am not mandated to compile or do anything. Have I, or is it reasonable for when I get an open records request to call in an employee? Hey, can I get emails? Can I get emails? Can I get emails? Compile them in one document, send it to you? The answer is yes. And the Open Records Act says yes, because I went over and beyond what the Open Records Act requires.
Wow.
Am I mandated, if I understand your correction, to do it? The answer is no. Can I? Yes. So this is our law school 101. May, shall, must. So I'm gonna need you to clarify if I did not answer your question.
Does the Open Records Act require that you produce the original documents if you have?
If those original documents are responsive to your request,
Yes.
I am required under the Open Records Act to respond to the Open Records Act. So
Does the act require you produce the original documents?
the answer is yes, assuming that the documents you seek are responsive.
So
But let me clarify, as it relates to original, I do not believe that the Open Records Act require original documents. So the answer is no. You're wording the question in an inartful way. So in my world, forgive me, and I'm gonna take my business records custodian hat off, put on my attorney hat, bad questions lead to bad answers.
I'm going to break the questions down a little more then. So I just want to make sure that we're clear what your answers are. The Open Records Act requires that you, not the original first document. I haven't answered the question.
I didn't say anything.
The original document. If you have an email, okay? And this is the original email. And I asked for this email. The Open Records Act requires that you copy this email and give it to me if it's responsive to my request, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the question calls for a legal conclusion and I don't believe, as to the form of the question, sorry. I don't believe as to the form of the question, the witness is in a position to answer that.
Okay. Ms. Merchant?
Judge, he is here as the records custodian, and I'm asking if he's testified that he can give us compilations. That's what we're here about. That's the whole point of this issue. And he's the records custodian. He's the person that should be answering these questions.
Your Honor, this lawsuit is not a Q&A on all that you know about the Open Records Act. So respectfully, I understand counsel's question, but if we can focus on the actual open records request, and if his knowledge is limited to what his knowledge is, I don't believe that this is the platform to test his knowledge on the Open Records Act.
Well, I understand your concern, Ms. Monroe, and if she were asking a general question about his general understanding of the open records generally, it's a lot, and so I might agree with you. But there is a specific issue in this case about whether a document that was produced was some sort of compilation. And because that issue is directly relevant, Mr. Bond's understanding of whether and to what extent that can be done, I think is relevant. And so I'm going to overrule your objection and let him answer the question.
Just for clarification on the record. So do you need clarification as to whether or not there was a compilation or whether or not there was an original provision of the compilation? Because her question is as it pertains to original documents, whether or not that requires an original document. She's not questioning the compilation. That we're past that line of questioning.
So I mean, I understand the line of questioning that Ms. Merchant is pursuing to be, I understand y'all disagree about this factual matter, but her assertion has been that that 44-page document includes things that appear to have been not somebody found an email and printed it and gave it to you, but someone, screenshotted or compiled the document in some way. And so her inquiry with Mr. Bond about whether, if in fact that happened, that's allowed, is what I'm allowing her to question him about. I understand that there's an ongoing dispute about whether that happened, but her argument factually that it did allows her to inquire if he understands if that's proper, because she thinks she can prove that in fact it did happen. I have no opinion about that because I haven't seen the facts on it yet.
Yes, and I agree with that line of questioning, but as she formed her question here, it was as it pertains to the Open Records Act and what it permits as it pertains to original documents. She's asking a very specific question about the Open Records Act, which leads to a legal conclusion, not a factual conclusion.
But he is not only a lawyer, but also the person in charge of complying with the Open Records Act for the DA's office. I don't think that it's unfair to ask him for his legal understanding of the law that he's tasked with complying with. And that's what I'm allowing her to do.
And Judge,
And again, to be clear, only on the issues where it's specifically relevant about whether he did or did not comply, not broad-based, what is your understanding of open records, et cetera?
yes, and Judge, I'm trying to be specific. And one of the issues is substantial compliance. If they substantially complied, if they tried to comply, and that's why I'm asking why I think it's relevant. Let's, you've probably forgotten the question at this
I
point.
did.
Okay, I'm gonna use the actual emails then from yesterday. Sierra, are you logged on? Okay, can you pull up Merchant 0055 for us?
Oh, look great.
Okay, so this document, if you look at 0055,
Yes,
just take a look at this because I'm gonna ask you to compare it to a different document.
yes,
Okay, above the Fonnie Willis critical mention search, there's no date. Would you agree?
I agree, no date.
There's no to or from.
There's no to or from.
And if you look where it says PR value for last week, there's no date.
PR value from us. Yes, no date. PR value from last week, no date.
So, and there's no to or from, correct?
No to or from.
Okay, and then you see direct link to story. It says at the bottom of the page, direct link to story, correct?
Right, it's cut and
Yes.
paste. Yeah,
Okay. So these are all these three, and I'm separating them out just for us today. There's the critical mention search, there's the PR value, and then there's direct link to story. Those 3 documents are all compiled on one page, correct?
It appears that those 3, okay. When you
Yep.
say 3 documents, I cannot tell you if these documents, I cannot tell you that, right? But what I can say is those 3 paragraphs that you mentioned are all on one page.
there you
That's
go.
what I'm asking.
You're
The same
looking
thing.
at those, you said 3 documents.
She-
Well, we'll look at the individual documents.
Okay, that's fine, but clarify, be clear.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. So, and we identified the 3 different documents. So we're going to look at those. But this page, you would agree, the section about critical mention search, the section about PR value, and the section about direct link to story, those are all on the same page.
I agree that those 3 items are all on the same page. The answer is yes.
Great. Let's look at merchant 0138, please. Would you agree that the subject and the body of that email is on 0055, the document we were just looking at? The subject line and the body.
Subject line in the body, yes.
Would you also agree that the to and from are not on 0055?
I agree that the to and from is not on 055. I agree. Can I clarify?
Nope.
I am assuming that this particular document that's in front of me was provided in production to the 140, we did 44 versus the 197 pages. Is that correct?
You swore to this document. This is in your business record certificate.
Oops, danger.
I'm just telling you where it is. You asked.
So yes. So my assumption is correct then. And since my assumption is correct, this was done by the IT and this is in native form. So yes, the to and from. The answer is yes.
The date, February 17th, 2021. That is on this document, but not on the 0055, correct?
That is correct.
And the attachment that says attachments, CM value screenshot, Fonnie Willis, JPEG. That attachment is nowhere to be found on 0055, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
May I clarify?
Sure.
But I do not, it's not on 055. But if we're talking about your open records request,
I'm not that, I didn't ask you about that. I asked you to compare the documents.
so if I'm looking at 055, which was produced in response to your open records request, and we said yesterday that your open records request sought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that was the big one, right? And if you are saying that the open records request open records request response is the same or should be the same as the documents produced from the subpoena, I think that that is a false correlation. But the answer to your question, to be clear, no.
No, that attachment does not appear on 0055.
The attachment does not appear on what you received for the open records request.
And to use your term, does the ORA, Open Records Act, does it require you to produce documents in your term native form?
Does it require me? I think it requires me to produce copies, images, inspection. So I do not think it mandates native form. Native form, especially with electronic communication, I can do that. But if I give you copies of emails, copy of emails are sufficient. In my practice, just last week, I sent over a compilation, we use that word, of 2 emails to opposing counsel. They called me and said, hey, can I have those emails in native form? I then responded and said, okay, talk to them and let them know that in order for me to produce native form, I will have to go to the IT department. I will have to fill out a form. It's going to take some time because in my normal course of business, I don't have those documents. I have copies. This is what I have. So if you want the native form, I have to go to the IT department. They said, okay. I said, give me 2 weeks. Let's follow up. And I gave it to them in native form. So the answer is that clear?
Somewhat.
Okay, good.
So you do not believe you have to provide them in native form?
The Open Records Act says that I have to give you copies and allow you to inspect. So it's not exclusive.
Okay. And when it allows you to give copies, do you believe that it allows you to, and I'm not going to use the word redact, I'm going to use the word remove. And let me just clarify. Redact to me would be blacking out so that you can see it, what was removed. Removed means removing it so nobody knows that it was even there, okay? Just to qualify. Do you believe the Open Records Act permits you to remove items from an original document in the copy you provide?
Which are the way that it's presented, if you're not talking about redaction, I'm gonna have to agree with you. No, you are not to remove.
But you did.
And
That's the
this,
problem.
so would you agree that the to from is removed from 0055?
The to from doesn't appear. The to from doesn't appear. I cannot say it was removed because again, right? You gave me an open records request. We gave it to you as responsive records. And at that moment it was done. So I cannot tell you if it was removed. You are assuming, right, based on removing, arguably facts that's not in evidence.
Well, I'm just asking you to look at the document.
There's
The
two
document,
different things, remove versus doesn't appear. I'm gonna help you out.
okay, this document right here,
Mhm.
it's your term.
Okay. Does it
The
appear?
native form, the to or from, the date and the attachments, they all appear on the native form, correct?
On the native form, they appear,
Okay.
yes.
And on 0055, the form that I got in open records, they do not appear, correct?
They do not appear
Right.
in this particular form. That's correct.
Let's look at 0139. All right, so 01, oh, I'm sorry, we were just looking at that. Let's look at 0138 for the record. Would you agree that it references an analytics graph attached as a PDF? And then when you go to the 0055, if you can go to that one, that's there. So someone reading this would assume that there's an analytics graph attached somewhere. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a reasonable statement.
So move forward to the next document, 0139. This one, the subject says PR value for last week and the body of the email. Would you agree that the subject line and the body appear in 0055?
It does appear in the this document before me, yes.
Would you agree that the to, from, CC, date, and attachments they are here on the native document and they are removed from the 0055 document?
We talked about removed. I cannot
They
tell.
do not appear, I'm sorry.
Let's-
I
let's
tried to use your
move.
term.
Yes, please.
Do not appear.
It does not appear in the records that you received on the as a response to your open records request.
So you would agree that it does appear on the native document, but it does not appear on the documents I received in open records.
I would agree with that.
And then 0140, we can look at that. Okay, this document, and I'm only talking about the bottom, I'm not talking about the top part yet. Would you agree that on this native form, the to, from, and the date appear on the native form?
I agree. I see it. Yes, it appears.
Would you agree that the to, from, and date do not appear on the document that I was provided in open records? 0055.
Yeah, I do. 055 is not in front of me, but I do not believe it appears.
We can put it up.
Got it. It does not appear.
Okay, let's go back to 0140. The part that's blacked out at the top. Did you do that redaction on your business record certificate? Certified documents, sorry.
Did I personally do it?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Were you involved in the decision to make this redaction?
I'm pretty, if it was redacted, it was done probably under my request.
Let's look at 0055. Do you see where it says it's a constitutional amendment, which means it needs 2/3 of each house of the General Assembly and then a statewide referendum in the fall of 2020? Still a ways to go. Do you see that section?
I do.
And see where it says direct link to story and then a to from line there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let's go back to 0140. Does it appear that the redacted section here
Okay, there we go.
is what you just read in 0055 about the constitutional amendment?
Based on the size and text, I think that can be a reasonable inference. And if I may?
Yeah.
So look at 055. I let you know that I did not compile, right? And that was sent under my elevation. As it relates to that document, I looked at it and I probably redacted it under my direction.
the one you certified.
Yes.
But you don't remember redacting it. You just said you probably did?
So it is redacted. And if it was redacted, it was redacted under my request. But if you're talking about if I specifically went into Adobe Pro and did all that other stuff, I can't tell you.
I'm just asking who redacted it.
It was done under me, somebody under my request.
So you told somebody to redact it.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma-
Can we look at merchant 0056? Sorry, that one may take a minute to pull up. Can you look at where it says we've had major incoming from the press the last several days? It's in the middle. It says, do you need your critical mention login? And then in a different font, it appears, thanks, if you can resend. We've had major incoming press from the last several days.
What, thanks, if you can see. Yes, I see that.
There is no email that correlates to that in your business record certificate, 197 pages. Do you have any idea where that native document exists?
No, I don't. No, I do not.
All right. Nothing else. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Ms. Monroe or Mr. Bowen?
Wait, that's the end? I wanted more fireworks.
Good morning, Mr. Bond. If I may call you Dexter,
I'm sorry?
if I may call you Dexter,
Yes, please, please.
perfect.
Yes, I
I'm just gonna have you just state your title again for the record
My official title is Deputy of Operations.
Sassy man.
and just give me a description of what your job title entails.
Oh, I do quite a lot. Oversee human resources, open records, of course, purchasing department, accounting, graphics, IT at one point. So quite a few things. I like to think that I give the gas to my attorney so that I can run. So whatever they need, we're ready to go.
Excellent. Now, in terms of your role as record custodian, can you give us some insight as to what your official duties are there?
Sure. On a day-to-day, I have one designated staff member who deals with open records, bless her heart, from 9 to 5. This is what she does. She gets about 1,000, probably a year, if not more. She receives them.
And you said 1,000 a year, 1,000 a year what?
Oh, good question. 1,000 open records requests, about 50 to 75 a month. That's her sole job. So she receives it, she goes into the portal, she responds. More often than not, she handles it. There are certain times, and I'm getting to what's my role, she elevated. If we need to discuss exemptions, if we need to discuss various different things, and then I'll step in, so.
And you testified yesterday that if there are other members of your office that need to be pulled in on certain projects, that's something that you would do. How often does that happen?
It depends, very often. You know, as you know, open records requires a lot of retention. So depending on how much documents, redaction, I'm sorry, you go and I say, hey, get someone that's suited in this particular area to conduct the redactions. Media, a lot of media people want videos. So I would have to go to a graphics or someone on that team to actually look at a video and redact various statements. Anything that's specialized, especially as it relates to the case files, we know. If it's open and active, you're not gonna get it, but there are some exceptions. So I have to work with the attorney and I allow them to determine what's that's privileged. So it's very difficult for me to pinpoint, you know, who is handling what as it relates to open records. But I can say for a staff member, based on my workload, I have one designated staff member.
And as far as this workload of about 50 to 75 open record requests per month. How does your office manage those cases?
Ooh, we manage it through the portal. I call it the portal. A portal is electronic communication. Thank goodness for it. Because as soon as the open records come, we're able, well, my designated employee is able to receive it, able to respond, give a tracking number almost immediately. So that helps. It retains our files as it relates to what we've been submitted, and it allows communication between whoever, well, my designated employee and the requester. So it can kind of reduce some emails. So we use the portal to deal with open records.
Okay, and what are your internal processes outside of the portal? Well, let me backtrack. Have you always, so this portal that you're a part of, can you just give me the title of the portal?
GovQA.
GovQA, and who's that portal solicited through?
Fulton County Attorney's Office.
And were you always a part of that portal?
No, not quite. It was unique.
I'm sorry, what was the name of that again?
GovQA, G-O-V.
Thank you.
space.
I wasn't sure if y'all said Dove, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. GovQA,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, as you were saying, I think you were describing,
GovQA.
right, so GovQA. So now have you always been part of so who is the GovQA facilitated by?
The Fulton County Attorney's Office.
And
Okay, I got to jump in very, very quickly. I know y'all are loving the deep dive into. I know y'all are loving the deep dive into Dexter Bond's job. I kid. However, over on the YSL side, over down in One Charlie, they are going to probably have Quindaria Zachary in court today. They said in about an hour, so it's currently about 11 o'clock, give or take, for laughs and giggles. So let's just say probably 12:30, 1 o'clock ish. So hopefully that will actually happen. So just giving you a heads up, if I see anything pop up with Quindaria Zachary popping in, we will be jumping back over there immediately. But I just want to give y'all a heads up on that. Yeah, I'm thinking probably after lunch that would make sense, but is he going to be on Zoom? I wasn't certain, but I've got a couple messages and I'm trying to follow along with what Bonds is talking about, plus taking care of a kid that's homesick today and forgetting to turn my mic off. So y'all pray for your boy. Pray for your boy. Oh, he's going to be on Zoom. Okay, perfect. Okay. That's still cool. I think get it done. I mean, good. That's probably even better personally, in my opinion. So anyway, I just letting y'all know, no problem at all. No problem. Hey, look, this thing has gotten so interesting. Look, I'm trying my best to keep all this stuff going. So for sure, let's go ahead and jump back in here because Bonds is embarrassing. I'm sorry, man. Oh, by the way, I do have to acknowledge this real quick. Bonds is a Morehouse man. So I'm very disappointed in this fact. I had to say it. I got to take the good and the bad.
I would
Here we go.
assume every department in Fulton County.
okay, and is the DA's office deemed a department of Fulton County?
Yes, we're an agency of it. Yeah.
You're an agency of Fulton County?
The Office of Fulton County District Attorney is a state agency.
So is it considered a local Fulton County
No.
agency? Okay.
No.
And-
No.
Okay. And as far as the records that are maintained on this portal, is it your testimony today that Fulton County, by way of use of this portal, has custody of those records? Of your records, I'm sorry, that are contained by your office, the DA's office?
It's in the portal, but I don't know if they have the custody. Those are my records.
So outside of the records being maintained on the portal, let's say if the documents are never uploaded on the portal, would Fulton County have access to
No.
the records of the district attorney's office?
Thank you for that. The answer is no.
Okay. Now, if, for example, Fulton County would need to access some records on behalf of the DA's office, how would they go about doing that?
If it's Fulton County, they would probably contact me as a business record custodian.
And then what?
Depending on what they ask, it goes in various different routes.
But ultimately, if there are documents to be provided, who would provide those records?
It would be me. It's my responsibility.
And when you say me, do you mean you in your official capacity as custodian of records?
Yes, me on my team.
And Okay, thank you for that background. Um, so in maintaining these requests, you mentioned that the portal has been very useful in
Yes.
maintaining those requests. Any other operations within your office that take place to maintain those records or to maintain those requests? What are some of the things that occur within your office internally to manage these requests?
Yeah, it depends on what the request is, right? I look at it in several boxes. If you are asking for documents that fall in a box of we know it's coming, right? Let's think about in January or something. I know that I'm going to have an influx of a request for a specific document. We try to go ahead and compile those documents. So soon as when a request come, we can get it out, right? So that's a way of if we know it's coming, we anticipate it's coming. I know you're going to ask for this particular contract, this MOU. I have it ready to go. We're ready to go.
Okay, perfect. How about meetings? Do you guys hold meetings?
We do.
How
My open
often?
records, I have a staff meeting on Tuesday. My staff meeting on Tuesday is with a whole host of people. The reason why I bring that up as it relates to open records is because sometimes my 24-hour designee, as I call her, she works around the clock. She has a request, and let's say it's asking for something that I don't know. That is her opportunity to talk about all my direct reports, right? So it may be something that I don't know, but if my lobbyist does know it, or if my graphics designer know it, or if my accountant is familiar with it, is discussed at that meeting, and we can go about seeing how we can get those records, right? Also, specifically for open records, it's important that I have a one-on-one, if necessary, on Thursdays. You know that I got a tight deadline as it relates to open records, so that Tuesday, Thursday works, right? So if I hit it on Tuesday, then I can touch it on Thursday. At some point, I can try my best. Of course, with 1,000, we're not perfect to hit a turnaround or have a valid projection of when I'm gonna be able to get it.
Mhm. Is DA Fonnie Willis ever part of those meetings?
No,
How about any member of the Fulton County Open Records team? Are they ever a part of those meetings?
no.
Why not?
Oh, those are my staff meetings. Those are all my direct reports, people who report directly to me, my executive assistant, my HR, my accounting, my whole operations division. We sit around, we powwow, see what's going on with the office, and then we strategize for each respective division. So they wouldn't have a reason to be there on the team that I lead.
Does Fulton County Open Records team ever have anything to do with your,
Oh, no.
sorry, let me just finish the question. The open records requests that are received by the DA's office?
Sometimes I'll reach out for help if I don't understand anything, but to that extent, no.
Okay, talk to me about that. When you say reach out for help, how is the Fulton County Open Records team of assistance to your office?
They have more resources, to be honest with you. So if it's a redaction project, perhaps I'll say, hey, can you help me out here? If it's a legal question as it relates to an exemption or of interpretation, I would jump on a call and say, hey, let's powwow. What's your take on this?
Okay.
So it's another set of bright minds that I can discuss things with.
So it's more like a consulting type of relationship.
Absolutely.
Have they ever provided records? Has a Fulton County Open Records team ever provided records for requests that have been submitted to your office? Have they ever provided or produced documents on the D's district attorney's office behalf?
No.
You testified about the cyber attack that took place in January of this year. Do you remember the exact date?
I don't. I remember it was at the end of January. January was a crazy month. So
Mhm. And how did that cyber attack affect the operations of open records in your office, in the DA's office?
It we couldn't have access to the portal. You know, electronic communications was down for a quick while. So what we did do is actually consult with the county attorney's office. I remember receiving a template of a letter saying, hey, we need to put requesters on notice saying that things was going to be significantly delayed. There was a period of GovQA. I don't see it every day, that we just really couldn't get files, or we couldn't access files GovQA in itself. It also infected our office because, you know, a lot of our requests require us to go to archives, go to emails, do electronic searches, right? At one point, Lexus, like there were things best way to put it, our hands were strapped during that period. And we wanted to communicate that effectively to all my requesters.
Mhm. And so would you say that as a result of the cyber attack, has your department fully recovered?
I'm gonna say no, again.
They've recovered from a cyber attack?
Yeah, I'm gonna give her a little bit of latitude to the extent that I'm assuming she's going to argue affected his ability to comply. Go ahead.
Oh, well, with that being said, I'm gonna say no, we could not recover for a couple of different reasons. The cyber attack was put some stress on my staff from January, but as a personal note, as a business record custodian, I'm not sure if you know, I had surgery in December. So I was out of work quite some time. I broke my toe in October. After I broke my toe in October, had surgery, a procedure in November, had to have surgery in December, was out of the office for quite some time, had limited work from January to February. So then a cyber attack happened. So if we're talking about personally my ability, let's talk personally first and then a cyber attack. So coupled with those things and my step working level and resources, things was difficult for this particular year. We started 2024 off very interestingly.
Do you have any, would you say that increased the cyber attack caused an increase in lawsuits as it pertains to any open record violations?
I don't think it increased in lawsuits because I am prideful of the work that my staff do in open records. I don't, giving my designated staff and how many records requests that I received, open records lawsuit isn't something that typically we get, right? So I'm proud of the work. So I would not say that the cyber attack contributed to that. I will say that January was an interesting month for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the influx of open records requests from January because of a high profile matter that the requester is familiar with. And the request in giving the dates of that particular high profile matter in the dates of those requests from the requester and so many other resources. January was February, March, April
I understand.
was crazy.
I understand. So I'm gonna shift gears a bit. Thank you for that background. Are you familiar with the requester in this case?
Mrs. Ashley Merchant,
Correct.
I am familiar with her.
And how are you familiar with the requester?
First, by way of this lawsuit. Secondly, Ashley Merchant has subpoenaed me a few times on various different matters. Ashley Merchant has used my name in public forums in various different forms in a manner which in my opinion lacks candor. So I do not have a personal relationship with Ashley Merchant, but she seems to often use my name in things.
And I'm sorry if I wasn't specific, just more on a professional level as it pertains to open records requests. How have you come to know the requester?
Well, hang on. Y'all, I heard lots of stuff from Mr. Bond yesterday that Ms. Merchant makes lots of requests and that he's very familiar with her. I think we've made that point.
Okay.
I like Judge
Okay,
Cross.
so as it pertains to the critical mention records that were submitted back in January, the 44 pages of emails, want to bring you back to that period. I know we testified at length to that yesterday and today. I just wanted to clarify, in preparing, I do want to give you a fair opportunity to explain to the court today what your process was from the receipt of that request down to the production of that request. Can you walk me through that, please?
Yes.
Actually, I said
so
yesterday.
January 8th came. The request, if I recall, came into our open records team. Our open records team did a response. We supplied those documents. As it relates to my involvement to that particular open records request, critical mention, I cannot tell you that I had any involvement. What I can say specifically is when there are emails or requests, I do it in two ways. The first, as it relates to email requests, is my staff has complete authority to say, if you're looking for emails related to Dexter Bond's birthday party, and you know that someone knows Dexter Bond's birthday party, reach out to them and let's figure out how we can, compile emails, understanding that my staff, if you know my staff and you know about Dexter's Bond birthday party, let's get those emails and let's get it over to the responsive document. So that's one way. Reach out to the people. If you got copies, I can forward emails. I've done that. I've copied emails. I have done that. And so the second thing is, in the event that you ask for emails from a specific date range, my staff only has limited range. I think my emails go back to a year. I can then go to the IT department. IT department can give me emails, but I have to fill out, I call it a matrix, a ticket, an Excel sheet. So I have to provide them several different information. It takes some time, and they have the capacity to go from a long period of time, right? To get various different emails. Those emails are given in the form, and then I can go ahead and forward them all. So to answer your question, as it relates to that critical mention, the first one, I had nothing, I did not do anything, but my team could have reached out, could have compiled documents. I will also say
When you
that
say could have, did they or could have they? Which one was it?
they did.
Okay.
Call, do whatever they need to compile a document to provide responsive records. In my experience, if someone did not like the copies or the image of the emails that was provided, then they would have called me or called my staff and say, hey, I see this particular email, may I have it in native form? I have done that. And then I will go ahead and let them know, hey, it's gonna take some time, gotta go over IT. Here's the copy as it relates to the native form, and then I can provide them it that way too.
And did the requester in this case send you any communication following up regarding the form of the emails or the contents of the emails, questioning its native form?
No, they did say that that open records request, as I testified, had several different parts. They did reference it and acknowledge receipt, and they did say that this is one part that's missing. So to answer your question,
What was that one part that was missing?
the graphs, analytical graphs therein in critical mention.
Which were located where in the emails?
I'm sorry?
Graphs as it pertains, in which were located where in the emails?
So in the emails, it was mention of critical mention, and then said reference graphs. The second open records request said, I want the graphs that was in the responsive documents. Give me the graphs.
The graphs that were in the attachments?
The graphs that was in the responsive documents that I gave.
Okay. And so how did you address that follow-up from the requester?
At that time, I responded and said, I do not know. It's not reasonably calculated to know what you're talking about. Because at the time, I had no idea what she was talking about.
And what were your attempts to research the graphs or the attachments that she was referring to?
At that point, I start staff meeting. Hey, I have something, critical mention. What is critical mention? What is that? Are there any graphs? Then I start reaching out to various different people. Originally, I thought it was security because critical mention, I thought it was some research device. Then I thought maybe it was, let me see, some investigative tool. I did later finally realize that it was a media tool. And at that moment, start saying, educate me, what is it?
And who did you consult to educate you?
That was a Jeff DeSantis. Once I figured that out, that was a Pallavi Bailey. Hey, what is this? And then at that moment, we realized that you wanted some graphs that was embedded in the actual critical mention.
And so once you were educated on what critical mention was and what exactly they were asking for, what were your steps then to see if that information was available?
So that was, let's make a call to critical mention. Do we have, first and foremost, do we have critical mention, right? Because in January, when I got the open records request, I didn't have critical mention. So it wasn't something that I can log into. Hey, Jeff, do you have a order? Do you have a username? Let's go in. Can you get it? Oh, we don't even have critical mention anymore. Hey, critical mention. Is it a way that I can get this? You don't have an account with us. So those are my steps. I did not have the graphs. I did not have anything that was embedded in critical mention because I don't have critical mention.
Mhm. And so you called critical mention.
Me or my staff, somebody called critical mention. That was an assignment.
Do you know who called critical mention?
I don't know who.
And you consulted with your staff?
Oh, I
about-
definitely could talk to my staff.
And were they able to provide you any additional information about these attachments?
No, not at that time.
Okay, and given that this information were a part of these emails that were from members of your office, such as Jeff DeSantos, Jerry Murray, Fonnie Willis, Ms. Balabi, did you reach out to them to have them search their respective emails to get that information?
Yes, I did.
And what if anything came up from that?
I remember talking specifically to Jeff because he was our point. Hey, do you have critical mention? Jeff did a research, gave me some emails. At that time, if I recall correctly, the graph that was being sought was dated from maybe 2021, 2022, whenever we have it. I indicated that my staff have limited access to their emails, right? They can only go back to a certain period. I know I have a good year. Anything outside of a year, I cannot actually get to. So I go through archives.
Mhm. So when would you say you had to sit down with these respective members from your office to search for emails back in 2021? What year were you in?
This year, 2024.
2024. So, right, because the request was in 2024,
That's
correct? All right, so were they able to find anything in their emails?
No,
Okay, did they make any attempts to look through their emails?
yes.
And what were those attempts?
I remember standing over Jeff's shoulders, hey, let's look for these search terms. Do you have it? Do you have these emails? I remember IT works under me, having my IT director go downstairs and look. Do you have it? Let's look again. So those was the things that I did to.
So the IT person so who's this IT person that helped you?
IT person that helped me, that I think I assigned last name Stokes to that matter.
And just give me some description, a little bit more detail as to how, what his attempts were in combination with you and Mr. DeSantos to get those attachments.
So purpose of the staff meeting, so many different interchanging parts, right? I say, hey, I need my IT department to go help Jeff, right? Simply because Jeff not an IT guy. Let's make sure, let's look at these emails, let's use these search terms. How far can we go? What have we done? And he was able to say, I cannot find anything. And actually it was him who confirmed that it goes back to a certain date.
Okay. At any point, did your office or your team, your open records team, consult with the Fulton County IT team to get access to these records?
Yes, eventually.
Okay, and how did you do so?
As a response to the subpoena, the subpoena was very specific. It was emails to A from B with search term A1, B1. I was able to use that particular subpoena, put it in a ticket, allow IT to go over all various different emails. IT, Fulton County Department, not to be confused with my IT department, has the capacity to go over so many more emails, and they was able to retrieve items in their native form.
And when we're going to
This
get to the
dude is a
subpoenas, but
mess.
before then, when
God.
after the action, back in January, when
This
the
dude.
open records request was submitted and you received the follow-up from the requester regarding the attachments, and after speaking with your team and not being able to get to those emails, did you contact Fulton County IT regarding those attachments?
I contacted, I got that in January, and I remember saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I remember having conversations. My first contact with IT probably came in February. That was when I returned, and it was more specific, not about the attachments. It's more about, do we have a contract? Like, what I was looking for various different things, like what is critical? I was ignorant at this time. What is that? So that was my first point of contact. February was a crazy month. About March, we start having conversations about, is it a way that I can go retrieve? What can I do? And then very soon thereafter, I think I received a lawsuit.
Okay. Have you ever encountered this issue where your team has requested emails and were not able to access attachments in those emails?
Yes, it happens often.
Okay. And how does your office address that?
So the first thing is, if I want to know specifically what the requester is looking for, right? So rule number one is, let's pick up the phone and let's try to communicate. What's going on? What are you looking for? Because I can try to figure out if it is a better way to get it, right? Then two, it's, hey, let's sit down with so and so and let's do, my attorney's a business. Let's do some research. Then
This
three
dude said
is,
he'll
let's
call
go to
them.
IT department. So it's like a 1, 2, 3 step.
Why didn't he call Ash?
Okay. Now, just to be clear, did you contact Fulton County IT team, or was it an IT team that you contact within your office?
Both.
Okay. And were they able to help you to get those attachments?
At that time, I do not recall. I did not get those attachments. So I'm gonna say no.
Okay. And so as a result, you provided those pages, those emails that consisted of the 44 pages, correct?
Well, those 44 was prior to me even knowing what critical mention was, but they was provided in
dude.
response to an open records request.
Okay. And those were your
He just
efforts
making up stories.
made after being notified by the requester that you were seeking these attachments.
Those is my efforts for the specific request that she raised and saying she was missing. Those were my efforts. to
Anything
answer.
else that she followed up on in terms of what she was missing from the original provision of documents?
That was the only thing.
Okay. Now, so nothing about contracts, payments,
No,
from critical mention?
she did not follow up.
Okay. All right, and now we're at the subpoena stage of this lawsuit. Who compiled those records? Who compiled those records in response to that subpoena?
IT department at my request.
Okay, and how did you submit that request?
I call it a ticket. Some people call it a matrix. Some people call it an Excel sheet.
And what did you put in that ticket?
Exactly, copy and paste it from the subpoena. The from, the search terms, the search items, you can go ahead and put in the ticket. Make sure that you are hitting those hot button issues. What I do know from my conversations with IT, they always tell me garbage in, garbage out. So they're constantly, hey, you did not do this. I recall, as it relates to that subpoena, being very specific because it was these search terms to our employees, right? So that allows IT to really go, they got a limited database to work. If your request is any emails related to critical mention, the garbage in is gonna get garbage. You're not gonna get as much records because your search term, who are you asking, who is it from, is anything specific? So I like to think that the subpoena was specific and IT was able to help me on that.
So your testimony today is because the subpoena was more detailed as opposed to the original request, which is the reason why you got different results or different emails?
I knew exactly what they were seeking for in the subpoena. I knew exactly where to go. I was educated at that time because it was laid out. I went to the right source. They was able to pull I didn't even have to go to my staff at this one. And they was able to pull my files through archives and pull any and all records.
Were you surprised by the amount of emails that came back from IT as a result of the subpoena production?
I don't know if I had an emotional reaction at all.
Okay, that's fair. Moving on to the
Yeah, you did. He was
forfeiture
emotional.
request, the request regarding the forfeiture reports. You testified that you provided an equitable share agreement. Were you aware of the forfeiture reports that were that was shown to you yesterday, during yesterday's hearing?
At the time of I received the open records request, no, I was not aware. No, I was not aware.
So is it uncommon for you for your office to submit documents of that nature outside of your notice or outside of your consent?
Yeah, I would say yes, because some of those was filed, right, with the state. And with the documents that I saw, the first one, my name wasn't on. The second one, my name or my staff wasn't on it in both the first and second one. The third one, it appears that my name was typed, but another email. So to answer your question is, it's not.
You coming right off the top of the dome
And what I
with this
recall from
stuff.
your testimony yesterday is that you were not aware of this document. When did you become aware of this document?
When my counsel presented it to me
And do you remember a time frame?
within the last few weeks.
Okay. And so it's safe to say you weren't aware of this document back when it was requested in January?
No, in January, honestly, I did not know what her request is. In my experience, I get, again, of the 1,000 requests, only a certain percentage comes to me. And based on my experience, I can kind of gear if someone really wants a specific document, and I can jump on the phone and say, hey, what are you looking for, right? In my experience, when I have a lot of open records requests is extremely broad, things become a little bit more difficult. This one, in my opinion, was very broad, but I was guided because of my expertise, right? As a county attorney, I filed with the local governing authority. And because I knew what that meant, right? I was like, okay, I know who the local governing authority is. My next step was clerk of the Board of Commission. I'm looking for forfeiture documents because, as I recall the request, there wasn't a distinction between state and federal. I'm looking for forfeiture documents. Do I, on behalf of this office, or does this office file forfeiture documents? The answer was yes, the equitable sharing agreement. Does it talk about property? The answer is yes. This must be responsive. And this was a case where I went, honestly, in my opinion, over and beyond, because I didn't know what she was talking about. But I was like, oh, wait, this is really in my wheelhouse, right? Let me make a call. Called the governing authority. She said that we filed it by state law. The governing authority gave it to me. And then I indicated, trying to communicate, we believe this is what you're talking about. And I gave it to her free of charge in response to so many other things. So.
And you provided that report prior to the filing of the suit, correct?
Yes, January 26th, along with my letter.
And was there any and there was some follow-up communication between the requester and your office stating not this equitable sharing agreement, we're seeking something else. Do you recall that communication?
I don't.
Okay. And if you knew that this, strike that. Now, in terms of the request regarding the non-disclosure agreements, you testified that originally when you received the request, you thought the requests were pertaining to media, and that's the reason why you didn't provide it, because your office didn't possess any NDAs regarding the media, correct?
That's correct.
Now, were you aware of any NDAs at that time of at the time of the request? Were you aware of any NDAs that would have been responsive to this request?
No NDAs that prevented my staff from talking to the media. I was not aware of anything.
And at what point did you, and was there any follow-up by the requester regarding this response when you indicated that there were no responsive records?
I don't believe that through the portal. And of course, Ashley Merchant and I don't converse via email. So I don't believe so. No.
And at what point did you realize that she wasn't, well, yesterday you testified that you came to know about, yesterday you testified that you gained clarity as to the request, that it was not limited to the media, and that it was a request essentially generally addressing confidential agreements. When did you learn that?
During the course of this hearing.
Give me a time frame.
Within the last 2 weeks, I do recall the subpoena being extremely more specific. And if I could recall correctly, she took out any mention of media and only focused on confidentiality agreements. And once that happened, only confidentiality agreements, that's when I start conversing who has confidentiality agreements. Did, in my opinion, my due diligence to provide what I had as quickly as possible.
Was it brought to your attention by someone?
Yes,
Who was it brought to your attention?
my counsel.
Okay. And after learning that this request was encompassing not only NDAs for addressing the media, but that it was addressing all NDAs, what did you do at that point?
At that moment, I acted as I would with any other open records request. What is it? Who has them? Because this was a situation where my staff, we don't sign them. So my direct reports, let's be very clear. Who has them? Where are they? Do they exist? What are they? Just generally confidentiality agreements. And I knew they did. I just had to go figure out where they were.
And after that research, were you able to discover any NDAs?
Well, confidentiality agreements, I don't call them NDAs.
Okay.
Because my confidentiality agreements is, protect my victims' rights. Make sure that what's going on, you don't disclose. We hear a lot of serious stuff, a lot of private stuff. So and I had to go into that particular area to see what was going on.
And so were you able to locate confidentiality agreements?
Yes,
And what did you do at that point upon locating them?
gave it to my counsel.
To do what?
I'm assuming my counsel gave it to Ashley Merchant.
But you gave it to your counsel to give it over to the requester.
Oh,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Now, do you believe that the provision of those disclosure agreement satisfies the request?
Now understanding that it wasn't limited to media, I do believe that responsive records in which I was able to find at that time satisfies the request.
Do you believe that there are any additional confidentiality agreements?
I have no reason not to believe there are.
Is this something that your office is researching ongoingly?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your plan or the plan of your office to provide those documents as they are made available to you?
That's my next Tuesday staff meeting. I got a list of things. That is one. Kind of been busy this week. So if there are some more, this is why I assign things. Hey, can we let's talk about that. Let's see if they exist. Where are they? But I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that on Tuesday, 11:30, I'll be updated on the issue.
Okay. There was some testimony and some questioning regarding possibility of altering any documents that may have been provided to the requester, specifically as it pertains to critical mention documents. Is it your testimony at all that these documents, that you have any reason to believe or any suspicion to believe that these documents have been altered, the critical mention emails?
No, not the substance of the emails. I do not have any reason to believe that the substance of the emails has been altered.
And so even after the illustration that took place a few moments ago, where you noticed that there was a to and from missing, the dates that were missing, and even the subject line was missing, do you still hold that position?
I do. I don't think any substance have been dismissed.
And why do you feel that way?
First and foremost, I trust my staff, right? I think my staff is well trained. I'm thinking about the person who's designated as my paralegal for this particular matter. She's a trustworthy person. That's number one. Let me start with my staff. Number two, it is completely common for my staff to reach out and try to take particular emails and say, hey, given January, given what was going on, are these responsive, right? So it's completely common that I give you those documents. It has happened, and it will continue to happen, that a requester receives documents and they say, hey, I'm looking at this document, can I have it in native form? It happened to me last week. And then at that moment, you assign and say, hey, I need this particular portion in native form. It's my experience when someone is really looking for something specific, they're on a search for something specific. So if it's no moving target, I have an opportunity to sit down, communicate with you to figure out what you're doing. The problem is, I like to get you records as quickly as possible for open records purposes. When I engaged in native form, That's not me, right? I'm getting emails from various different staff. When I go into Native Form, I'm going beyond my direct team, beyond my office to Fulton County IT, and I'm submitting a ticket that falls in line with every other ticket that they're doing. So I typically to let them know, I'm giving you a copy of this. If you need Native Form, it's going to take some time. And a lot of times it takes some time. Right now, I'm in a discovery matter, gave them a copy, it's sufficient, but I have to give them a Native Form. I think we might be 6 weeks. It's a long time. Forgive me, I don't know a time frame, but it's a long time to get those forms.
And is it a practice of your office to modify or redact, oh, no, I'm sorry, not redact, but modify or manipulate documents outside of redaction? Is it a practice of your office to do that with documents that are produced by way of
Absolutely not.
open records? requests?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And has there ever been a situation where your office has ever been accused of doing anything of that nature?
Absolutely not. Not under my leadership. Absolutely not.
And what is your position or the understanding of your open records staff as it pertains to manipulating documents? Do you have a policy in place as it pertains to that?
The policy, I think that we talked about, all records should be maintained in accordance with the Open Records Act. That's specific. General, we take an oath to the highest esteem, right? So with any allegations of anything that violates that oath or violates the law is seriously taken under the leadership of Madam DA Fonnie T. Willis, and as the board of, and in my capacity as Deputy of Operations, that won't be tolerated.
Okay. Were any of the documents that were produced to the requester manipulated or revised in any way?
No,
Were any of the documents provided to the requester redacted in any way?
yes, she showed me one that was redacted.
And as it pertains to your production of documents as a result of the subpoena, who handled the redactions in that production?
I can't tell you specifically who.
Okay. And what is the policy or practice within your office as it pertains to redactions?
It depends.
Mhm.
So a lot of times it depends on what I'm redacting. It depends on what the exception is.
What
If
I'm
I'm doing
redacting.
attorney-client
That's funny.
privilege, right? If I'm returning confidential work product, if I'm doing privileged information, social security numbers, depending on the level of it, determines how I'll assign. If you know, so there's levels to it.
Okay. We are moving on to the list of the request regarding the list of hirees and their date of employment. You testified yesterday that your office does not maintain such lists. Is that still your testimony today?
That's still my testimony today.
He talking himself
How
into
do
a
you
hole.
play, so who's responsible for payroll in your office?
Ultimately, me.
Okay.
What?
And how are you able to, or do you use a list to to process payroll in your office?
A list, no.
And would Fulton County have a list of employees and their hiring dates?
So my conversation with the Human Resources Department said that Fulton County will have a date. They should have a it's not necessarily a hiring date. It is a date in which they move to various different specs, so special in class. So they did say they have that, but it's not reserved for attorneys. It's for all employees related to Department 480. So it's almost like a pay registry for a class. So they do not have that.
So is your answer yes or no that they have that list?
No, they don't have that list.
Okay. Was Deputy Shalonda Miller ever involved in the requests that were submitted to your office or subject to this lawsuit?
No,
Do you recall that letter that was shown to you yesterday that had Shalonda Miller as the custodian of records on a letterhead? Do you recall that letter?
yes,
And the requester has alleged because she received that letter that she was involved, Shalonda Miller somehow was involved in the processing of this request. Is that your testimony today?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So as a result of this letter being received by the requester with this letterhead showing Deputy Shalonda Miller on the letterhead, there is a position that has been taken by the requester that Deputy Shalonda Miller had some level of involvement as it pertains to the request subject in this case. Do you believe that to be true?
That is not true. And if I can explain, during the cyber attack, our job as my particular, Deputy Miller is on the Fulton County side. I am on the DA side. This is an opportunity for me to consult with the county attorney and say, how are you handling cyber attack? Because my one person over here cannot get to the system. Deputy attorney or the county attorney, I can't tell you who, said, hey, here's a letter that we can update our requesters. I took that particular letter. I remember being at a particular staff meeting and saying, hey, let's use this letter and let's update everybody, not just specific to this requester, but let's update everyone as it relates to the cyber attack because we expect significant delays.
Okay. So it's your testimony that that letter was provided by the county just to address the cyber attack, and that is all?
Yes,
Did it have anything to do with the actual underlying request per se?
no,
Okay. Moving on to the request regarding rebranding of DA Fonnie Willis. Does your office possess any materials regarding rebranding?
I don't know what rebranding is.
Okay.
So. But I do know that the office does not request. I remember the request being for bidding or something like that. Don't know what rebranding is, but if you're talking about anything related to bidding, the answer is no.
I'm sorry, too, what?
Rebranding,
No, you said if you're talking about anything in
bidding.
bidding.
Yes.
Thank you. I just
But-
didn't quite hear the
sorry.
word. That's
That-
okay.
It's
I'm
real
from Washington,
simple.
DC, that it goes a little fast. The request, as I understand it, was for bidding or payment bidding, like using various different competitors to see if there was a bidding process for the purchasing of such and such.
Yes, and I'll read the request as it pertains to rebranding. Any payments, requests for payment, process for hiring bids and paying vendors for rebranding material. Did your office at the time of the request possess any of those items?
No,
And what was your response to that request?
we do not possess such items.
And was that response provided to the requester prior to this action?
Yes,
And was there any follow-up by the requester once you provided that response?
not to me, not to my knowledge, no.
As it pertains to the request regarding promotional material, any payments, requests for payments, process for hiring bids and paying vendors for promotional materials, including promotional brochures, flyers, or mailers. Did your office possess or have any control of materials responsive to that request at the time of the request?
I don't know.
And what was your response to the requester was no responsive documents, correct?
Yes,
Was there any follow-up by the requester after that response?
no.
When did you come to learn that this was an issue in this litigation?
When you brought it to my attention. This-
When was that?
Within the last couple of weeks
And is it your testimony that that was the case for the rebranding materials?
as well, the institutions.
And is that your position as it pertains to the list of hirees and its hiring dates?
Yes, that's my position.
And is that your position as it pertains to the confidentiality agreements?
Yes, that was my position.
No further questions, Your Honor.
He does realize that rebranding material is pretty much everything with Fonnie Willis's name on
Mr.
it.
Ron, just have a couple follow-up questions. You
So-
told, well, you said that you didn't know how the documents were compiled, the 44 pages, right?
The 44 pages that were
Yes.
submitted to you,
Yes.
January, no.
But then you just told Monroe that you knew they were not altered. If you don't know how they were compiled, how do you know they weren't altered?
I told Monroe our standard practice as it relates to preservation of particular documents. So you're right, I do not know how that was compiled. I had nothing to do with it. But I also referred heavily in my testimony on the trust of my staff and the standard in which this office is held.
So you don't actually have personal knowledge that they were not.
I don't have personal knowledge of anything related to those 44 pages at the time that the request was given.
And you testified for Ms. Monroe that the first time you discussed critical mention was in January of 2024, correct?
The first time that I discussed critical mention?
Yes, you
What
said-
is it?
Yes, you said you didn't know what I was talking about and that you were ignorant. You said I was ignorant to it at the time in January 2024.
As it relates to the analytical graphs, let's be clear.
Okay.
As it relates to the analytical graphs, I did not know what you was talking about, right? I
No, that's what
responded
it
to you and said that it is not reasonably calculated to put me in a position to know what you was talking about. So you gave a request. I did not know what was talking about. I told you that I did not know what you was talking about.
And I'm just asking you about what you talked to Ms. Monroe about, okay? So I'm just asking you about that. You told Ms. Monroe that you were ignorant to what critical mention was.
That's what
and
you
that you had you mentioned you had a staff meeting where you weren't sure if it was for investigative or what it was for.
Right.
And that was in January 2024, correct?
So in January 26th, I said I did not know about the analytic graphs. You were clear?
Liar.
As it relates to critical mentions, after that, let's figure out what critical mention is. At a staff meeting that happened January, February, I cannot remember, let's talk about, here's a topic of things. What is this?
Okay. And so that, I'm just trying to lock down that staff meeting where you consulted with staff that you talked to Ms. Monroe about, that happened in January or February of 2024.
I cannot tell you when the date, but I remember I responded to you on January 26th. I believe it was a Thursday or Friday.
And I'm not asking about you responding to me. I'm
Mhm.
asking about when you had the conversation that you were testifying about. You testified to Ms. Monroe that you had a conversation. You said you were ignorant. I didn't know what that I was talking about. You said that was in January 2024.
And I'm giving you a frame of reference as to why I'm giving you testimony.
All I'm asking is, I'm just trying to confirm that that conversation you just told Ms. Monroe about, that happened in January of 2024.
And I'm telling you, I cannot confirm, and I'm telling you why. Can I explain? My frame of reference is January 26th, when I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. I cannot tell you very soon thereafter when I had that conversation with my staff as to what is critical mention. Let's start there. What is critical mention before I get into the analytical graphs? What is this?
So he's saying he didn't know what it was.
He's gonna quote, discussed critical mention for the first time in January 2024. Told Ms. Monroe that, correct?
Yes,
And that you then, in response, you talked to Jeff DeSantis and Paula Bailey, I believe you said.
at some point thereafter, once I figure out what critical mention was,
Mhm.
those are the people that I've had conversations with.
And you said you called critical mention, correct?
I did not say me,
Yes, you did.
somebody from my staff made contact because I needed to figure out, one, do we have contracts? Do we have it?
Okay, so your staff made contact, not you.
Yes.
Okay.
Someone.
And that was sometime after this, I'm just trying to follow a timeline. You said you discussed it for the first time in January 2024. The next thing you testified to was you talked to DeSantis and Bailey. And then you said that someone contacted critical mention. That was around that same timeline, right?
Somewhere around the same time, I'm giving you the steps. I cannot do linear, okay? So forgive me.
That's fine. I'm just trying to confirm that that was after my January request.
Oh, yes, after your January request, oh, hold on, pause. Your January request, I don't know when it came in. It was elevated to me on January 24th. So there's a period in between. So on January 24th, it was elevated to me. I remember responding on January 26th. That's why I'm telling you the date. This is my frame of reference. On January 26th, I said, I don't know what's going on. what is this? On January 26th, at that point, I started making conversations to try to figure out or educating myself on what critical mentions is and what graphs you can possibly be referring to.
And after that time period, you said you consulted with staff because you did not know what critical mention was at that point, right?
Yes,
And you had Mr. DeSantis do a search to try and find some emails. You said
Ye-
you were standing over him.
yes,
And so you remember talking to Mr. DeSantis about that.
critical mention, yes.
And then you said you had a meeting, and that was sometimes after that, you had a meeting where you all, you asked if anybody was able to find anything, right?
I don't think I said that.
Meeting to search, where you were unable to find anything was in 2024.
That's not what I
That's
said.
not accurate? Okay.
That's not accurate at all.
So you don't, when was the meeting that you were talking about?
I always refer to staff meetings. They come
Yes.
every Tuesday, right?
Okay.
So on those staff meetings, it's, hey, can we find out what is this?
Right.
I think I told you that I first started, I thought it was an investigative tool, a security tool.
Mhm.
Once I nailed it down to I guess a public relations tool, that's when I start having conversations with a more directed person. So after that, there was no specific meeting. It was more so, hey, can you sit down? Can you search your emails? What's going on?
Okay, and that was after the January 24th date that you're talking about.
Yeah, that was after.
And then you said that you had IT go and look for things. At that point, you elevated it to IT. That was after January 24th.
After January, two ITs, so
Two
we
ITs.
started with Jeff. The first one was pull my IT department.
Okay.
Sit down with Jeff. Let's do some searching. Do you have this? I was able to confirm, no, I do not have this.
And then you said that so this all happened, you were saying January, February, March. In January, though, you were able to provide some emails, some documents. The 44 ones were provided in January, correct?
So again, forgive me, Your Honor. You remember the documents that was provided to you, the 44 pages, I had nothing to do with, right?
Right. I'm just asking that those were provided. I'm just confirming those were provided.
Well, they was right. Yes, you know that.
That's all I'm confirming for the timeline. Okay. And that was, you don't know how they were produced, but you do know that those were produced in January.
I know how they was produced. They was produced to you via the portal for, what do you clarify?
Who, did you upload them to the portal?
No, I did not.
Okay. Yes, correct. Okay, Judge, may I approach?
The witness, sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what I marked as exhibit number 2. You can take a look at that. For me, 22. Wait, what? I'm sorry. 22.
Are you saying it carries Bates page number
Does not.
002?
It's not one that I anticipated.
Okay. So what is the 22? What is it an identifier of? That's what I'm trying to, so I can navigate.
Yes, it's an email that was produced to another requester in regards.
Okay.
Email produced by the DA's office. I believe it's from the DA's office. It wasn't produced by the county, but it was produced by the DA's office in regards.
Okay.
I'm looking at it.
If you're looking at plaintiff's number 22, that you've already looked at, correct?
Can I, if it's possible,
Back.
perfect.
Yeah, one of the other theirs.
Got it.
So someone, I'm sorry.
Can you put it up?
Well, it's not in evidence yet, so she
Oh,
can't.
sorry. Thank
No.
you.
And I'll bring it back. I'm not trying to hide it from you. I did not anticipate going into this. Someone before me requested critical mention documents, correct? In open records.
It appears to be. so.
Objection, we're not going to entertain, I want to know the relevance of.
It's impeachment. He has literally testified for the last hour that the first time he ever knew about critical mention was in January. And he's got emails in September where they're getting
Fact.
critical mention documents and they're talking about where they get them and all of that.
Is the
Okay.
email
Well,
talk-
hang on. The court reporter is not the only one that's gonna get annoyed if y'all keep talking over each other, okay? Ms. Merchant, I understand your position, but I'd like for Ms. Monroe to be able to make her objection clearly on the record so I can hear it. Ms. Monroe, what is your objection?
Okay, so this is the first time we're seeing this exhibit. I roughly went over it. I was not aware that this was a document produced outside of the open records request, the underlying open record request in this action.
Okay, well,
So the
hang on, let me back up
objection
for a
is-
minute. So she hasn't actually offered that document into evidence yet.
Mhm,
She's asking the witness questions.
mhm.
She's given him an opportunity to review the document that she thought, I guess, might refresh his recollection. I don't know.
Mhm.
But so we're not right now objecting to the document itself because it's not in evidence and I don't know what it says or what it's about because it's not in evidence and I've not seen it. It's not even been offered into evidence.
Okay,
So is your objection to the line of questioning that Ms. Merchant is pursuing?
no.
Okay,
And have a seat, baby.
then we'll preserve the objection to the document if and when it arises.
I'm not the first person who made an open records request to your office about critical mention documents, correct?
You are not the first person. A lot of people have.
One requested them back in September of 2023, correct?
It appears to be so, yes.
And that, that request was for, critical mention from May of
I
20.
mean, sorry, that document is not in evidence, so you can't read from it into the record. You can ask him questions
Yes.
about his understanding of it.
That, request was similar to my request, asking for critical mention documents.
I cannot speak to that open records request as it was not elevated to me.
The request that was made in September 12th, 2023, in regards to open records request, you're saying that was not elevated to you?
It was not elevated to me.
Would you consider an email being forwarded to you, elevating it to you?
That's a possibility that an email to me can elevate the matter, but that particular request
Mhm.
was not elevated to me.
Okay, so we can agree someone requested in September 2023 critical mention documents.
We can agree that critical mention was a hot button issue.
And we can agree that that person asked for reports.
I don't know what that person asked for. It wasn't elevated to me.
Okay, and you're the open records custodian now, correct?
I am
Okay.
and I have testified that I'm the records custodian. The answer is yes.
Would seeing the open records request made to your office refresh your memory as to what was requested?
Possibly.
Take a look at that. When you're done, let me know.
Wow.
I have
This is
looked
so
at this.
crazy.
You have, okay.
Unfortunately,
The requester asked for critical mention reports, correct?
based
Hang
on,
on, still not in evidence.
Yeah.
If it refreshes his recollection or if you'd like to offer it into evidence, you can, and then we can talk about the document. But you can't get the substance of the document in just by asking questions about it.
Judge, and what I'm trying to ask him is if there was an open records request for reports from critical mention, if this refreshed his memory or not. If it did,
So
And
two
I-
things, and I'm not trying to be overly difficult about it, but one, you didn't actually ask him, does that refresh your recollection? And two, my issue is you're not asking him a general question, which you did a moment ago. You're asking him, I'm reading from the subject line of this email, did you get such a request? And that is the introduction of what's in that document without that document being in evidence. I know it's nitpicky, but
it's okay. Did you review the email attached to this document?
I reviewed the document that you presented to me just now.
All right. And is your email, dexter.bond@fultoncountyga.gov?
I answered yes, that's my email, dexter.bond@fultoncountyga.gov.
Okay. And, does this contain emails to which you're a party?
It appears that I've been emailed on that thread.
Okay. Judge, I would move to admit plaintiff's
There we
exhibit
go.
number 2.
Ms. Monroe,
22, sorry, 22.
Your Honor, we're objecting as to the relevance of this document.
okay.
Go have a seat.
I think the relevance Ms. Merchant said a moment ago when we were talking about the document was it went to, she wants to offer it for impeachment purposes. And so
Correct.
I think that's a valid reason to offer the document. And I'm gonna overrule your objection and let it in. Exhibit 2 or 22?
22, I'm sorry, Judge. So,
Exhibit 22 is admitted.
thank you. So
Your
it's,
Honor, quick question. Exhibit 2, is Exhibit 2 the actual open records request or the email thread? What is it has been admitted?
Exhibit 22 is the piece of paper that Ms. Merchant has asked to have admitted into evidence, which I believe, from my record, was identified a moment ago as an email that you were able to identify as being an email. And based on that, it's been authenticated and it has moved past a business records exception. And therefore, the only remaining issue as to its admission was hearsay. And was relevance, and I overruled Ms. Monroe's objection as to relevance. So that document, whatever it is, and y'all are gonna educate me about it, a sufficient foundation has been laid for it, and I've admitted it into evidence.
thank you. All right. The requester asked for reports and payments in September 2023, correct?
So in the emails, the answer is no, the first page. In the second form, which is not an email, that I don't, in this, an open records request was made. Two different things. The email thread on page 1 of this exhibit is an email in which, yes, I have testified to that I am on the email. This second page, which I cannot determine is related to this particular email because it is an open records request that is from an external sender that looks like it's from the portal. I don't know the condition. So I will have to renew my question. Are you asking about an email? Are you asking about an open records portal? Because they're two different things as I see it. So it's not one page. I don't know what exhibit 20, what are you referring to? Are you talking?
I'm referring to, they're a collective exhibit.
How do I, based off,
They're admitted into evidence.
go ahead.
They're a collective exhibit.
Yes.
They were provided, they were provided by your office in response to an open records request.
Received.
One page, we can agree, one page appears as though it is the portal request where someone, another attorney, filed an open records request, correct?
This appears to be a portal request.
And I'm not trying to yell at you. I'm trying to talk loud enough for so
Understood.
to go back there and we can look at the same document. I just want to apologize. I'm trying to raise my voice.
You're
on
fine.
purpose. Okay. So this page is an
Okay.
open records request in September for critical mention.
This second page,
Yes.
yes.
And this,
Okay, real quick. They're moving the camera over at YSL. So if anything pops off, I'm jumping over there. Just letting you know ahead of time.
Erica, and is Erica Willingham the person that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, my 24-hour designate.
That's the person we were talking about, correct?
Yes.
Erica forwarded this on September 12th, 2023, correct?
To whom? Forward it to whom? What? Look at
So
it.
if you look at, and I really don't want to.
From Erica to Erica.
So yes, follow, let's see. Subject, work order. All right, so the subject of this email, actually, can I just share this or just want to yell? Is that possible?
The microphone?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, mine are affixed to the table, so you can't just pick it up.
So the subject, all right, so if we're looking at these documents, the subject says work order and it's got an open records request number, correct?
Yes.
That open records request number correlates to the portal open records request, correct?
From Erica to Erica. The answer is yes.
That's not my question. The work order in the subject.
Yes.
That number correlates to this document.
The answer is yes.
So it's fair to say that this subject matter of this email, this is the email that was forwarded, correct?
If that's an assumption you're willing to make, yes.
Okay. And Erica Willingham
To the Erica Willingham, yes.
forwarded on September 12th, 2023 at 9:39 p.m.
Yes.
to Dexter Bond.
That's what it appears to be. So yes,
The subject is who is critical mention Inc., correct?
because we don't know who that is.
Okay.
Erica.
The email says, "Hi Dexter, see open records request. This requester is saying we purchase a service for critical mention Inc. They're requesting the invoice and reports." That was forwarded to you on September 12th, correct?
September 12th, 9:39 p.m. We work late. Yes.
I'm sorry, what year?
What?
2023.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then on September 13th, 2023, you, Dexter Bond, forwarded that to a Natalie Zellner, correct?
At 8:17 a.m. first thing, Natalie, please provide, thanks. Yes, Natalie, please provide, whatever this request is, Natalie, please provide. I'm designating it. Yes.
But you knew about it. That's what
Zellner,
she's
that's the
proving.
same person that we talked about yesterday, whose email was on one of the forfeiture documents, correct?
Natalie Zellner, Zellner. You can see her email address. So no, her email was not on that forfeiture document.
It's the same person.
I don't know who that person was on that second
Let
document.
it go.
Okay, so do you know any more than one Natalie Zellner?
No,
Okay, so if Natalie Zellner appeared on a document with your name for forfeiture, and Natalie Zellner appears on your name, with your name on a document here, is it safe to assume it's the same Natalie Zellner?
you can say that.
Ms. Berg, forgive me for interrupting, Ms. Bergdorf, is that the document that you're sharing on your screen now? Okay.
Oh, well,
Thank you.
He does. look
Thank
like
you,
Jay
sorry.
Morrison.
Perfect, that's good, thank you.
Okay.
He does.
So can you go down to, just a little bit further down? Okay. So you wrote back, thanks, DQB Junior.
Dexter Quentin Bond Jr. Yes, that's my initials. I'm assigning this to Natalie because I don't know who Erica doesn't know who critical mention is. I'm assigning it to Natalie. Natalie, please provide.
Great, okay. And then can you forward up a little bit more? All right, and then there's an email on, let's see what the date is. So the same day where Natalie emails and copies you, Jeff DeSantis and Pallavi Bailey. That's the person that you were talking to earlier, right?
Yes, Jeff
Okay.
and Pallavi.
Open records request, who's critical mention? Natalie says they received it. Is this the service you use?
Because we don't know what it is. Is
Right.
this the service you use?
But
Okay.
you know what
And
it
if you
is.
can go up a little bit more. And then it appears as though you sent an email that says, Tashika, I am including you in this email. This may be something that you and I discussed, correct?
That is correct. Tashika is my IT person. I'm assuming that this was brought to my attention at staff meeting. I'm assuming consistent with my, hey, what is this? This is something we should discuss.
And in October, in response to this open records, you provided the same 44 pages to this requester that you provided to me in January, correct?
I don't know, because again, the 44 pages wasn't elevated, neither was this open records request. I'm seeing this open records request for the first time as I sit here today. So I don't know what was provided in October in response to that, your open records request I testified that to, or in October. I don't know. It wasn't elevated to me.
You rely on IT to preserve documents, correct? That's
Not just IT, but yes, IT helps me preserve documents
you have your own internal preservation system?
for HR files, for various different things.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
You do.
old school. Keep
Uh-oh, you'll
it,
get
keep
in
the
trouble.
HR files in the closet.
Okay. You explained to us that you know how to go to IT if you need to, correct?
Sure do. And this is Tashika. I'm including you in this email as well. This may be something that you and I discussed.
I'm not asking you about this document.
Oh, you said IT. That's an example of IT. I'm sorry.
She was it, you know how to go to IT if you need to.
That's an example of it, that
Yeah.
document.
So you know how to go to IT if you need to.
Tashika, I need you.
And you did elevate my request to IT once you got the subpoena, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Are we talking about the IT within the district attorney's office, or we're talking about IT from Fulton County? Because they're two.
Any
separate-
IT.
I'd love to know the answer to the question, Ms. Monroe.
When you got my subpoena, that's when you first elevated my request to IT, correct?
When I got your subpoena, that is when I elevated your subpoena request to IT because it had the required information to fill out my matrix. So that's when I did that. Yes.
Before that, you had never elevated any of my requests to IT, correct?
I cannot say that. I don't know. Because
But you
again,
fill out the ticket, right?
it's you. There's certain, you're assuming that I am dealing with 100% of open records. I'm not. So I cannot tell you in the many open records requests that you gave if a ticket was elevated. I cannot tell you. What it appears is that you requested critical mention. It appears that my staff handled this. It in this exhibit that you admitted, it does not say that I am aware of anything in here.
Can you turn that off? I'm not asking. you.
Oh, okay. So as I was, I can't answer that question because again, of the totality, a lot of them don't come to me. Only certain things are elevated to me. And here's the thing. You told me that I gave those 44 documents to someone else. That someone else never came to me, right? And said there's a problem, just like you never came to me and told me there was a problem.
You don't.
My
talk to her.
question was,
Okay.
did you go to IT on any of my requests prior to the subpoena?
Dexter Bond, I don't believe I did, except for the subpoena.
Okay. And there is a record if you did go to IT, correct? There's a ticket.
There's a matrix form that I would have filled out,
Okay.
or someone from my staff would have filled out.
So if you had elevated any of my requests to IT, there would be some evidence of that, correct?
Oops.
If I had enough if my staff had enough to fill out that particular matrix, there should be a matrix filled out because that's how IT operates.
And in this case, I mean, you had talked about IT taking a very long time to produce documents. Is that, you mentioned something about that?
IT's practices takes a long time for native forms.
In this case, though, well, no, I'll ask IT that. You testified that rule number one, you said, is pick up the phone, right?
Rule number one is pick up the phone. Let's communicate. What I've learned, if there's bumps and bruises, you need to communicate because that heals bumps and bruises. Because if you don't communicate, you end up in a courthouse.
You didn't do that
got
with
a
my
lot of bumps
request,
and
though,
bruises.
correct?
I testified yesterday that I will not talk to you personally. I testified to you that I won't talk to you. I emailed you and let you know, do not talk to me. I told you on the record, and I'm going to tell you again, that I find you disingenuous. I find you very misleading, and I do not trust the way that you practice law. You do so in a way that's not filled with integrity. The
Mr.
Open
Bond,
Records Act. do not-
Mr. Bond, I understand that you have strong feelings about Ms. Merchant.
Thank you. Sorry.
You've
Your Honor.
communicated them clearly.
Sorry.
But I need you to actually just answer her question, which is, did you communicate with her about, I think your question was, did you, Mr. Bond, communicate with Ashley Merchant about the nature or scope of her requests?
On January 26th, I wrote you a letter.
And my question was just based on your number one rule, pick up the phone, if you did that with me. That's all I asked. Did you do that with me?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. They're jumping.
Yesterday, at the end of the
They're back in
day, you
YSL.
said, you told the court that you had never seen the subpoena from September 13th, from last Friday. You said you'd never seen that. You didn't receive it. Do you remember saying that?
That's exactly what I said, because I didn't.
Okay. Today, when Ms. Monroe was asking you questions, you said that the reason you provided her confidentiality agreements was in response to a subpoena and how I worded a subpoena, correct? I mean, that's what you told her a few minutes ago.
Yes, that's probably what I said. Yes.
Okay. And that's the exact same subpoena that you got on September 13th,
I
correct?
didn't get a subpoena on the 13th. Maybe she got the subpoena on the 13th and she told me, but I didn't get a subpoena on the 13th. On that Friday, I didn't get a subpoena. I wasn't here. So I know I didn't get a subpoena on the 13th. And I know yesterday was the first day that I received the subpoena that you gave me after me asking you 2 times what subpoena you're talking about. And then finally you gave me a subpoena. I also know that subpoena, that on your first subpoena, I was listed on Exhibit A. I was not listed on an Exhibit A, and I told the court very, very clearly something's wrong with that subpoena. So any other questions as it relates to that subpoena that I didn't get on September 13th?
Yes.
But keep going.
When was the first time you saw that subpoena?
When you handed it to me.
Yes.
With my name on it, that was the first time I saw that subpoena. You handed it to me right here, and immediately I said, I did not get that subpoena.
So when Ms. Monroe asked you about providing the confidentiality documents, you testified that you did that in response to the language I used in the subpoena, correct?
If that's my testimony, yes. That's exactly what I said.
Okay. And that subpoena, so those confidentiality agreements, I got on Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the subpoena, you said you just saw it for the first time yesterday.
That with my name on it, that subpoena was my first time on Friday. Now, however, my staff received your subpoena on Friday. I forwarded that subpoena to counsel on Friday. Counsel then said, hey, we have another subpoena, which I was not listed on the Exhibit A. So I assumed it had nothing to do with me. And at that moment, I said, hey, oh, this subpoena is different from the second subpoena open records request. And then that's why I said, oh, you need confidentiality agreements. So no, if you're talking about the subpoena with my name on it, dated September 13th, my testimony is that I did not receive it. Let's be very clear, until yesterday. If your question is, did I see the subpoena that was for someone else because it was emailed to me and I gave it to counsel and I was able to talk to counsel? Yes, I did do that. But the subpoena with my name on it that required documents, I did not get until yesterday.
All I'm asking is the subpoena, the September 13th subpoena.
With my name on it or no? Because there are multiple September 13th subpoena.
I'm happy to.
So, I think I'm sorry, this is not an official objection, but in hearing, Ms. Merchant's representation of what I questioned him about, that is not accurate. I did not talk to Mr. Bond as a result of a subpoena.
Hang on,
I can withdraw
that
it.
is an objection. That's she's mischaracterizing his,
Right.
that is, she's mischaracterizing his prior testimony.
Right, but I do know, I realize I missed the timing for that objection, so that's why I'm saying it's not an objection, but it was because I didn't hear, I wasn't able to process what she was saying. I was actually looking back at my notes, and that's not what he testified to. So if the court would allow my objection, albeit untimely, to object to the recharacterization of my testimony, if the court reporter could read back what I asked him, it was not my conversation as it pertains to those confidentiality agreements were not pursuant to a subpoena. It was pursuant to this action and trying to get this action resolved because it was brought to my attention that Mrs. Merchant was needing of these NDAs, and I was trying to get those documents to her.
Okay. That y'all can continue to disagree. I heard the testimony. I heard, I think that everybody is talking at cross purposes, right? I'm going to let you ask your question, Ms. Merchant. Your objection is noted for the record, Ms. Monroe. But I don't know that it changes the outcome of this questioning, except that I would appreciate it if we could get clarity.
I'm done. I can withdraw it. It's fine. The subpoena's on the record. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
No other questions.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, and generally my practice when I have a few questions is, in case I mess up all of your brilliant crosses and directs, to give you an opportunity to follow up on any questions that I ask. Couple of things that I was interested in, Mr. Bond, that I don't think I heard, and I apologize to the lawyers if I did, if they asked you. So when you get a request and then it's closed, right? What is the process or decision making that goes into closing a request that's received?
Once we give a request, responsive documents, or we comply with the Open Records Act, my 24-hour guru will upload it. And once she lets the portal know that it's closed. However, in the event that something is closed, you have an opportunity via the portal to, continue to converse. So
Okay. And so,
Hey, y'all, can I
when
jump over real
you,
quick and see what's happening?
like
with
one
YSL?
of these requests, you had made a point of noting that it was, and I'm not referring to a specific one, but there were a couple that you were like, you asked me for 5 things
It
in
looks
this
like they
one
might-
request, in this, paragraph that was written. What is your process for saying,
here
okay,
comes
1,
everybody.
2, 3, 4, 5, we have done.
Okay, I don't know what they are doing. I was trying to hear. It was hard to hear both of them at the same time, but it looks like Shive was there, and it looked like they were. I don't know if maybe he's here. I don't know if Quindarius Zachary's here, but I see they've muted that joint for sure. I mean, I agree. He better be cooking. I mean, better. I don't know. This is crazy. So they put it on mute. Adrian scrambling and scraping.
Want us to file this into the record or?
Here, I'm gonna drop the link for the Judge Cross. Gene Lee, here's the link right here.
We were just asking it be filed under seal, that's all.
That's fine.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean,
Yeah,
what's
rip
the
away.
basis for filing it under seal?
Let me consult. I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
Your Honor, we,
I don't like his attorney at all.
it doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally if,
Normally it
It
occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
Your Honor, I am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Scheib. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order granting immunity.
That's fine. And I don't, unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal,
that's
given
fine.
the, circumstances of,
I'm not asking it to be filed under.
okay.
That's fine, Your Honor, and I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
I don't have it.
And when you can, I'd like to
There it
discuss
goes.
the rules. Since I'm his lawyer, am I going to be permitted to object if they badger him?
No.
Or just,
No,
is he
you're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you,
Okay, and I was going to ask that.
but
if he
yeah,
wants to
no,
consult with
I
me.
mean, you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you don't.
and
get
I just wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay,
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop. and talk to me.
yes,
And I just want to make sure he knows that.
all right,
If little D has immunity, that means that they're, no matter what, they're gonna be able to get those wiretap or jail calls and all that kind of stuff in, because they're gonna use it to impugn his testimony. So if he says what they want him to say, they'll let it slide. But if not, they're gonna more likely bring in all the jail calls, the wiretaps, the interrogation videos, all that kind of stuff like that. So it is what it is. We're gonna see what happens. Let's go.
came through. It just basically says the state spoken with Mr. Scheib regarding the immunity agreement attached as the motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? I haven't even opened that one up. Of this signed, okay. That's fine. I think we can do that from here.
That's a different person than Miss Winfrey. They never introduced her, but that's not Miss Winfrey. Okay, so they muted it for a second. Miss Percival, I don't know who the new court reporter is in the green right here. They never did actually introduce her to us, but seems like a nice lady. So Quindara Zachary has immunity. He can sit up on the stand basically and just say whatever he wants to say. I don't recall. Hopefully it's not going to be like tumultuous, but now they're going to be able to bring in all of the, again, all the other documents or other piece of evidence because of him. Apparently he's here. That's what it made it sound like. It made it sound like it was there. But I was listening to both.
I do have a
Here we go.
request of the court. Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
No, let him act a fool in front of the jury.
His condition, his pleasure. I don't.
No,
think-
I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's gonna do in his condition?
Well, I don't know what he's going to do, but if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I don't believe that that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me be clear.
Your Honor, actually what is, and we had this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and that the state be allowed to begin its examination.
All right.
I agree.
Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I
Y'all brought him here.
presume,
It's too late.
discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct generally? All right. And so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I plead the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
He's not going to plead the fifth, but just say what he's going to say.
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath, and it be brought out then.
Go ahead, Mr. Scheib.
That's fine. Just also questioning, or they may do on cross, that he's under, he's been taking narcotics, so that's in his system. So something else everybody's gonna have to deal with.
Okay.
So you know.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Scheib saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's going to claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous. If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not, and just going to say, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective opportunity to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine.
So, Ms. Love, I know that we all discussed earlier the possibility of you needing to have a doctor come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have.
no, actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do was to get or meet with the doctor and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without
Okay,
He
and
was
just to be
released.
clear, that never happened, okay, so that that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up, that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say a bit
Okay.
too slowly. So yes, Judge, I don't think that there's any need to talk to a doctor because he was released
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
if he comes out and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor, and since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, if the court will afford me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday, Tuesday? It was early
Monday.
this week, right? I mean, hadn't we been discussing this all week?
It was Monday.
Monday morning. I was at the hospital and then they told me what's going on. They told me what he's been taking on and on, getting intensive care and all the medical.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge,
Okay.
and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why we brought the representation that we did to the court. And the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor,
This was
frankly,
argued though.
That was one person's version, was none.
actually, we have the investigator who was in there with them. So if, we can put that person up, but
No.
At this point, we have I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
Your Honor, there has been a series of events that we have put on the record. There's been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. He was released before we were even able to check on his status. Your Honor, he would not, and
That's fine, and let's go.
committee has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not.
Okay. So.
That's
we do
bold for her
have
to say
a
that.
Fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Scheib did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
He
just
said it.
relayed it to everybody in front of you. So
I'm not
you
di-
heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier
You
this week.
lying.
Your Honor,
Stop lying.
Yes?
the doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have.
Why you always
We have the
lying?
doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the phone.
I don't know
He's on the
what
phone.
his review will be on.
We have
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the.
You take a phone call from anybody, right? Shut up.
Anxiety, yes.
I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years and built up, quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day.
Let him come in there and mess it up. It's too late.
You just can't take that, but he's been on drugs for 30 years. And he's been
Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. Could we,
Okay, yeah.
I
Is
have-
everybody gonna accept that this is his Grady doctor on
I'm
the
not going to accept
phone?
it.
I think you need to have, what needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation.
Right.
You
Y'all
have
ain't being
been
consenting.
having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days, so I assumed that was with his consent. Am I wrong?
Listen to Judge Whitaker.
Okay.
And for this man to give further information, he has to give consent. I'm not.
So it's been a minute by minute consent that you have had with him for the state to communicate with his doctor about his condition, Mr. Scheib? Has it?
To be very clear, the other day when they-
Has it?
The other day, the doctor says, right now I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know, he needs to come out and at least put it on the record, hey, I consent, we need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
That's what we're trying to establish, Your Honor. We have his email address. The doctor's email address is.
We don't need to put his email address on the record. You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
This is amazing. Oh my gosh.
He gave oral consent a few days ago.
These people are insufferable.
I don't know
All
who
right.
this is.
What is the doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
I think they had a doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to.
New poll has just dropped. New poll has just dropped.
His last name was MARTHAMEADI. That's who I spoke to, face to face.
Okay, thank you.
That's the person who's on the phone.
Huh? Okay, well, until he is in person on, virtually
This
in
is
person on
epic.
Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Your
my
Honor, could we
client
not have
why
this?
he's privy to this.
Could we not have this
He's
televised?
entitled to it.
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time.
Oh, she feisty.
Okay? Hang on, Mr. Schott. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised, because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information.
Y'all been talking about it.
Y'all need to not record this.
Dang it. Because you know that's going to be about it.
So is the doctor joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all. Okay, I'm going to jump over real quick. Yo, I am so sorry, but Judge Whitaker deserves all of this. I am so sorry. She deserves it all. I hope the most shadiest Better Call Saul lawyers are just ready to pounce on this, because there have been HIPAA violations since Monday. HIPAA violations, human rights violations. I think the Geneva Convention should be involved in this. I think the Girl Scouts of America should be upset. Everybody should be upset. I'm sorry. I mean, good gracious. I hope everybody, they've been talking about this man's mental, physical health, sharing every little detail about it. I hope they drag them into court. Judge Whitaker, Adrian, Simone, Scheib. I'm sorry, Scheib is not a good lawyer. Witt is in some deep waters. Oh my gosh. I think she realizes it, but she doesn't know what to do because she isn't managing it. So there's just so much uncontrolledness that she can't manage it, and it's just out of control. I mean, the dude was about to walk into court because Grady Hospital is not super far from the courthouse. So they said they was about to release him. He was going to come over there, and oh my goodness! And watch, he's gonna come in there. He's gonna have a seizure. He's gonna come in there and have like pain crises. They're gonna have to call 911 to come get him, and it's just gonna be a dumpster fire. Or he's gonna sit there and just keep saying, "I don't recall. I don't recall. I'm too cracked out of my head. I don't call. I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't know. Who are you? What are you talking about? I don't know. What do you got going on?" That's what's gonna happen. I feel sorry for Shard because Shard is like, I don't even know what's about to happen. And guess what, Shard? Neither do we either. Gosh, please bring this back over. Come on. All right, I'm right here waiting, y'all. I'm not letting you down. I'm trying to give y'all the people what y'all need. Yo, this is crazy. My goodness, in the morning. Yo, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. This has been wild. This has been a little bit, today's been a little spicy. I did not expect it to be like this. Shout out to Kiana as well as present, not present. Let me go ahead. I didn't shout y'all out earlier because we had some things popping up, but I want to say thank you, Kiana. She says, sorry, not sorry. Morehouse lost to the real HU. Here is a little token to cheer you this morning. Thanks so much. Whatever, y'all, Kiana, whatever. I like this one right here. Shout out to President Not Perfect in support of DWC's work. Grind. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you so much, brother. Grace and peace. Both of you all are the co-sponsors with $10 super chats. Thank you so much. But then don't worry, Amethyst Angel's in the building. She's is it me or is she digging his hole deeper? Yo, I don't think Dexter Bond's attorney helped him at all. She literally stepped on several landmines during that interrogation. And it only queued up Ashley Merchant to come in there and just knock him right out of the park. So that was crazy. But oh my gosh, I hope to goodness, please let them be able to sue. I mean, everything from giving out address. I mean, there's nothing that has been sacred here. I'm sorry. So many violations. Okay, wait, they're back. Something's back. I don't know what they're doing. Shot. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Let's go.
Okay. First one,
Hold it
either
closer.
Monday or Tuesday, when the doctor was in the room, my
Yeah.
client verbally said, "You can tell my lawyer what's going on." The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in the his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay. All right, well then, I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then, Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right, so
come out and take stand. I mean, I don't know why.
let's admit, well, get Mr. Zachary out at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see Dr. Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to ensure that.
Boy, Adrian Love gonna be on that recording part. She gonna be on it. Doggone it. Man, we back over here. We back to ground zero again. Let us back up in here. Yo, I agree, man. If they ain't empty out the court for everybody else, then why can't we be there? Pain makes thinking clearly more difficult. The reason I said it's a HIPAA violation, well, let me just say it like this. And funny thing is, I learned about this when I had a student in my class who had sickle cell. You're not supposed to talk about anything that goes on with them, not with anybody. So I can't say, oh yeah, little Johnny, yeah, he was having a pain crisis yesterday. I'm not supposed to talk about that. I'm not supposed to. As his teacher, say, oh yeah, little Sally didn't come to school yesterday. Her mom called me and said she was having an event. I'm not supposed to talk about that unless it's with the social worker, the school nurse, or my principal. Maybe I think also my grade level chair. So I had to let those people know, like if something happened with my student that was having an event. Now I'm not 100% certain that's exactly across the board with everything, but I just remember the whole shebang was about HIPAA violations. So I think, I don't know. I think, in my opinion, I think it definitely. Let me say it like this. This is how I'll say it. If we see on the news tomorrow that Fulton County um, judge and DA and ADAs are being sued for HIPAA violations against um, a defendant, or rather a witness, I'm not going to be surprised. Let me say it like that. If it's tomorrow or like next week or whatever, and it rolls up that, oh yeah, Judge Whitaker got sued by Quandarius Zachary's family for HIPAA violation, I'm not going to be surprised. I'll just say it like that. And civil rights as well. And the Girl Scouts. Everybody. Landville 2.0. I don't I don't like the lawyer. I'm sorry. I am not pleased with this lawyer. I'm glad he got a lawyer though. Let me say that. But his lawyer is not he is not the one he is not the lawyer that I've been looking for sure. Oh God, I made this screen really big. Wow. Okay. Oh, that looks much better. What you mean? What you mean, Corey? It's gonna be a whole show. You think it's gonna be a whole show? Look, I want him coming in and just pass out on the floor. I want all the drama. No, because then the no, because darn it, they'll cut the cameras off. Darn it. Okay, then just say I don't know. She ain't never prepared. I mean, this was her star witness. Again, like this is just like Woody 2.0. She had to have Woody on there. She had to have that young lady Smith on there. She had like she's hanging her hat on entirely too many really, really suspect witnesses. I don't get it. I do not get it. But we're gonna see. Man, are they? Come on back. Come on back, people. So apparently, if I understood it correctly, they were calling his lawyer, they were calling his doctor to see if the doctor feels that he's able to testify. And y'all know Adrian Love ain't gonna give that man no grace. So she gonna probably just drag him through until he pass out on the floor. But then if he pass out on the floor, his whole testimony is gonna be jettisoned because Shard is not gonna be able to interview him. This is just terrible. There's no reason for this. There's none whatsoever. And if Mr. Shive is to be trusted, which he's giving me a lot of loosey goosiness. He's giving me a lot of loosey goosiness, but I mean that's the lawyer they have. So you gotta do what you gotta do with what you got. If Shive is to be trusted, then he said that the gentleman has had a career using drugs. So there's gonna be a lot of problems there. They say it's a nail biter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he has candor either. I'm gonna give you that for sure. Thank you, Amethyst, for the $5 super. She says Steele should take Quandarius Zachary's little D's HIPAA ADA lawsuit pro bono. He would win and end up in the U.S. Supreme Court justice. Hey, I agree, man. He would, but he's involved in this one now at the moment. So he's a little bit under he's a little bit busy at the moment for sure. Karen Reed got a new prosecutor in her case. That retrial starts in January. All right. Well, we got to get Young Thug done by January, y'all. I'm assuming you meant January 2026 because this thing ain't going to be done anytime soon. This live chat is crazy just now. Oh, they're back. Let's go. All right, let's see what they say. Thank you, Diane. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, coming in with IV drips, coming in the hospital gown. He's there. Oh, Let's go. Let's go. He looks different than I expected. I need to go ahead and get this thumbnail right now. Got it. Got him. Go ahead and work on the thumbnail now. Come on, Quandarius. Go and give us the best, man. Oh, he feeling me. Give us the best, brother. Don't hold back nothing. Drama. Fall out the chair. Okay, you good? Okay, fall out the chair, the whole nine. Fall out the chair. For real, like I'm for real, man. Give us a lot of drama. Come on, we look. We already said this is a clown show, so look, you can be the ringmaster. All right, one in the chat when you can hear everybody. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
Fall over. Dang, tall. All right, let's go.
There's Zach, Quindarrius, Zachary, Zachary.
I didn't know he was that big of a person. Okay, shout out. Let's shout out that beard. Give him some beard product.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yes, you're gonna have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Oh man.
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31,
And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where'd you go to school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
Yep.
In middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No.
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7-1 on.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any of the persons in the courtroom today?
Nah,
None of them.
nope.
Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Use a microphone. You
Yeah.
loser.
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got the hospital. You know that. I can't see that far.
All right, do you need some glasses, Mr.?
Sure.
They got medicine and they don't work for me.
Mr. Zachary, were you present a moment ago when the court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you hear your doctor say anything?
You ain't asking what I know.
Sustained as to bolster.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Case Exhibit 123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in Case Exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah.
Who is this person?
Shannon.
And I'm going to play you what has been already admitted as 123 Echo.
Thank you so much, Ms. Messner. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
While we're pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of Jeffrey Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah.
How long have you known him?
15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Do you consider him your friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
It's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had no disagreements during the time that you've known him?
Everybody has disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
He all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah.
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
Nickname.
Shell Cal, do you know a Shell Cal?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
I didn't say how you
I don't know him like that.
How long have you known of Shell Cal?
Like 2015.
All right. Are you cool with Shell Cal?
No.
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle?
I ain't
Yes.
cool with him.
Exhibit displayed on the screen, are we gonna use that exhibit or just?
I'm
Okay.
going,
You actually said you were gonna publish it
Yes.
as a, I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
it's
or-
a video that has
Okay.
already
Are
been.
you ready for that?
In a moment, Your Honor. I was just completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it? Sorry.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Cal?
I just chuckle. What's the problem?
No, Mr. Zachary.
Okay, thank you.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Cal. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
Okay. What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname.
Woody.
Yeah.
How long have you known Woody?
About 10, 12 years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool. He all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
All right. And is that the same he all right that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Moontoon or Antonio Sledge, is he all right too?
Moonton.
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Moontoon?
About 20-something years.
All right. Demekion Garlington. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right. And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
He all right.
You cool? Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or I than others?
DWC.
Not
No?
really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demekion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley?
He dead, ain't
I don't know, Mr. Zachary.
His name Bentley?
Yes.
She just lied.
Yeah, I think something happened. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him?
She lied.
Do you
She
know
knows he's
Demise
dead.
McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture.
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple on.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know. It's
Did
blurry.
did you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No.
That's not your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015. I can't remember that.
Okay. But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
I didn't answer the question. You showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I
that.
remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you seated in that video?
in the back.
All right, and were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right, did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right, can we play that again?
We don't got to hear it again. I can't stand this woman.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to Atlanta.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say black?
No.
Did you hear anyone say black?
How you spell it?
Did you hear what I just said?
How you spell it?
Mr.
No, I
Zachary,
didn't hear nobody say black.
what did you hear being said that sounded like black, if anything?
Well, when y'all played the video on my trial, y'all say we said black, BLACK. So that's what I'm gonna go with. That what
We're
y'all
not
say we
talking
said.
about anything but here today. Do you understand that, Mr. Zachary?
We said black,
What is that? How do you spell it?
BLACK.
Okay, so now are you saying that what is being said is BLACK?
That's what y'all told me it said.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is.
That's
being
my
said.
understanding, yes.
That is BLACK.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard BLATT?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard SLATT?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No,
Ever been around anybody that used it?
probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it if you heard them? No? Okay.
Hope it gives her fits.
I'm going to now show you, actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw?
Oh,
Do you
no.
need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay, did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I
Could you
saw a
play-
third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
in the car,
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about game?
I just heard it say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
Okay. And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you ask anyone on the video what that means, what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you, if at any time in
No.
that car, you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
No.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention that time.
Did you hear yourself talking? Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I probably will. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 441 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Moonson.
All right.
Little strip tip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to real nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa.
I can't.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to? Go ahead.
They say, oh, I don't remember.
Do you remember the Kel you told the jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah,
Is that the same Kel or a different?
probably was.
Probably was.
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes.
When did you make it?
Like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, what were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed a gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know. Shoot, probably high.
Why were you saying the things you were saying to Caleb?
I said something to him.
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said nothing to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video
I don't know. I was just in the video.
with guns?
Yeah.
To the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Caleb?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Caleb?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with gun.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSL?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm going to, no. I'm going to show you what has been marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I see it.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top?
YSL G. Oh,
Okay. And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
yes.
All right. And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
I look like a club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
Look like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're gonna, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can't see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m., February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, want me to say that out loud?
Now you can say that.
Remember all you niggas sleeping on us.
What else does it say?
YSL Thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. Williams,
All right. And what else do you call him?
Thug,
And who is that in the middle?
Monton,
All right. And who is that on the end?
me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger one?
I can't see. You gotta show
I'm
me.
gonna bring it up again. Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up the
Like
emoji?
a bird.
It looks like a bird. Blow it up, Ms. Knight, all the way. That's as far as it'll go. Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubbery ducky.
Do you typically use green rubbery duckies?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
Cause I drink green lean.
Okay. Do you use other green emojis?
Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emoji?
Shoot, everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't asked me about nobody else.
All right. So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
Do you use any other emojis like that in your posts?
You every emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle, YSL Lil D?
I like 2015, 2014.
And do you know how long Moonton has had a handle YSL Toon?
I don't know.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for it, it meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
For the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot on.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not with nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember when it was? No. All right. So do you know a person by the name of Bug Buck or that calls himself YSL Bug?
Nah.
I'm going to ask you, have have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends, you don't wanna live my life? Under the name YSL Lil D.
I don't know, that's a fool. I don't know. I don't remember.
You said that's a what one?
A fool one?
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
What is did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. Like, I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you had said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right, and when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with one another?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Okay. Now, do you remember when you got your first gun?
Probably like 14.
Such weird questions.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee, State's Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You gotta say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember that picture.
But you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 504 Yankee.
Admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of of a group called 30D?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is 30D?
A group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't down know.
Do you know who all was a part of that group?
No.
Was the Mickey and Garlington a part of that group?
She probably will.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah.
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
Yeah.
Whose page is it posted on?
Mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah.
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up that day.
What now?
No.
You said you got locked up that day?
Yeah.
What'd you get locked up for?
A gun.
Where was that done?
What you mean? What was it?
Where was the
It was
gun?
on me
Where on you?
in the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I just know I had a gun.
Do you know how many guns you bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
Oh my gosh.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that that be struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gates?
You say, how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say, how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay, have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes,
All right. And have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
yes,
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective?
yes.
Do you know how many times you sat in the room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after, okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes,
Was it in August of 2015?
yes,
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis?
no. What the hell? I'm call 911 saying you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes,
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with them?
Yes,
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
yes,
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
probably so, yes,
Okay. And did you talk with them?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 471 Yankee, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 Yankee?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's on my page.
All right, is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes,
State tenders 471 Yankee, is that it?
Admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. Who is shown in 471 Yankee?
me and Mickey,
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
a gun,
What's that in your right hand?
a gun.
All right. And what do you have at the bottom? Can you read the caption? Bring it up.
They can forward us if they want. We bring the homicide,
Who'd you tag?
30 D.
All right. It's 30 D Demikion Garland.
Yes,
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
that's a song, that Lil Wayne.
Okay. So when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing, it probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
For whatever you want, we bring the homicide. Word to my mama told her to get and not the game is like coming out of a
What's the
coma.
name of the song?
I don't know the name, that Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display anything, you just wanted to put the song.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house,
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
my mama house.
All right. How do you remember that?
Cuz, what you mean? I know I was in the house. I was sick.
What you mean?
So did you stay in the house all day?
Yes,
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
no,
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home, I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called?
Probably months on.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee. The picture,
Yes,
all right? And who is depicted in that picture?
me, Shannon, and Yet,
And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG, almost go boo.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 game.
Submitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably won't, son.
You said probably, not it wasn't him.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night?
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What'd you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think with Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember where Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moonton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out,
Help out who?
like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label, Mr. Williams,
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stoner t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I don't sell the t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use it?
Who is Nud?
Demise and Mother.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name Duas?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until.
Right now, I don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No,
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't know.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Ken Cole?
Let him borrow a gun. Yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just ended up keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I
Headquarters?
only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't no always at no same place.
For
No,
those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No,
And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
no.
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And he's in Florida, he was already there.
he was already there.
Yeah.
Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know, it was the next morning. Yeah,
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know, I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We
you,
got
was he
there late on that
January
night, the
10th?
next night.
Was he there on January?
I don't
10th?
know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes,
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinter or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinter?
I don't damn know. I mean, I don't know.
Did you purchase?
No,
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
no.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't know. Probably so.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters? Do
I
you
don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah,
How many residents did he have?
one that I know of,
Where was it?
downtown.
What was it called?
I think Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
All right. Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think.
Which one?
ID Lim or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone lived with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Lived with Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when he first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes,
Was it early part of 2014 or the latter?
I don't know.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a week?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
Nah, I went no 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week, you visit?
Yeah.
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you walk? How'd you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during that time?
I don't remember.
How many cars have you had?
I don't remember.
Did you ever drive any of those cars?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah.
Did you drive it down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you've driven?
Yes.
Do you know about any cars that Thug has rented?
You gotta be more specific.
I mean, any car that Thug has rented.
I don't know you rent no car.
Do you know of any cars that maybe his manager has rented?
I don't know who rent the car. He probably had. I don't saw what rentals, but I ain't know just no rental.
Okay. So what rentals have you seen with Thug?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah.
What kind of vet?
A vet. A Corvette.
What color, do you remember?
Gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014,
Latter?
2015, one on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any other cars that Thug rented or of Thugs that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of Thugs, regardless of who rented them for you?
I don't know if they were his. I just
Okay.
know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car that you to have been rented by Thug's name?
I rode in a car with Woody,
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if it was his rental or not.
So if you said you don't know what now?
If it was his rental or not. If that's what you're trying to put it as.
Just asking a question.
Mm.
What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was
How-
nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you how Thugs run?
Because I know you're trying to get in it.
Why do you know what I'm trying to get at?
How many people you don't sit up and ask these same questions?
Have you been sitting here watching people testify?
No.
Then why are you asking me that question?
Say yeah.
What kind of car was it that you rode in with Woody on January the 9th at night?
It was a car, photo car.
What now?
It was a car.
Was it a vet?
No, it was a photo car.
A 4-door car?
Yeah.
Was it a silver 4-door car?
I think like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity 4-door car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes, I think so.
Like he knows.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We went to put up on some females.
Where? Would you?
You
was
just,
it in the
I
city
said,
of
well,
Atlanta?
yeah, Atlanta.
What part of Atlanta?
Shoot.
The players play.
The west side?
Yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury, please, what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Spurway.
The expressway?
Like
Was it-
20 West.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 west,
Yeah,
who was driving?
Woody.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
So was he driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? 'Cause I
I'm
don't
asking you,
understand all
was he
that.
driving recklessly that night?
He always drive like that,
All right. So he drove recklessly that night too.
all the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes,
Does he always spin out?
yes.
And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones and sprayway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infiniti?
I just told you, I never saw Thug in the car. Oh, you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
And I told them,
That's
only,
it, yes or no, before you get to what you told me.
you say, repeat
Did
it?
Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
Yes.
Right, and did you give them an answer?
I told him, I'm the person I ever saw in the car with Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Yat, Shannon, and Dua?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them.
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember?
Overruled.
You remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Yat, Shannon, and Dua were supposed to meet Yat's girl Bushi?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spitting out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infiniti
I think,
with Woody on the night
yes,
of January the 9th,
Yes.
2015?
yes,
Did you lie about that?
no.
What made you lie about one thing in your words now and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah,
Who was your friend?
Garlington,
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garlington?
over about 20 years.
And what month and year did he come to you with a play?
When he got out of jail,
When was that?
it was summer 2015.
He sure remembered a whole lot.
Nah,
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yat, Shannon.
yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but Miss Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Back in 2015, August 2015, were you equally cool with Demekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No,
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlington,
Were you cooler with Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, which one had you known longer?
Copeland.
And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland.
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Yak?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Duop?
Not often.
Now, where were you when Demekion came to you with the play?
I had just picked them up. We probably gonna Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
It was after? When after?
I said, gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. It before after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When'd you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right. And where'd y'all go?
The park.
All right. And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Early morning? Late afternoon?
Probably evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with
A lot.
Had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean pay my?
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you gotta pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You got to pay to travel, don't you?
I mean, no, sometimes Moncton or drive his car. You know, it depends on whoever driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Moontook didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL,
I helped them out, yes. As
you
a
didn't get
favor.
paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
I'm pretty sure if if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know. I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No.
Okay. So in August of 2015,
Riding a bike is crazy.
were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug longer than Moontoon?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
Yes.
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
No.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
About 4 or 5 years.
Right. So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
I mean, we were like 2013.
And that would put you at having met Thug when?
About 2009, something like that.
2000?
He remembers too much. He
Where were you
remembered too
living?
much.
Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living?
In the streets,
I don't know.
Okay.
in the
Did you ever
hood.
visit his house back then?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
Yes.
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
Yes.
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Shit. Yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
20-some years.
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
More.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes.
All right. How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
Shit. I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just used to hang around.
What did everybody hang around doing?
At the park,
What part?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009,
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
All right. Did it still exist in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you wasn't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still
I just
existed?
say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
Sure, a lot of people. Everybody, Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody, name 2 or 3 of the people.
Junebug, Larry, and Mike.
He just made
None
that
of the
up.
ones we named earlier.
They're
Junebug.
not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay.
Got him.
Now, was Rock Crew, what kind of group was Rock Crew?
A R&B group.
R&B group?
Yeah.
What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
A lot.
Okay, which ones?
I don't remember that joint 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock Crew?
Quinn Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you know about a R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it record label?
Yeah.
Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't know.
Cartel?
I don't know.
Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What song?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about some old 15, 13 years ago.
Okay. Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as YSL?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
It's not that's above my pay grade.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
So how are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
Shit, they had songs out.
Okay. Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed one or more of these groups?
I know Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I know him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew too?
But you said he won. So I ain't want to put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury that he was?
But you said he won. So I ain't going to say he is.
I'm asking you, you
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm gonna put it on
Right,
if you
listen
saying
to
he
the
wasn't.
question she's asking
I'm
and answer
answering
the
them, Judge.
question.
I'm answering them.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was?
And then I remember, yes, I remember telling them I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's body?
I ain't looking at them nigga, I mean, no man body.
So is that a no?
No.
Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he, what you mean associated? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
Mm. I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of a group called If Gang?
Yes.
Is it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you said that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Cause I'm
say-
pretty sure you won't be asking me and then I ain't say it, so I lied.
Mr. Zachary?
I didn't answer your question.
To ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay? So if you don't remember whether Donovan Thomas was a member of this gang, how can you so quickly say today you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Cause if you say I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he was a member?
Cause I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that same thing with it.
This is craziness. This is madness.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak.
How often, if at all, did you go there?
Every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like, everybody should be outside.
Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL that were out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is not?
he's not.
So have you ever heard Shannon playing YSL?
No,
So do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
you gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know, I'm not YSL.
Then why you call yourself YSL Lil D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted shoes. I
Did you
changed
just
my
wanna
name.
be
That
around fellas?
yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes,
Were you a fan in 2009?
yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan in
He was rapping.
2009?
He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No,
Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer to take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you, tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No,
Do you know whether he, offered to call anybody?
you want to get my dad up here?
I wanna talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not gonna tell the jury. Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No,
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
no,
Who did you live with in August 2015?
myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes,
August 2015.
yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Moonton, or you were coolest with Moonton. All right. Were you coolest with Moonton in April 2015?
April. Yes,
And were you cooler with Moonton than you were, say, Shannon?
yes,
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demekion?
yes,
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
Gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucifer?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
Because somebody had shot up my cousin's house
Where did your cousin live?
on County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns? in your
Yes.
car? How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demekion had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think,
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes,
When you got arrested in May?
yes,
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask you not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's just fake.
Your Honor, I was specific, I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't
And
know
I
what.
specifically referred to him.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want to know
I'm
what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask,
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
when I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlandson and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include.
hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now. All right, can you excuse the witness to where?
Hey, it's me. Jason's taking a break. Do y'all want to go over to the Georgia State Election Board meeting? Just let me know if y'all want to hop over there. Because I'm guessing they've adjourned for the Ashley Merchant thing. Because I can't find it. No, don't care about seeing that. Okay. Okay.
All right, Mr.
He's in
Sharp.
chains. You're kidding me. He was in chains? Oh, I missed it. Dang.
What just
No,
happened
okay.
was
I don't want to see that. All right.
completely dishonest.
It's over.
Disingenuous.
Is it over or is it over for the day?
And
And
you
I
objected.
wouldn't, and I objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this
Ashley
type
will
of
be back on the 30th. Oh, okay.
nonsense
Maybe she
where
pushed
we
her
try to
vacation
trick a
off then.
witness into think we're saying they,
Maybe she's going on
meaning
vacation now.
3 people.
Oh, it's over
and
for
then
today.
Try to convince the
Gotcha.
jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
may I
one thing that,
respond?
no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond, and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration. I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikion, and Muktum, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object, to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor. If the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
I don't
understand.
know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
Oh,
asked,
do not.
Clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
when I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past,
All right.
but what he's
We don't know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington. And well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately, because of course I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says. I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Wow. Wow. I didn't see that coming. So is she considering the mistrial? Because she didn't say no. Usually she shoots that down right away. So she's looking at the transcripts to consider a mistrial. Wow. You can knock me over with a feather right now. I kind of have tears in my eyes. Are these guys actually about to maybe get some kind of a justice? Because she's been lying. And she lied just then too. So she's actually going to consider it this time. Oh, man. Thank you, Shark. Wow. Wow. Yeah, she's mad. Hi, Tower family. She is mad. You could tell she was mad. She had that attitude in her voice. There probably won't be a mistrial. You're right. But the fact that she's even going to consider it is different and new. Yeah, she's been lying for a while. You're right about that. I did, David. I just want my shout out. That's all I want. When it happens, I just want my shout out. She always starts cleaning her desk when she gets nervous. Do y'all notice? She starts like rearranging her desk and straightening it up. So what was the deal with his dad? I don't know the full story there, Sarah. I think that his dad contacted the defense because they didn't like the way Love was doing him, I think. But if there's more to the story, well, I know that happened. But if there's more to the story than that, then I don't know it. I don't know it if there's more than that. She's considering a curative instruction. Yeah. Oh, she will do a curative instruction, I'm sure, but a mistrial, I'm sure it won't happen, but yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea, Monica. Let's do that. Oh, I can't. It's on Jason's screen, but I can pull it on mine and play it. Hold on one second.
I'm back up in the building.
Hey,
Don't
can we
don't
back
change
it
it.
up
Just
and
leave it. Here, I'm gonna back it up. How far do you want?
just about 2 or 3 minutes where Sharp stands up. And can you grab the closed caption and pull it straight up? It's right in the middle of the screen.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Well, first things first, let's get on the right screen. All right. All right, so I see Shard.
Okay, as soon as he stands up,
I'm gonna
it all
take the
pops
closed
up.
caption down. Hold on, let's pull this up. Let me know where we are.
Pull it up or down or one of the two.
No.
So where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
That sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Phil not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's just fake.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know what.
Specifically referred to him.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want to know
I'm
what we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking
People are saying go
about
back a little further.
now.
I
little
thought it was
further?
right there where she told her to clarify, but
Thank you.
let's do what they're
Go
saying.
ahead and clarify.
2015, were you also cooler
Little bit more.
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Shannon is YSL?
I just don't want to miss when they come
I
back.
told y'all shouldn't YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is
he's not.
So. have you
It is
ever
really hard to
heard-
hear. Is there another
It
feed?
is. What's wrong with the volume?
No,
Hold on one second.
So do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
you got to ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why you call yourself YSL Little D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I
Did you
changed
just
my
wanna
name.
be
That
around Cub?
yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes,
Were you a fan in 2009?
yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan
He
in
was rapping.
2009?
He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No,
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you, tell your father to tell us you weren't?
I don't think it was this far back, actually.
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell
You can skip ahead a
I ain't
little bit.
telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No,
Do you
You're muted.
know whether he,
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
offered?
I
Yeah.
don't know why the audio is so low.
you want to get my dad up here?
I wanna talk to you.
Okay, I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why?
Why?
You know why?
Tell the jury why.
You know why?
So you're not gonna tell the jury. Was your father with you?
She always rearranges her desk when she's nervous.
No,
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
no,
Who did you live with in August 2015?
myself.
Did you live with SG at any time? in
Yes.
August 2015.
Yes,
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Mooktoon, or you were coolest with Mooktoon. Were you coolest with Mooktoon in April 2015?
She was, Malika. She was trying to catch him up and she slipped up.
And were you cooler with Mooktoon than you were, say, Shannon?
And she got snotty with the judge. Did you hear that?
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with?
Hold on a
Mooktoon?
second, let me hear.
Yes,
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
yes.
Where?
It's about here.
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
Gun,
How many?
shot. 2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Coocher?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come get you?
Yes.
Why did you ask them to come get you?
Because somebody had shot at my cousin's house.
Where did your cousin live?
I'm counting.
Right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, no, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped out to her.
Okay. And so did you have guns?
Yes.
How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demetrius had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
So where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask you about the question. You'll have me.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's his face.
Your Honor, I was specific, I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know
and
what-
specifically referred to them.
Why would
Maybe.
we want to know who we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue, and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
When I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moulton.
You didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include-
hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's just take our mid-afternoon break right now. All right, can you excuse the witness to where?
So I hear what the problem is now. She tried to bring in the girlfriend.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
And you
And I
objected.
wouldn't, and I objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning three people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
May I
one thing that,
respond?
no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court, and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Moulton, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't
Your
be
Honor,
an
if the-
issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor, if the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
I don't
understand.
know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
A
asked,
clarification of my ruling, is that what you
when
mean?
I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past,
right.
but what he's
We don't know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately, because of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says. I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
All right, here we go. Let's jump back over here to this one. Okay. All right, so I got it ready for whenever they come back. All right, so when they come back, we're ready. Man, it was crazy. What do you think? What do you think? Let's go. Comment in the chat. What do y'all think? I'm not holding my breath because
I'm not
passing
either,
out
but
on the floor is not a
the
good
fact
look
she's
for
even
me.
considering it is
It's better
big.
than nothing. And this,
She'll just give a curative instruction, I'm sure, but
or she could
I
just say,
called
look,
it this week though. Remember? I said mistrial this week.
or she could, oh yeah, that's right. Harvey was going to say something. She could be looking at herself in the mirror saying, look, I could get done with this case. I could be done with this right now. Mistrial with prejudice. Everybody, y'all figured out. And that's it. We don't have to worry about this guy having a crisis over the weekend. We don't have to worry about Love looking at her peacocking around here without a microphone. She's looking in the mirror thinking long and hard. I don't know what, she might be throwing back a little gray goose. She might have lit up a little tree real quick and got herself right. Like, ooh, I could be done with this thing. I could be done with this crazy case right now. And Jason will invite me back to the family reunion. because I kicked her officially out of the family. All this good stuff could happen, man. All kinds of good stuff, you know. But
Could be. Oh,
so,
I'm
oh
like on the edge
man,
of my seat. I gotta know.
I know, right? So I got it ready, everybody. Don't worry, have no fear. It's ready. In a world. It's right here. We're
Oof.
ready. Harvey got loud. Is gonna say love is trash. Hey, hopefully Harvey don't get in trouble. I don't want him to get in trouble. Because Bruce been calling him out for a minute. All right. The DWC family, do forgive. Right. We don't forget, but we'll forgive her. Absolutely. She can come back to the family reunion. Hold on. It's not an unhear. What does Monica say? Monica said it's not the unhearing that matters. It's what did they put in their notes. Okay.
I didn't hear Harvey either, simply, but I'm sure we'll hear Harvey when they come back from the break.
Oh
He'll
my
be
gosh,
heard.
yeah. I hope it's not just another whip fix. I mean, I hope it's something demonstrative. Because again, it's becoming repetitive. What was it? Just last week she rebuked her? When
Yeah,
was the
she seemed upset with her,
Yeah, she's not
honestly.
she's not getting if some apt pupil wants to start with the first day we met Judge Whitaker all the way up to today and just took sound bites of her voice like every hour, like 5 minutes every hour, you'll hear that she's getting more and more agitated. Like she's not having a bit of she's yelling at Adrian right here. She was yelling at her. That was not a whisper. That was
Mm-mm.
some high level Glanville type of stuff right there. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say that she's looking in the mirror saying, girl, Paige, we could get out of here. We could get out of here before traffic gets bad.
I'll be in the chat. Y'all have fun.
You got it. See you soon, friend.
Bye.
Did I go fishing? Why would I go fishing? I don't get it. Zipper Jones. I don't know why it was my fishing. It's Fire Friday. This witness is critical to Shannon's freedom. Okay. I can dig it. All right, let's see. We're ready, just in case. When this goes hot, we're ready. Let me pull myself in like this. There we go. She didn't want to make it clear. I mean, she's unclear all the time. She's very unclear. So we're going to see. There's a few people walking around in the courtroom, but buked and rebuked. I don't know. Let me put my glasses on. I don't know. I have no idea. At some point, Love's blatant shenanigans, Whitaker may have to choose to, but call a mistrial. I mean, I don't think she has any other choice, in my opinion. But we're gonna find out sooner than later. That's for sure. All right. Thank you so much. Transplanted Texan just sent me the immunity agreement that Quindarius Zachary signed. All right. Well, he's got immunity. But that's so sad that when you see that somebody has immunity and you almost immediately think, how are they going to still throw this man in jail? Like that's the first thought that comes to your mind. Like, yeah, he's got immunity, but they're gonna throw him in jail. Yeah, they're gonna put him in jail. Yo, thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. Let's see what you got. Harvey is always in trouble and is in contempt of court and comes out a superstar. Have watched him for years, superstar. Okay. I've heard good things about Harvey. I don't know much about him after that, but I've heard good things about him. Whit was yelling at the GoFundMe lawyer. Okay. I don't know. I thought she was I felt like she was raising her voice at Love as well. But I mean, she was yelling at him earlier with the whole HIPAA violation and getting the doctor online. So, I mean, yeah, she's frustrated. So in the thought of like having another week of Quindarius Zachary and Love interviewing him, she can be like, look, yeah. So Adrian Love is asking some questions that are, I don't fully understand how she was asking the questions, but cue their phrase wrong. So it's like she's talking about two people over here, but then she's like referencing over here they. So it's almost like they're including other people into the two people that she's been talking about. So I'm talking about Tommy and Sally, but then all of a sudden I'm talking about something bad that Patty does, and then I say they. So it just seemed like she's trying to lump Shannon into it, and Shard was not having it. I don't think you have to be famous. I mean, I don't think any of us are famous, but I think Max Shard has got Max Shard has a fan base. I think it's fair to say. Glanville and Paige are unfit parents to Adrian. That is hilarious and terrible at the same time. I see people moving, but the camera hasn't adjusted yet. I hope I'm not on 1.5. I'm caught up. I should be caught up.
Go home
Oh, there's a second. How'd I get there?
with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want you
just,
to, and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be.
I was a
determined.
second behind. I got a minute behind. Here you go. And one in the chat when you can hear. Come on, come on, come on. Can't make it jump any further. Come on. All right. Hit me up. Hit me up when you can hear. One in the chat.
Wants to hear from the court in reference to if he finishes today, will he go home? If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's going to go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we
Okay.
talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And
I
if he
told him he's been
doesn't,
given-
yeah,
doesn't
I
finish
can
today.
let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on, and I told Mr. Shab that I understand that his interest is.
Can y'all hear him?
No, get on the microphone.
Can you use a mic?
And
She's so
we
lame.
talked about it, so she just needs to come up. You know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want him
just,
to, and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about him now, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained, but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction.
Why not?
You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right, anything
Wow.
else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. Okay. I
Okay,
understand
and you
your-
use the mic too.
Yep, I understand. Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the court's ruling. I think that all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation, but I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question, so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, go ahead.
actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something more.
I think I was probably gonna say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea, so go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I'd asked.
Nobody
and
cares.
Right before I said they.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going. So.
All right, so after the questioning about where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this isn't the, this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Monktunk or cool with Monktunk. All right, were you close with Monktunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay, and were you cooler with Monktunk than say Shannon? Yes. All right. Now in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. And I have to, where? Back, some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes, all right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them? And then the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes, all right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it, your girlfriend was in yours. Yes, all right. I don't think, because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right, and he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha. So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay? In the
it
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream. Yeah.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware.
Shard was in the chat.
That even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demekion Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're,
and
we're not
move
gonna stop
forward.
using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had
right now.
already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Sharp's, I don't know what it was, but Your Honor,
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened. And I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my
Let's-
life repeatedly. And
Let
so-
everybody stop with the
Well,
personal
yeah.
jabs against each other, to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay, all right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. That's supposed to be based on facts. Okay, so you understand, if you're gonna ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll
Okay.
clarify
All
who I'm
right,
talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he finishes today, he can go home. And
That's
then
on Love,
know where
though,
he's gonna go otherwise.
because they're not going to get finished
So
today.
let's do
Because
that.
everybody's got
And-
questions for him.
Yes,
Your Honor, can I just make the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Shart. I'd ask
Brady.
that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that, because I've done nothing wrong at all, nor did Mr. Sharp. I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from the fact that that gun was found, or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So
Okay.
I'm doing
May I
it now.
respond to that, please? Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawfulness of the search, I won't even go back into that. But Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL, and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL, and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I-
all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but because
anywhere?
this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not, I don't think he does. I have not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it in, my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I
Have you
guess
not-
better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court has heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed. And the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question because
All right,
it is,
hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
right.
No.
So,
But I
And
believe.
that's why I want to ask and make sure, that's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he does,
Oh.
we don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you.
Judge,
Yes.
he has not answered questions that I've asked him for the last
All
hour
right,
and a half.
I will do that. What else?
The record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for a mistrial.
On with the one you just made?
Yes,
Okay.
just for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes, no, that's.
you.
All right, I thought you meant something else just happened. Okay. Yes, you're just preserving it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
Just instruct that when I ask, who did he give the gun to? That is the only,
I'm not agreeing
answer
that he
that
will
is
say
being-
who he gave, excuse me. That's a bad question.
No.
Who did he
Well,
give the guns to?
I mean,
Presumes he gave the gun to
there's
someone.
a lack of foundation at this point to that. So I'm going to be more general in my instruction to him than that. We're ready for him. Oh, can everybody who's operating cameras make sure that you do not, and I think some of you who've been here the whole time know that, but any of the newer people, no pictures, no filming of this area over here, the detention area, okay? That includes still shots. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Zachary, I know from your attorney that you had a couple of questions about sort of what happens next. And as long as we finish your testimony today, the direct and cross and whatever anybody of the attorneys wants to ask you, then yes, you can go home today.
What did I finish that?
If you don't finish, then we haven't quite worked out where you're going, but it will not be you're free to go, have a great life. It will not be Rice Street, but it will also not be bye, have a great life. It'll be something short of that because you will, we'll just need to make sure that
Put me on house arrest. My grandma's funeral. tomorrow.
we'll sort out, your attorney and the state are working on potential conditions right now. So we'll sort that out.
What you mean conditions?
I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, I may end up needing to impose them, but if they can work something out, then we're going to go with that. Also, when any of these attorneys is asking you a question, I want you to try to listen carefully to what specifically it is they're asking you and then answer just that question and you can explain it, but try not to just go off on something else entirely, okay? All right. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? Yes, all right, let's get the jury out.
That's not-
I'll have to tell you later, it has nothing to do.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for the very kind 499 super. I think the problem is Adrian Love actually makes the hostile witnesses, the difficult witnesses. She actually creates them. I think she's got her job description wrong. You're supposed to work with the difficult witnesses, not create difficult witnesses. Anyway, but thank you so much for the 499 super. Very kind, very gracious. All right, here we go.
And jurors, thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Use the microphone, you lame-o.
When, just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you on April 28th, 2015, who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay. You,
Garlington and
Garlington,
Sledge.
and Sledge?
Yeah.
Right. Today, is it your testimony that you three were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No,
them.
I haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it. When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know, I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes,
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
what you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before. So I
What are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow, them, the police, I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew,
I'm gonna object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, I potentially. Without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you
I
talking
had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me
All right. When did someone tell you?
when they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting, Demekion Garlington?
Yes,
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I just know he got out of jail. He told, he
Don't
told
tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told
No.
police certain
I just
things?
know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes,
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just gonna ask
He's,
you all.
Judge, he's already asked. Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's like the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schlid.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No,
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
to the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin house? We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wasn't even just, it's like when we get out of the expressway, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan
I
with,
think it was a car.
with 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes,
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Did you, are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
The driving.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah,
How far do you all follow it?
not that far. About like 3-4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
yes,
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
no,
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
no,
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it from we got out Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What now?
When we get out Sprayway, like 3-4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK,
You did get off at MLK?
yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at it?
Yes,
Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
yes.
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car, or inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Carlos.
No, I'm asking you, I'm
Oh.
sorry. I should be clear. The car you all were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot at your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't remember. I just know when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I just know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I just know I had a gun. I got
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah,
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short,
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
long, but
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
no,
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Or what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garson got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. I lied.
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
Did you? What now?
I told you I went in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No,
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
no,
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
no.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes,
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo or the name Philo in 2015?
Yes,
Did you know the name Philo on April 28, 2015?
yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember that love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
But what do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it at night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it at night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all
Like
shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay. Okay. So
They got back in the car and pulled off.
and did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Yeah, this was all
Was it
hanging
the
out.
apartment complex or the house?
It
When
was
you
in
say the
apartments.
same?
It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima, 62 Lima, LL. And see if you remember or
Cool
this
J?
area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right.
This is terrible.
And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex, beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told him I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I probably, I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right, so when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something,
I
Did I-
told you that already though, before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
No.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't asking, I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Cause you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
It's chopped and screwed. He
What
had
does that
chop
mean?
and screw it.
Try
Mix
to
it.
make myself a little innocent.
Okay, fair enough.
It's the
So
remix. Come on,
who
man.
else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for
Hearsay.
hearsay.
I said,
You can,
I'll rephrase.
okay.
Who else did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
I don't remember. Like 9 years ago?
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No. I told him Moonton was there. I never told him Moonton shot no house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally.
Moonton closer.
You and Moonton were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moonton did something, how did you confront him about it?
Front who Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moonton shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can't use a word I understand.
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moulton that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moulton that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moulton.
Okay. Were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. When you, did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay, what do you mean when the phone came back, it
When they-
wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see who name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my lawyer had already knew.
What,
Somebody told me.
did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun. I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes.
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it wasn't in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, what were is it one that you still have now?
No.
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
No, you can't.
Why?
Because that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of
Why?
your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay. approaching, with the court's permission,
You may.
approaching you with states 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought that was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were
sir,
those-
yes, yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No,
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
no, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me, but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes,
And you no longer have that cell phone?
no.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you, but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was.
Boy,
it,
stop
right?
it.
Can you show me the number so I can make sure?
I
That,
can.
that number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other, is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones.
Yeah.
The second phone, what number does it end?
I don't remember. It ain't on no more.
Is, so nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phones, okay? All right. So
Bless his heart.
who had the phone? Whose name was the phone in that you had?
John Doe.
John Doe, okay. So now since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, if the number was in the name John Doe and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using that phone?
No.
And I'm gonna show you what I have marked as Stacy did 506. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it. All right. I'm showing you 506, Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506, Yankee, is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikion, and Moton the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garlison told them Montoon was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moulton was in the car, and you told them Moulton was in the car, why did you?
I
not tell
told them
about
Montoon was
Shannon?
in the car after I tried to free Montoon.
It's your testimony that you said that Moulton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was already know. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garlison said Moulton was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell the police that Montauk was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't remember.
You remember why you told them, you said.
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
I think I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at the house?
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated
I ain't
from
never,
high school?
I ain't never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay, I'm asking you if you did or not. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No, in August, and thank you for making me clarify, in the August 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis, that you told the jury about her.
I ain't getting my mama number.
Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave my name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a statement?
No, my whole plan was to just go free months on.
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't know.
I'm gonna pause y'all for a minute. There's a juror that's feeling sick.
Oh my gosh, come on, man.
So let's.
So what are they gonna do? This is crazy. They stayed. It's like that's why this is the trial that never ends, man. The juror is feeling us. We are the jury, the juror. We are the juror.
I don't quite know how long it's gonna be, so no, he doesn't need to.
Okay, so I'm looking for Rico. I just give up. Okay, so What in the world? Okay, so I hear them talking, but I don't know why they have to move off of they have to go to the seal. Yeah, they're probably, I think you're probably right. They'll probably end up breaking. So you know this guy gonna be up there till, you know, easily into next week. Easily. Okay, well, I'm gonna do something. All right. All right, let me find this video real quick. I told y'all the young lady that was in the witness stand yesterday, she is she was at the club at Club Crucial boxing. Did I find it? Where is it? Oh, I didn't download it. Darn it. I thought I downloaded it. I didn't download it. I did not. Let me go grab it real quick. Oh man, mad at myself. Anyway, the young lady was boxing at Club Crucial. They got some weird stuff over there, man. That place is crazy, man. All right, hold on one second. I'll just pull it up over here in the Twitter space. All right, let's see. All right. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with the trial right now. If they're going to, I think they're probably going to end up recessing, especially if somebody's sick. They tend to recess when somebody gets sick, which is crazy. This is nasty work, man. Just nasty work. All right, hold on one second. Let me get this. All right. All right. So while we sit around here doing this, all right, because they ain't doing nothing. All right, let's drop this out of the way. Let's pull this in. As soon as they come back, we'll get back at it, I promise. But all right, so this is a young lady yesterday that was mean mugging Adrian Love. She was at Club Crucial. They used to have boxing matches. I don't know. They make it sound like this is still current. So I don't know if it's at the current Club Crucial or back in the day Club Crucial. Oh, they throwing hands. They throwing hands. That's your girl in the white top with the black and the black shorts with the ponytail. That's her with the shoes on. They was out here boxing. Oh. Oh. That's your girl right there. All right, let me go back over here real quick and see, make sure we didn't miss something. All right, so yeah, Adrian Love should have been. Hey, look, Adrian Love was in danger yesterday. She was in harm's way for sure, for sure. Okay, I hear them talking, but they ain't talking about nothing. They got the seal back, but they ain't talking about nothing. The seal of death, you called it. Yellow Wild. All right, let me pull this back in just in case. I got a feeling they're gonna end up calling this today. All right, real quick, what are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking right now? How's this questioning going on? That's how they're gonna get it solved. They're gonna start boxing up in here. That they might as well, man. They might as well just start doing that. Yeah, she was boxing like she meant business, man. That was oh no, that was Bonds and Merchant. Merchant was giving them that work though. I thought it was close too, but I thought was it Wednesday when Brown was interviewing the police officer and it had gotten like it had gotten repainted. I think somebody else owns it. Why not just look it up? Let's look it up real quick. We got to do the research, Jason. We got to do. Okay, it says Club Crucial is permanently closed, but Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's been but their Instagram is still live, active. So I'm not saying that that means anything, but their Instagram is still active, which is kind of wild. Yeah, they straight boxing up in here. Like this was on July 19th. They straight boxing at the doggone club, man. This is a real thing. That's her right there. That's just the girl right there. Treva. Yeah, that's her. Yo, we out here researching, man. We doing the research for the people, man. We doing the research up in here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Where'd it go? There we go. That's Treva right there. She mean business. She putting hands on folk. Yo, they really have like bona fide. This is craziness. And it says Club Crucial, like right there. And this was on July 13th. I'm assuming it's July 13th, 2024. Yeah. That is wild. Okay. Well, now we know. Now we got to know. We got the inside. Yeah, that was her. That was treat. Look, Adrian Love was in danger yesterday. The jury is sick of this trial and wanted to start the weekend early. Facts. She knew she meant business, gladiator girl. She knew it. She's in harm's way every day. This case is crazy. Move the trial to Club Crucial. Hey, let's get it done. I don't think she cares, Felicia. I don't think she cares how she talks to people. She talks to them with disdain. She doesn't, yeah, she just talks to them with disdain. I don't think there's any way around it. Ashley Merchant will take the stand on the 30th of September. What's going on? That's next week. I mean, in a week. Why? Okay, I do need to look. Okay, let me make sure I'm not. All right, this is ready. All right, yeah, it's ready. Make sure I'm not missing anything. I have no idea what happened. Okay, I think what's going to end up happening is they're going to come back and just say, "Look, y'all, we've wasted your afternoon. Have a good Friday, have a good Saturday and Sunday. We'll see you next week." That's what I think they're going to end up doing because there's no other way around it. Yo, Club Crucial be out here boxing. They got a straight up boxing Jimmy Jam. That is hilarious, though. Yo, this girl has been fighting for a minute. This is her. Okay, I gotta bring this back up in here. This poor girl has been fighting for a hot minute. Wait, this is hold on. Y'all are not ready to see this. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this in. Y'all are not ready for this craziness. Hold on. Look at this insanity. This is at Club Crucial, y'all. Club Crucial is crucial. Look, they boxing and throwing money while they boxing. And that's your girl right there in the white shirt. She knocked that girl out. Oh, that's her. Oh, goodness gracious. Yo, this is crazy. Oh, wait, let me move myself out of the way. I mean, they're throwing money while they're boxing. That has got to be the most craziest thing. Oh, this is a club. And that's your girl right there. I don't know, man. Love might be in danger. Adrian Love might have been in danger with that yesterday. Yo, this is crazy. Rome, I need you to go check this out, man. We need to go do some investigation for us. Tell us what the wings are like over there. I think slap boxing is crazy for sure, for sure. This one, at least they got face guards and head guards, and of course gloves. Uh, I mean, she means business. She got like the eye of the tiger in her. Oh my gosh. And they're throwing money while they're fighting. Rome, I need you to go do some investigation on us, sir. I'm not a fan of female boxing, though. I've never been a fan of it. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing this thing. No, they're not back yet. All right, real quick. Yo, this is crazy. This is Club Crucial. This is where they be at on Mondays. So, Rome, I need you to go check it out on Monday for us, sir. Take one for the team. This is the one that was dating Sledge and what's the other one? I forgot whoever else. That was like years ago. I mean, good gracious, this is crazy. Oh. Okay, I gotta leave this alone. That's bananas right there. I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that. All right. All right, so what are y'all thinking? What do y'all think about this? What's gonna end up happening? We know why it's crucial. That's true, but like, who came up with the idea? Like, oh yeah, let's have girls fighting in the club. We have. I can't even understand what I'm saying. Like, what is this? I'm waiting to see. I need Rome to go ahead and confirm that he's gonna go there on Monday. Okay, let's see. I need Rome to justify he's gonna be showing up. Are you showing up, sir? Yay or nay? Come on now, sir. Take one for the team. This is craziness. All right. So at the current moment, if you just jumped in, a juror, I guess, was feeling sick or is sick or whatever. And so they've gone to the seal of, oh, let me pull the seal back up. So at the current moment, they got the seal of, they call it the seal of doom. Seal of doom is back up. Now, the problem is Adrian Love was questioning Lil D. And if Lil D had gotten finished today with cross and redirect, direct and cross, he would have been able to go home. He'd been finished. This is going to drag out, and it's going well into the week. It's going to go into the weekend now because it's going to be 4 o'clock now. I doubt highly they're going to come back and say they got all the jurors. They don't. If it's a juror, not an alternate, they're in trouble. He gonna be back on next week. Yeah, you cheat on Miss Smith, man. This is what's gonna happen to you. That's true. You can't talk about Fight Club, and there's a fight in the club. So there's a lot of problems there. You're right. She's Evander Holyfield, you think? Y'all are wild, man. Yo, that is like they're literally throwing money while they're boxing. That is the craziest thing I ever saw in my life. It's not boxing. I don't know what that is. You're right. I don't know what that is, but it is crazy. Are you for real, Dominique? Dominique says they get cash prize for knockouts, and your cousin has done a few. That's crazy. That's bananas. I've never seen it before. I guess I kind of agree with you, Costa Chameleon. I see what you said there. That's what it was always at Club Crucial. It was always at Crucial. That is so funny, man. Yeah, I need to do some due diligence, man. We gotta do some searching. We gotta check it out. I nominate Rome King to go check it out. He lives down in those parts anyway. Just go check it out for us. Let us know what happens on Mondays. how the wings are, how the boxing matches, all that kind of stuff. Bring back some details and take an Uber. I agree. Take an Uber. No, that's why you do it. You take an Uber, Captain. Don't worry about the vet. You take an Uber, you don't have to worry about that. I think the jury is getting sick of love. I think they're sick of this case, but it is what it is, man. At this point in the game, if they can't, I mean, we'd be on the cusp of a mistrial, and Judge Whitaker be still pulling them back. I don't know how she be doing it. She be rescuing them like 80s action heroes, like just rescue, rawr, catching them. I don't know how she be doing it. I mean, now if anybody goes to Crucial, I will allow you to come on the show. You can tell us about it, all that kind of stuff like that. I cannot confirm nor deny. I cannot tell you that I will be at Crucial with you. I can't do it. I can't tell you that because I would be lying. Oh man, what in the world, man? Captain Pawpaw said, look, Rome. Somebody got you on the Uber. Captain Pawpaw got you on a couple of shots of Grey Goose. Come on now. Take one for the team, my guy. Disclaimer. We do not promote violence of any sort. Absolutely not. Research purposes only. Only research purposes. I agree. Thank you so much, Lip. Absolutely. Only research. All right. I don't know. You know what though, Eric? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. She came in there yesterday. She was mean mugging Adrian Love. She was not kind to her. She was not playing games with her. She was on the stand for 20 minutes. I think it was actually less than 20 minutes. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe come in there. Well, first of all, she was really not she wasn't even being considered. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the jam. Just come in there, be short to the point, all that stuff, and be done and get out of there. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying, Rome. Don't take the vet. Take an Uber, my guy. Come on, I'm looking out for you, man. I'll send an Uber. No problem, man. We got you. Me and Pawpaw got you. We got you. Me, Pawpaw, and Becky, we got you on the Uber, my guy. You good to go. Actually, I have a friend whose parents own a skating rink, and they do roller derby there, and it's a big deal. I've never met a person who's done roller derby until then. So, like, their granddaughter is like really big into roller derby. I I've never I didn't know anything about it until I met this person. Like, what in the world is this? It's like football, it's like soccer, rugby on skates. It's kind of crazy, but they like it. Yeah, that was Treva. That was Treva Republic T. Adrian was in trouble yesterday. She was in harm's way. We got don't worry, Gladiator Girl. Rome is gonna go down there. He's gonna get on Instagram, the IG Live. He's gonna do the what's it, Reels? The Facebook, is it Facebook Live? Facebook Reels? Anyway, he's gonna do a live update from the from Crucial, from the box, and give us like a side by ringside commentary. Facts and evidence. Yo, what is going on with court? They have did they abandon us? Did they forget about us? There's double checking. No, they are. They got all right. Rome King coming through. Yeah, it's definitely gonna end today for sure. But this is the only thing I got with that, Demetrius. And I like to comment, like, make them work on the weekend. Doing what? It's the state. It's the state's problem. I can't think of another way around it. It's the state. And I do think that she was asking the same questions, trying to sound not so much the same, like it's the same, so it's not repetitive. So she get an objection. But I think she'd be fishing for objections just to get people to slow it down. Put an ankle monitor on the guy. But I think Judge Whitaker can determine that since he has to come and testify in front of her court. And if I'm wrong, please set me straight. Judge Whitaker doesn't have to rely on what Adrian Love decides. She can say, I'm gonna put an ankle monitor on you and send you home. I think she can do that. I don't think she has to wait for the state. He's not under arrest. So that's my 2 cents. But again, he might go home and cut the ankle monitor off and make a run for it. I don't know. They fight out in the park. So bring it inside and make some money of it. Okay. I see what you did there, Gordon. I see it. Okay, yo. Let's talk about that real quick. I'm starting to think. Remember the whole Infinity? Woody said that he was driving the Infinity on the highway and spun out and hit the wall or hit a barricade or something, right? And here, Brother Man said that the Infinity was damaged and the bumper was torn off. Okay, that's consistent, right? The only problem is the car that the Infinity dealer, the Infinity guy expert was talking about in that video did not have front end damage. So what car are they talking about? I need somebody to help me out with that. So the Infinity remember the Infinity dealer came and saw the video. The video was not very clear, very grainy, but the guy knew that that was an Infinity. The front end was not damaged. Woody and Little D both said that the Infinity was damaged and the front bumper was damaged. He said broke, tore off. Either one. The car in that video did not have front end damage. What y'all think? Love needs to just give it up. I see they haven't decided that yet, Sarah. They said he doesn't need to go to jail. He can't go home. So they're going to try to come up with some happy medium. That's probably what they're doing right now. And they're just not on camera doing it. If somebody can look on like Infamous Sylvia's, what's called, she commentates on it. On Twitter. Let's go to Twitter and see. There's a couple good people on Twitter that will probably add some insight to this. Let's see. Let's look at that good old Thug Daily. Let's see what he's saying. At the current moment, nobody has anything updated on there. But let's see. So apparently on day 49, shout out to T Investigates. So apparently here, since they're not back, let's just look at this real quick. Let's see if I can do this right. Messed it up. Okay, try again. Shout out to T Investigates. Been interacting with them on the Twitter. Pretty dope channel. That's where I actually saw the fight initially. So he says here at 4 hours and 10 minutes, they let Bennett go home and travel when she couldn't finish. So this is real quick. Pull this in 4 minutes and 10. This is day 49, real quick. Let me pull this back in for y'all real quick. Sorry about that. All right, let's look at this real quick. So this is a person that was on the bench, I mean on the witness stand, and they let him leave. Well, granted, it was Glanville, so you know it says a lot. I don't know who that is breathing like that. Okay, y'all said y'all can't hear. Sorry about that. Let me fix that. Bring that in. Sorry about that. And it looks like court is not doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing, so we'll let that slide anyway. Sorry about that. Okay, let's try that again. So apparently they didn't even show the young lady's face, which is fine. But here's Glanville talking to her.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
One in the chat if you can hear.
It is highly likely that your testimony is not going to be complete today. So what I like to do is to ask you and see if we could propose something else to you. Ordinarily, with a type of confinement that you're under, once you satisfy the testimony, you're released. Okay? I'd like to be able to release you now since you're going to need to come back tomorrow. But I'd like to predicate that on if the state found you another place to stay this evening with appropriate supervision, meaning it would not be somebody that is not a female or to that extent, would you be willing, would you come back tomorrow morning?
I never had a problem with coming to court, sir.
Well, here's the challenge, and I'm not going to argue with you about anything. That was the reason why I had to sign the warrant. Okay, it's because it was postured to the court in an affidavit that you were not going to come. And I'm not getting into any of that reason. I'm not debating that. All I'm trying to do is to just to in the interest of fairness, because I don't want to jail you. I don't know. No court likes to jail any witness, okay? But it's a tool that we have to ensure compliance with folks that are less than, they don't want to come. That's it. So what I'm trying to do is, if you're willing to do that alternate arrangement where I'd sign an order to release you, I'll release you to the state, and the state will bring you back tomorrow morning, okay? That's the deal. If you tell me, Judge, I'm okay with that, then I will sign the order to that effect. If you're not saying, well, you know, if you release me, you can, you know, blank, 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 then I'm going to leave you where you are.
No, if you release me, sir, I don't have a problem coming to court. It was a reason I didn't come to court. If you knew what was going on or what was happening with the state, you know why I wasn't here.
And that's not for me
I ain't finna lie to you. Like, I ain't gonna feel safe with being with them.
Well, you're going to be put up in probably a hotel is more than likely what will probably happen. Okay?
Okay.
That work for you?
Anything that I need to do for you, sir, I'm right here.
Okay, so you'll agree to that as opposed to 901 Wright Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Dang.
then what I'll do is I'll sign an order to release you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you'll come back tomorrow morning. I'll need you to be here for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll resume your testimony. It is highly likely that you'll finish tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay,
Okay, so this is very interesting. Hold on one second.
councils, can we go?
Okay, so that's kind of interesting because two things. Shout out again to I forgot Investigate T's YouTube channel. Let me just real quick give them a shout out. T Investigates. Shout out. I'm gonna probably add them to my list of Twitter followers. Okay, let me drop this in here real quick. Bang, shout out to them. There's their Twitter link. You know what the problem is though, don't y'all? Y'all know the problem is that lady was not on camera. And so this is court is back. I mean, court is not back yet. That woman was not on camera. And Judge Glanville apparently we never saw her, which I'm perfectly fine with that. But why did Judge Whitaker make the young lady yesterday show herself? That's just interesting. I mean, I think I think also she was doing the most on social media, but why was that? That was really interesting because Judge Glanville did not let that young lady be shown. Her name was Bennett. And the other lady, Miss Smith, we saw her. And Judge Whitaker seemed to care nothing about that, about showing her face, because she didn't want to show her face, which is pretty wild. So, okay, that's interesting. And she's a witness. She was not arrested. She was not under, I mean, I don't know what she did, if she did anything, bad things in the past, but she had not done anything wrong here. And he just let her go. She was handcuffed, but okay. All right, well, I wonder why. Okay. The state be doing some wild stuff, man. They said we saw her because the state posted her photo when she peed them off. Really? Good gracious, man. She was arrested on the stand because, oh, here we go. They're back. Let's go. They haven't turned the audio on yet. Let me double check. It's not me. It's not me. You wild, Rome. You wild. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it back in, just double check, make sure it's not me. I don't think she's aware that her mic is not turned on. Yeah, she looks like she's looking for something. And here's Zachary. I see Zachary's attorney up in there. We already know how much of a mess this is gonna be. Okay, well, I have no idea why she's not turning the mic on. No, she hasn't turned the volume on yet. Yeah, I have no idea what she's doing. Let me double check. I'm looking on other stations as well. Make sure I'm not crazy. Nah, she hasn't turned it on. Okay,
Material witness.
there we go. One in the chat if you can hear. All right, dope. Thank you, Greg.
Miss Love. We are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony. And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine. And I know that when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness warrant. And there are, I mean, y'all can put him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
So, Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify. And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different. And I am as concerned as the court, and I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that. And they're not trained to, deal with that. But I am trying to combine.
Okay,
I
then
have just
put
sent-
up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of, put them both up. And that way, it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will,
But, if we're just leaving it up to the family members, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay.
Yes. So let me go try that.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of obvious. And I know that you are advocating that he be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members on opposing sides of what should happen next, then that actually could be very stress inducing for him.
Why are you taking that from Adrian Love, though?
She wants to be put under oath and have her testify where he's gonna be.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen. And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions, and if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror.
Man, they
Then-
stay sick.
Another issue they made is like, they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me for being here every day.
All right, well,
I mean,
you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr.
Wow.
Zachary.
well, it appears none of them were happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody, and I've even been threatened with them taking out a warrant for kidnapping. I'm not worried about that, against me, against, I'm a big boy, I can deal with it, but, he's gotta make a decision what he wants to do.
Okay,
That's where I am right now.
all right.
This is craziness.
You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him that he could, you are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect, are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed, but
Ask Fonnie Willis. That's where they got it from.
Sunday morning, I found
They got
out
it from
about
Fonnie.
this. I think I've been in here one time.
all right, well, then that wasn't you.
It was an issue and I came in here to support him.
Yeah.
Other than that, I
All
don't
right.
know.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of his anymore. I'm glad he has an attorney. I'm just not a fan of this attorney. And he won't use a mic. I don't know why he won't do it. It's just crazy.
But I would respectfully submit, if we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, and you and I are gonna have it, we need to have him out here, because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. Because I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Let him tell the court. Yes. Yes, we approve of that. Come on, tell the court. I think they let Woody go home, but this guy literally said, or one of his family members said, he was not going to come back, or something of that magnitude. So I think they kind of poisoned the well by talking too much. Yeah, it actually it will be stricken if they can't cross.
We can get him out.
They have a jail in the courthouse. So I mean, they could, I guess, but that'd be crazy. And let them get Uber Eats. That's wild.
I'm checking with I'm checking with the people that can control that part on our end in terms of sitting at the location. I'm trying to affect what the court is asking.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all been able to do things like that for years.
She's so petty. She's so snarky.
So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out. And she had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up. And I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But she's too sick to continue today, and so we're gonna have to pick up on Monday. And so what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish
I'm a
testifying.
grown man, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of,
If I ain't want to testify, I would sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me.
I'm,
I
well,
did 19 years.
so you'd rather go to jail than a hotel
Oh, I'm
room?
ready to go home.
I know you are, I know. But we're gonna have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the weekend. But I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment where your father is not going to be causing stress for any of y'all. Okay?
My father don't cause stress with me. He cause stress with them. He supposed to do
I
that.
know. Well, I
What
don't know
about
that,
next
but
week,
if he
though?
causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you.
What about
So-
Monday if he doesn't finish?
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phones back?
Which phones?
My
You just
phone?
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took them.
Yeah, you,
No, the officer back there took them.
I mean,
They took both my cell phones.
I mean, I don't really
They
have
ain't
a,
turn them into property.
I don't really have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back.
What about Monday, though, if they don't finish on Monday?
So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
Ask about Monday.
I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that lawyer
Why you working
anymore.
for them?
All right, well, let me say this, when you come back on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want
no
a
lawyer.
lawyer, you don't.
Oh, no,
you
don't say it.
feel like you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
All right,
Oh.
well, Mr. Shive, thank you for your service. Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking, actually, Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to?
I can go now?
No, because what's going to happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be hard walking out the door?
Can it be what?
It's hard right there walking out the door.
I don't know whether it's going to
Now, who
be
locked
that particular investigator or not.
He's up to no good. I can tell you why.
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. That one's not going to be up to me. All right, what else?
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay,
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
so don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. Hey, thank you so much, Red Jacks, for the $1.99 super.
So I know the state still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now?
Why is this case still going on?
Make sure that whatever modified order you put together also includes release of his property back to him. All right, how about other issues? So would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkle? Okay, and that certainly would take us through the full day, because okay. So
I agree, Ray. I agree 100%. I mean, it's house arrest. He could be on house arrest at the crib. Because I thought he said he had his own apartment. So wouldn't he be on house arrest
all
at
right,
home?
anything else, y'all, this afternoon?
Allow us to handle the matter that we're handling, and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters on Monday? I'm just trying to get.
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least 3, and maybe 4. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else. So this was what, your number 60 that was today's? I can't even remember what that one was about. So.
Bro, this thing
Give
is
me a
so
second.
wild. I would love to hear from attorneys. Like, what do y'all think? What is going on? It's a good question. It's like the second or third, right? Rome King, I'm gonna put you in 0-second timeout, man. Gonna have to do it.
And had a chance to read it yet.
that's fine.
So, Miss Love must want us to come in early on Monday instead of being back, staying here late on Friday. Alrighty.
Of
I
course you
will
will.
not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right, we'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Miss Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously. Okay. Yep.
All right, so let's give it a few seconds. Oh, they mean business now. They gotten real quick with cutting that camera off. All right, so what happened today? So we got Little D on the witness stand. He wasn't as bad. He wasn't as woody as I thought he would be. But he's clearly, I feel like, not being honest, but I don't think he's as bothersome as Woody is. Woody was at least, I'm sorry, he's at least answering questions. Woody was like, I don't remember, squirrel brains, so on and so forth. We got him on the stand, and this case is haunted. I don't even use the word haunted regularly. This case is haunted. Dare I say cursed. Just let it go. Now we got, because this is probably the third time we've had a sick juror. And now we got a sick juror. We had to cut court early, which is fine, by the way. It's Friday. They had to cut court early. And instead of letting the man go home, they put the man in house arrest, man, in a hotel. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I don't even know where to go with this. I mean, this is really a interesting case. I don't even know where to go. I have no idea where this is going to go. But Lord willing, we'll be back on Monday. Wow. Did not see this thing going like this at all. We had the fake you out mistrial, the you know the ball fake with that mistrial there. Lots of yelling back and forth. I think Judge Whitaker is yelling a lot. Judge Whitaker is getting a little bit frustrated. But whose fault is it though? Let's just tell the truth. Like, whose fault is it, Judge Whitaker? It's your fault. So man, this is and the attorney. He fired his attorney. That's true. And that dude scuttled out of there quick too. He's like, "Oh, I'm fired. I'll let you." Hopefully he gets his money back. Hopefully he gives back all of his whatever. No, he's gonna go to a hotel. He's not going to jail. He's just not going to his home because his parent, his dad, or somebody said that they're not going to encourage him to go testify. So Adrian is all in a tizzy about that. Because if he doesn't show up, everything that's happened today gets thrown out because they're not going to be able to cross-examine it. So that's going to be crazy. So if he doesn't show up or something worse happens, who knows? If he has a medical event, that'll be crazy. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. This was just, there's so many areas of just insanity for this case. But I don't know. He's gonna need the money for a lawyer. So he's already used, I'm sure he's used some money. I don't know how much money he's used. I don't know how much money he gained. I'm her. But I'm sure he's paid this what y'all call Matlock. He's paid Matlock something. So he's gonna probably, keep that money, and then whatever he didn't use, he's gonna probably get that back. But after that, he's still gonna need another attorney. I don't think he's gonna go in there without an attorney. Now that I think is very, very bad business if he goes up in there without an attorney, because he's gonna get waylaid. But we'll see what happens. K Pick says his dad didn't know he was getting immunity and spoke for no reason. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, he just, I mean, all of us were really confused on what was happening anyway. So I'm not mad at his dad. I agree with you for sure. You're not giving anything back. Okay. That's probably fair. He should get a court-appointed attorney. I don't know. I don't know, but I know he should not go in there without an attorney. Yeah, the state is grimy, so I would definitely not go in there without an attorney. Rome says the sixth man award goes to DA's office. Oh, sixth man of the DA's office goes to Witt. I agree. And Dream just sums it up right there. What a mess. And this is a great, humongous injustice. I agree with you, Dixie Doodles, for sure. Yeah, I don't know why she'd be giggling all the time. She might need to, bring all that in. So wrangle that in. He needs somebody, but his lawyer was so horrible. He could get a public defender. I mean, he really could. It can't get any worse. Let's say it like that. Only a fool represents himself in court. There's no obligation to get him an attorney. Wait. No, I think he's obligated to make sure he's properly defended. So I'm saying he should make sure he has an attorney. Not, I hope I didn't sound like I was saying somebody else. It should be Quandarius Zachary's decision and his own responsibility to make sure he has an attorney. Yeah, she's a super duper slow. She's a super duper sore loser. No, he can't. No, he can't what? Yeah, but I still think she should have just sent him home. But with an ankle monitor, send him home with an ankle monitor. He could have. And the thing is, I think sometimes, Dream, which is a great point. I think Judge Whitaker comes across like she's getting acceptance or approval from the prosecution, rather than saying, "This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw you in jail. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you bond. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you home with an ankle monitor." She could do that, and it just seems like she's getting permission from Adrian Love, which is very problematic to a lot of us. Y'all and it's Ben Crump. I don't know who Ben Crump is, but I hope he gets Ben Crump because y'all keep talking about this Ben Crump person. Oh, he can't get a PD, is what? Okay, sorry. So he can't get a public defender. Oh, okay. He just didn't like his lawyer, and I don't think he did a good job. Um, Red Jacks. I just don't think he argued and advocated for him. There were a lot of instances where he could have really come in and again, like give him case law rather than argue feelings. Like, has there ever been a case where somebody was too sick to leave the hospital? What happened? What did the Georgia Supreme Court or what did the circuit do? Whatever, whatever. I think he could have done that. He was just arguing from emotion. And Adrian Love loved that. Yeah, I don't. Again, I just don't think he did the right things for him. So I'm not saying that the attorney was just horrible and he's always been terrible and everybody should reevaluate their how they were dealt with. No, I'm just saying that right here, I don't think he did a good job. Maybe he didn't have enough time. I don't know, but I don't think he did a good job. He needs Woody's attorney or Sledge's attorney. That's what he needs. He doesn't have to have one. He can just go in there and answer questions. I just don't think he should do that. That is true. What was the purpose of that? Why was that? I don't remember what happened with that. I'm her. That's a very good point. Glanville made Kayla stay. Why was that? I forgot. uh, uh, Little Gambler said he wanted that female investigator to watch him. You know he did. You know that's what. Look, now I bet you I can get Rome King to go do that. Rome King won't go down to Crucial. That is hilarious. Hey, Judge. Hey, at this stage of the game, I'm rooting for Judge Cross. Judge Cross would be fun. Now, let's give Judge Whitaker a little bit of grace. She's moving this thing along. It is a dumpster fire. She's moving it along, but I think Judge Cross would have shot down a lot of this foolishness. What is this? Okay, I gotta look up Ben Crump because y'all keep talking about Ben Crump. I don't know who Ben Crump is. I don't know if I'm a Luddite. Am I a boomer or something? I don't know who Ben Crump is, and I hope I'm not gonna be mad because y'all got me looking this person up. Who's this texting? Is this it's my favorite firstborn? Why is she texting me? She's upstairs. Oh no, it's not. It's somebody else. All right, let me look up this Ben Crump person because everybody keeps talking about Ben Crump. Who is this guy? Who is he? Is he here in Atlanta? Interesting. Hey, he kind of looks like somebody I probably have seen before. Is he here in Atlanta? Where do you find it? Where is he located? I know y'all keep talking about Ben Crump. Y'all got me thinking this guy is he got offices all over the place. My goodness. You don't have any in Atlanta? What y'all talking about? Y'all wild, man. Okay, I've looked up Ben Crump. All right, I checked out Ben Crump. Nobody needs Ben Crump. Y'all are wild, man. His lawyer grabbed them bags and said, I'm in the win. Ben Crump is a civil rights lawyer. Hey, he probably does need one. The lawyer knew it was a lie. He'll make it about race. Yeah, probably so. Okay. All right. Oh, he did the Trayvon Martin case. Okay. All right. I apologize. I'm a boomer. All right. Oh, I don't think he wanted to be there either. I think once he realized, Christy, once he realized how much of a dumpster fire this is, I don't think he wanted to be there either. So I agree with you. Hold on 1 second. Un momento, por favor. Shout out to a little birdie that just sent me a text message. All right, two points about what's his name, Shibe. And I did notice this. I noticed that the lawyer didn't put anything in writing. And shout out to my little birdie that just sent me a text message. Said he didn't put any motions in writing. Everything was just verbal. But then also something else about Mr. Shibe that probably is why he was hightailing it up out of there is he did no due diligence. And I think we talked about this yesterday when he was saying like he just found out that Mr. Zachary had gone to jail for whatever, or was a part of this enterprise, whatever he said. Interesting. Like, how is it that you're just finding this out? It was Wednesday. How are you just finding this out when this has been going on for some time? And I think it's fair to say he didn't do any work to actually dig into what is this case about? Who is this Mr. Zachary? Who are these other people? All the kind of stuff. Who are the people he's talking about? Think that's part of the reason that he was ineffective is he didn't really know the lay of the land and what was going on. Now, of course, he got thrown into it, Monday morning, like 2 o'clock in the morning. But you've had enough time to go ahead and dig in there, my guy. So we'll see what happens. All right, lots of good conversation in there. Rome King is my guy. I love Rome King so much. That dude is hilarious, man. I'm telling you, Rome King, I'm telling you, we need to go to court, man. Let's do this thing, man. Hit me up. We'll go to court next week. I'm telling you, we will go one day. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you, man, this thing needs to happen. And then we'll go get some wings, not from Magic City. We'll go get wings from a real wing place, okay? And there won't be boxing going on there either. Crazy. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. I didn't know who he was before. I think Monica's like, you know who this man is? Like, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Now I'm back. I'm caught up now. But y'all, thank y'all so much, man. This was a lot of fun. Wow. Oh, and then we also we jumped back and watched Ashley Merchant and the Fonnie Willis records case. Man, that's getting crazy. That is just getting so crazy. And I think they're still going to be going on next week because they didn't get a resolution because they still have like 2 more witnesses because we had Mr. Bonds today, and I think that was it. And so they recessed a little earlier. So that's going to be going on next week. We'll of course have YSL next week. We got all the craziness and shenanigans that are going to come up about this P. Diddy case is going to be this weekend. So we'll be talking about that on Monday. I heard Karen Reed has a retrial. That's going to be in January. And Sarah Boone, we're going to look into that. Whew, I need to go get some sunlight. There's a lot of stuff going on, but I appreciate every last one of y'all for jumping in the chat, this weekend, this week with me. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much. There's a lot of good stuff on the channel. Hopefully you'll go check it out. Members, I'm going to do a members voice chat tonight on the Discord. If you go to the community post, it's at the top. It gives you all the instructions how to join the Discord. And we just chop it up a little bit, have a good time. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of y'all sometime this weekend. So I'll probably be I'm not going to do a Saturday live stream tomorrow because I'm taking the girls and my wife somewhere. But um, probably Saturday evening, and we'll do a Sunday catch up. Just make sure we're all up to speed before we jump into this live on Monday. So we'll be back real soon. Everybody, thank you so much. I really do appreciate all of y'all. Y'all still telling me about this Benjamin Crump guy. I'm up to speed on Benjamin Crump now. Y'all got me up to speed. But y'all, thank you so much. I appreciate each of y'all. Thank you for liking the video. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Hopefully I earned it from you all. If you believe that Rome King should meet me at Fulton County sometime next week, please leave a comment down below and tell Rome King that Rome King and DWC meet up at the Fulton County Courthouse would be amazing. That's what the people need. We need to give the people what they need. Wait. Somebody said Tracy Jones says, I think Gladiator Girl is correct. The merchant trial will start in September 30th. They're away next week. Okay, cool. All right. So that's what it is. So it's not next week, but it's the following week. So when is that? Oh, so the Monday after this Monday. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's my niece's birthday. I think about it. But come on, Rome King. Let's make it happen. Give the people what they need, Rome King. Drop a chicken wing in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you, Gladiator Girl. It's been a lot of fun, y'all. I appreciate y'all. So thank you so much for everybody. I appreciate you, and I will see you all real soon. Grace and peace. Take care.